So Thomas, you can start. Yeah.
Good morning to all. Today we are having this a workshop on seashore erosion in Kerala. We are just looking at what should be our strategy for the protection of the coast. So for managing the coast, we are not going to have any formal welcome as such because we want to save time. So welcome to all. Especially to all the panelists or experts who are here. Dr. Ramanamurthy, Dr. Joseph Matthew, and Dr. Arofil. So welcome to all of you. I know that you are always pressed with many responsibilities, and choosing time for us is not that easy. So thank you. We know that managing coastal erosion is not an easy task as such, because we have been doing it for the last many years. And now that is whatever technology we have at that time, and I'm sure that we were using the technology that was available at that time. The best technology available at that time with the international consultation, international support, we started protection of our coast. But now we understand, we know that it has not delivered the solution as such. And we found that the stretch of eroding areas have increased, and the impact on the coast, on the community, on the people living on the coast, and the ecosystem and the morphology, that has increased day by day instead of it getting decreased. Now, looking back, we feel that there is a need to have a relook at the strategy. And based on that, we have prepared a document. In fact, Professor Bijukumar has given the leadership for that. And that was placed before the public domain, and it generated a lot of discussion and interest. In fact, now we are going forward with that interest and discussion that was generated among the experts and also the public. So how should we go further to concretize the ideas generated? For that, we are trying to get input from the experts in the field. That is what is meant objective of this meeting, and this ideas that we receive from the experts will again be discussed, and we will modify the documents in such a way that the strategies could be, we are sure that it is not the solution as such, the solution for a specific issue, but the perspective, what should be our approach, especially that approach should be there, that in the public space, in the common minds, in the public's thinking also, that change should come. So again, in the administration and the bureaucrats, political leadership and the bureaucracy, that change should come. That is our effort. So let us start. We expect a presentation of about 30 minutes by the experts initially, and then if the experts are continuing for the full time after the presentation of 3 of the experts, we will have a discussion. Otherwise, if one of you wants to go earlier, definitely we will give a space for discussion immediately after that presentation. That is, you have to tell us. So I think that let us start with Dr. Ramanamurthy. In fact, Dr. Ramanamurthy is the director of National Center for Coastal Research.
Sir, before that, we have a small presentation of what is our strategies.
Yeah. Oh. That I forgot. In fact, Professor Biju Kumar will be presenting what is our strategy and how we put it before the experts and the public. That he will present. Sorry, Professor Biju.
It's okay. Yeah. Let me present, and this is what I'm presenting is basically what we have compiled based on our discussions, and we have a press meet where also we have received quite a lot of the inputs, and based on that we slightly modified that. And what we definitely plan is to get the inputs from the experts here, and based on the discussion we finalize it and then make the submission to the government. Okay, let me present it.
One second, Professor Biju. In fact, I have to introduce Professor Biju Kumar also. He's heading, and he's professor with the Department of Aquatic Biology, Kerala University. In fact, he has been working on the coastal systems and the coastal ecosystems and the fishery for the last many years. And he's one of the persons who has a lot of interaction with the he is an academician, scientist, and also a community man. So he takes things in that way. And I'm not going to narrate his research contributions and other things, but he is in all these fields. And for this particular document, in fact, he has taken the initiative. As Professor Biju Kumar.
Thank you, Thomas sir. And what I'm going to present here is basically the document which we prepared. And this is a perspective which actually driven us to prepare this document, because in the last few years, the coastal erosion has become a very serious issue, an emerging concern, not only for the the people living in the coast, but it is for the government as well, because government is spending a lot of money for protection of the coastal areas and to prevent the coastal erosion. And of late there are the natural hazards has actually aggravated the whole scenario all along the Kerala coast. And also there is an issue of managing this hazard, because the government has already intervened, and because of a lot of public pressure and also a lot of demand, there are large number of coastal armoring structures that has come up, primarily the hard armoring structures all along the Kerala coast. And then you can also see a large number of the harbors and the breakwaters coming all along the Kerala coast, which also the study says that which also has aggravated the whole issue of coastal erosion all along the 590-kilometer coastline of Kerala. And that is another perspective with which we have done it. And the third perspective definitely is the livelihood issues. Wherever the coastal communities, which were actually part of the natural heritage of our coast, has also suffered a lot. They have suffered a lot because of the increasing number of natural disasters, which actually made their livelihood difficult. And they also lost a public space, the common space for keeping their the vessels as well as the fishing equipments. And many people have actually find it very difficult to go straight into the ocean, despite the fact that they are coastal living communities. So this is a scenario with which we have actually prepared this kind of a document. And when you compare the scenarios, you can see that there are multiple issues which actually we need to address. There are environmental issues because of the the changes in the coastal environment. There are a lot of issues, and there are social issues because it has become a social issue, and it's a great economic concern because the government is spending a lot of money and things like that for hard armoring structures. And all the things are actually compounded by the impact of climate change, which is happening all along the Arabian Sea and the Kerala coast in general. And this is a perspective with which we prepared this document, which is the titled Coastal Erosion in Kerala Review and Recommendations. And the 5 scientists were involved in generally in preparing this document. And it was vetted by a large number of other people as well, myself, then Dr. K.V. Thomas, Dr. Ajay Kumar Verma, Dr. E. Shaji, and Dr. T.V. Sajeev. And we have conducted a press conference on 8th June to present the major recommendations, and we got a lot of comments, and it was, as Thomas sir said, that this was well received by the public, and the discussions are now happening all over Kerala, particularly with the district administration, and the government has also is proactive with regard to our long-term recommendations. And what is, as he said, that this is the primary aim of this workshop is to strengthen these recommendations with the inputs from the experts as well as from others who are attending this conference. And this is why this is a concern is a question with which we started this document. And one is a serious survival issue as far as the coastal communities are concerned, particularly the fishers. And there are a large number of the coastal zone management issues, including the violations all along the Kerala coast. And there are limitations of coastal erosion management, particularly in coordination between the departments, which seldom happen in effective management. And there are different management plans and perspectives with a very skewed focus, primarily a single-faceted solution on harder armoring structures. So that means the coastal erosion prevention was actually handled with a single faceted solution with the hard armoring structures. And then the scientific community is concerned, not only because of the the coastal erosion, but associated the environmental issues that is triggered by this coastal erosion. And finally, there is a public dilemma as far as the solutions are concerned, as far as the issues are concerned, and the way in which we go ahead with the coastal protection measures. And the public pressure is also pressurizing the government in order for going ahead with quick fix solutions, which is not possible, as we are all aware. Okay. And the major issue definitely we have to address, especially in future, is that coastal is we have to address a very serious issue of coastal ecosystem services, and which are vulnerable as such along with the vulnerable communities living in the coastal areas. And second is that the government is coming up with a lot of strategies, particularly in the background of blue economy, with a strong focus on deep sea mining and generating resources from the ocean. And that means the ocean is going to get a lot of focus in the years to come, where we need to have again a serious rethinking in making how the blue economy should happen, actually, with the communities in mind, and the climate change in mind, and sustainability of resources in mind. And also we have a larger international perspective of in the next 10 years with the UN decade on ecosystem restoration and the UN decade of ocean science for sustainable development. So all these things make some kind of interventions and broader scale planning inevitable. And coming back to specifically on the Kerala issues, this is the state of Kerala is something different from other states in terms of its geography, in terms of ecosystem connectivity, which need to be addressed when we plan coastal intervention measures, coastal protection measures. So this kind of connectivity between the ecosystems are so important, because in order to maintain the coastal stability, we have to think about the health of the rivers, health of the midland, which continuously supply the sand and sediments to the estuaries as well as the coastal ecosystems. So this kind of connectivity, and also very peculiar geography, which where we have the eastern side, the long Western Ghat mountains, which are as such the Kerala geographically is highly standing and steep, and which make the water management or watershed conservation very inevitable along with the coastal conservation. So that means when we have a plan for Kerala, we should have a broader perspective of the ecology and ecosystem connectivity in mind. Okay. And also, this is the 10% coastline of India as far as Kerala is concerned, and 30% of the people in Kerala live in the coastline. And despite the fact that this is only 15% of the land area of Kerala. And then also, when the general population density of Kerala is 859, if you consider all the people living in the coastal area, the number may be 3 times more. And there are more than 8 lakh people or the fishermen who directly benefit from the resources in the ocean, and they are the ecosystem people there. So we need to consider them as well in the coastal erosion and management strategies. And the current threats are that, we have a lot of developmental activities happening all along the coast, and that is one issue. And there are a lot of violations happening as far as coastal zone management is concerned. And there is increase in the hard armoring structures, and all the studies, all the scientific documents clearly reiterate the fact that this kind of coastal hard armoring structures, in fact, worsened the whole scenario of the sea erosion, coastal erosion, particularly in the context of the management strategies which happen parallelly, particularly coastal nourishment. And then there is increase in the pollution and sand mining happening, including in the river mouth areas, which has to be addressed scientifically. And the natural flow from the rivers and the natural streams, which joins with the estuaries as well as the ocean, that has come down drastically because of the changes happening in the watershed areas of all the 41 rivers that empty into the Arabian Sea. And there is a decline in the natural defense mechanisms, especially the coastal vegetation and mangroves. And there is increase in the cyclones as well as other natural disasters in the Arabian Sea, which has its repercussions in the coastal areas. And the fishermen are actually bearing all the, the costs of this kind of ecosystem damage that is happening all along the Kerala coast. And because this kind of, when we lose this kind of a natural connectivity, particularly with the literal flow of sand, and naturally the stability of the Kerala coast is lost. And I'm sure that the experts will explain that. And the recent studies, including by the National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management, very clearly says that a major part of the coastal line in Kerala is not stable. And the study already, which will, I'm sure that the Dr. Ramana will explain, the National Center for Coastal Research study also explained that the 40% is the rate of erosion and 21% is the rate of the accretion happening in Kerala. So that means there's a huge gap which we need to address. And also you can see that the study of the NCSTM very clearly shows that the major changes happening along the harbors in Kerala. And on the northern side, there is severe erosion, and on the southern side, there is some kind of accretion happening all along the coast. But the balance is not, in the deficit side. And there are a lot of the violations in the coastal zone as well in Kerala. And the recent studies all show that there are issues with the coastal stability in Kerala, and the erosion rate is very high. And also there is an issue of the sand mining happening in many parts, and that is more severe in places like Alapad, where there is severe black sand mining happening, mineral sand mining happening. And then now coming to the solutions, I quickly go through the solutions, because the solutions and strategies Dr. Ajay Verma will discuss in detail later. So I quickly go through the short-term solutions which we offer, recommended actually in this report. And one is actually a room for seashore. And seashore is considered as one of the natural defense mechanisms, not only to adapt to the climate change, but also to prevent the coastal erosion, and including the recent studies published in Nature. And then we propose that there is no single solution for this scenario in Kerala. So what we recommended as a short-term solution is to identify the erosion hotspots in Kerala, and also demarcate the different erosion zones according to the severity of erosion. And that is one thing. And second thing is that, based on the wherever there is a very, very severe critical erosion areas, we need to go for all the kind of hard armoring structures after a morphological impact assessment. And then priority should be given to the places where the human settlements are close to the sea. And then there are some engineering issues, particularly with regard to the design of harbors all along the Kerala coast, and where we need to have some kind of modifications, including the breakwaters in the shallow waters, and the nourishment process, which is inevitable in the harbors. And that kind of engineering management solution should also come wherever we have the harbors. That's another study based on the regional studies, and which clearly says that our recommendation clearly says that there is no single solution all along the Kerala coast. The solution should be site-specific. Solutions should be based on the coastal geomorphology as well as the coastal dynamics. And then there is another issue of the relocating or rehabilitating the coastal people. But what already a project is going on with the Fisheries Department, and that project is called Punargeham. But there are some issues raised by the fishermen which we need to address that based on the social auditing. That is our recommendation. And but in severely eroded area, there may not be any other solution. But only thing is that we should not actually always try for a Punargeham rehabilitation project. This should be based on the feasibility studies, based on consultation with the fishermen, etc., etc. And then wherever possible, we need to have nature-based solutions. That's another solution where Dr. Joseph is going to present specifically on this topic, nature-based solution, including the sand dune protection, the bioshield protection as part of climate adaptation, and all the other things which are possible as a hybrid solution as well as a nature-based solution. So in short, we have no single solution. We need to go for the nature-based solution with a stronger focus on that, primarily in the context of the expense involved in this kind of hard armoring structures, which is not going to happen immediately because of the economic scenarios with the Kerala, particularly in the post-COVID scenario. As far as long-term solutions is concerned, we need to have, the government has already envisaged kind of knowledge society in Kerala. And this is this issue of coastal erosion, coastal environmental issues is not in the mindset of the coastal communities or the Kerala public in general. So we need to have the stronger focus on a knowledge society with a stronger orientation to know the coastal issues, the coastal defense issues, and of course the climate adaptation issues, which should be integrated into the disaster management programs as well. So what we propose is to have a larger perspective and plan, anticipating the more severe changes in future, with a stronger orientation in the decentralized planning, with a stronger involvement of the local self-governments, where the maps will be prepared. And this should be the whole process of the coastal zone, this coastal erosion prevention should be integrated with the integrated coastal zone management project as such. And also it should be integrated with the climate adaptation that should happen actually in the Kerala coast, including the alternate livelihood for the coastal population. That is another suggestions that we have. We will have a detailed discussion on that towards the end of this workshop. And then mining, especially in strategically important places where there is mineral sand mining is happening, should have a larger plan whether we should go ahead with that based on the cost benefit analysis, as well as the system threats are concerned. And but we also say that the desiltation, we have a recommendation on desiltation of the harbors, which should not actually it has to be made sure that the mud and soil excavated are not used for reclamation of the coastal wetlands, and that should be given back to the system. That's our recommendation. And all the olive ridley nesting site along the Kerala coast should be identified and protected as such, and that is another recommendation. New ports, regarding new ports and designing of new ports, developing new ports, so we should have it should not happen without any kind of social impact and environmental impact studies, and should happen in consultation with the local community. And what we can do is to enhance the efficiency of the existing ports, enhance the infrastructure which is available with the ports which are already established. And there are also recommendations where grassroots planning is required, and integration with the coastal zone management systems. And we also recommend that there should be novel methods of house construction or construction activities along the coastal line, which can withstand the sea level rise and coastal flooding. Already there are some discussions happening in that. And also nature-based solutions wherever possible, and that should be integrated with the rural employment generation program and food security schemes. Thank you. These are the major recommendations.
Thank you, Professor Biju Kumar. Professor Biju Kumar has clearly stated, discussed, presented before you the perspective that has been proposed in that document which was prepared. Definitely, it is with a long-term perspective of how the natural systems could be retained or rebuilt or to protect the system. wherever, but as he told, there are some emergency situations in which we have to deal with the emergency actions. That has to be there, but the perspective is always for sustaining the natural system and the involvement of the community in the process, including local bodies. So that Professor Bijukumar has placed the, the point of the objective of today's workshop properly. So thank you, Professor Bijukumar. Now, Dr. Ramanamurthy will be presenting what is happening in the country. And in fact, Dr. Ramanamurthy, as I told you earlier, he is the director of the National Center for Coastal Research at Chennai, which is the nodal department, nodal organization of the Ministry of Earth Sciences to deal with the coastal issues and coastal processes. Their mandate is, there are including coastal pollution, including spatial planning and coastal protection, and they are basically, they look at the dynamics of the system, and they are always trying to have a link and linkage and discussion with the community when they propose a solution, a design or a solution or approach. In fact, NCCR and Dr. Ramanamurthy and his team has shown that we can develop our own technology, which is at par with the international technologies to deal with the coastal issues. That is, in fact, that is what NCCR and the group led by Dr. Ramanamurthy has shown. We are capable. So we will be having some 30 minutes presentation by the experts. That's what we have planned. Please try to limit it to that time frame. Dr. Ramanamurthy, please.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. I think it was a very good introduction from your side. In fact, I worked with Dr. Thomas for many of the projects, both scientifically as well as to reach the community. That's what I think he is teaching me how to go more towards the community. But of course, I interact with them. Mr. Filio is here. So I had a long association with Pondican when we are working with the public. So that's how we are together. Like I think Mr. Sridharji already has mentioned about interaction with the Nityanandan Jayaraman or some of the societal groups. I interact with all of them. But only thing is we need to have a little bit of time. Earlier, I used to have a lot of time because I was a basic researcher. But now I have many portfolios. Sometimes my interaction would have been reduced for that. But one thing I wanted to compliment with this forum, the Professor Biju's presentation is simply marvelous. I should say that whatever I have thinking in my mind, exactly he has put it in that. Of course, he might have taken help from many of his colleagues. This is what exactly what should we really think about that. One element I think Dr. Thomas has already mentioned about that, which was missing, is there is a subtle difference between ICZM and marine spatial planning. In fact, we are also working, I think Dr. Thomas is also working on that. Better is in this recommendation, instead of ICZM, we can put it as a marine spatial planning, so that ecosystem has been given a major thrust on that. In fact, I work on ecosystem-based services. We are looking at two types of ecosystems basically when we see in the coastal areas. One is closed ecosystems like what you have in Cochin backwater or Pulicat or Chilaka, or they are all confined ecosystem. But suppose if you see open ocean ecosystems like Eastern Arabian Sea, we had worked with one project which clearly states that many of this OMZ, oxygen minimum zones, have increased. That has significantly reduced the fish catch in the west coast of India. We will be coming out shortly with a kind of scientific output from them, what need to be done. In fact, this was led by another institute in Ministry of Earth Sciences Institute, Center for Marine Living Resource and Ecology. In fact, I happen to be there in charge for almost 9 months now. Dr. Gupta, who is heading for that, and then you will have, I think, this particular forum should interact with them also to see something what is happening on the Arabian Sea specifically for the ecosystem. Same time, when we see confined ecosystems, either Cochin backwaters or related things, we need to have a different kind of altogether. So what as said by Professor Biju, what is more important is whether anything it comes on the development or anything, first the people are going to be affected further, whether it can be habitation or fishermen or any other community. Second one comes when then there is a hue and cry from the public. Then normally government has to act on that, but government functions in its own way, and then we all know that we say that is we accept that government works in the same way for that. In fact, one of the conditions which was taught by many things, I represent Environmental Appraisal Committee in Delhi center. Initially, I was thinking which was not matching with the requirements. Let me come out of that committee. But unfortunately, what happens is, if you are there in the committee, at least 30%, 40% of whatever ideas public is having, you can put it into government policy, and then so that things are in the better hand. But it's what Prabir and Pilio always used to suggest me. No, you be there so that our voice is heard by somebody, and then you can translate into the government further. So that's how I'm continuing in the committee fund. The third most important point is when we think about any solutions on the coastal areas, I think public is very important. The social groups, whether it can be non-governmental organizations or scientific-based organizations, they're very important because they actually communicate the science to the public. Like Mr. Sridharan, he has told about, though he is a computer engineer, electronics engineer, but he knows the feeling of the public further. Second one is Dr. Thomas interacts with them and then see how these things been translated to the public. Other one is government. Government got a fixed rules. Sometimes we have to accept, sometimes we can say that, no, this is not the way to be done. But there are some good bureaucrats who listens to us and then do further. But recently, my experience I see from the many of the politicians, they are very knowledgeable sometimes. But the only thing is you have to convey right kind of message to them so that they will listen and then see that these programs are taken to the right direction. And last but not least, I think this is very important in the scientific community. Every scientist start doing the same thing from the starting to ending. We are duplicating the activities, and then we will not be reaching the ultimate destiny or goal of it. So what is more important for the scientific community is no scientist will talk to another scientist. So this barrier has to be completely broken. See, we have a big country and then we have big problems. Unless the entire scientific community work together and then devise a solution, it is not possible. I am not a perfect in all the aspects. Like somebody else is also not perfect in all. We discuss and then debate and then see that right kind of solution reaches to the public. Last one, which is missing, I think we should come as a part of your recommendation of the report, is putting all the information together in a proper platform. That is not happening many times for that. Sometimes whenever we get a hazard, we go and then start collecting the data. That is not a right approach for that. In fact, that is what we wanted to do from National Center for Coastal Research. You don't go and then collect the data when problem comes. Before that itself, you keep the data available to you. When the problem comes, you don't need it, have to wait for a long time so that you can give short-term solution or long-term solution for it. I think this is all my introduction one, but I will restrict my presentation as small as possible, but later on we will spend more time for the discussion. So I will try to share my screen for that. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, thank you. So I think I have taken a little bit of time for introduction because this is very much valid for the report which you have made. That's what I thought I would talk to you in the beginning and then go with my technical presentation. So I'll be talking a little bit on the coastal erosion and the Kerala. In fact, we have been working on Kerala, as said by many of you. There are many people now they are calling us. So like Dr. Thomas was telling, in fact, I was telling them how to respond to them. So I may need advice from him. Irrigation department, another department, government, or many including ports. So now it is flooded with the problem of coastal erosion problem in the Kerala, but how do we do, and then how do we manage and then balance all these acts for that. So I will be touching a little bit about some formation of the coast and then coastal process, and then finally, I think which is relevant for the present today's discussion is what kind of solution we do, and then last, I is happy to see after Biju's presentation, climate change has given a very important thing into the picture for that, where ecosystem services are very important. when we see this natural configuration of the coast, why I'm showing this slide is, it took a long time geologically to form the coast of the particular area. Same time, but one cyclone can alter everything, and one of some of the man-made activities which we are doing it on the coast can completely disturb the coastal system further. So what we need to understand is how coastline has been formed, and then what are all the natural systems we should try to understand before recommending any coastal solution for any area. That's why I kept this slide first. Coming to the coastal erosion, it can be east coast or west coast. The problem is very common, but my experience says 2007 onwards, it has very much alarming, because whatever data we have from there, 2007 is the worst case. It started with that, and then many of the areas before that there was erosion, but not of this nature magnitude. It has increased significantly around the entire part of the coast. So 2003 to 2007, it was moderate, but 2007 onwards, it has become a very severe one. In fact, through Climate Change Center in the Ministry of Earth Sciences in IITM, we're trying to look at why it is changed in this particular one. So there is always a saying that there are decadal variations in the some of the extreme events which comes further. No one anticipated Arabian Sea will experience that much number of cyclones further. If you see in the past of the history, entire coastal system got changed because of frequent cyclones in the Arabian Sea. If you ask me my experience, why how you are feeling for that? I am working with the desalination plant in Lakshadweep. Earlier, comfortably in 2011, I used to work from somewhere from October to February or March. But now it is very difficult. When which cyclone will come, and then when I have to suspend my activity in the marine area is a big questionable mark for that. Even in Kerala, we never used to get that much number of cyclones in the, especially on the post monsoon. What happens is, I think Dr. Joseph Matthews will tell very much detail in there, because he is from Kerala, and then he used to analyze many things on that. Whenever we have a monsoon, some sand is taken from the system and then goes into the into the sea. But it's normally it is to brought it back to the system during the non-monsoon period. So now suppose if we get a cyclone, this sand will never come back. That is why we are seeing the intensity of erosion very severe in the Kerala coast. Second one is Chalanam. This is a classic case what we can see further. We get to pre-monsoon swells and rise in the setup, and then wind setup in the pre-monsoon, and then it increases the wave activity, but also there is a significant rise in the sea level, which is causing the frequent flooding in the Chalanam area. But why it is only at Chalanam and not other place? Then you need to look at little bit carefully topography, and then what structures which are already built on the both on the land side as well as on the coastal area. This need to be clearly documented, and then see, then only diagnosis of the problem will be correct. See, any doctor we go, unless the diagnosis is correct, we will not be in a position to. But at the same time, how medical field works, the coastal engineering field also works. You do standard measurements and then come with this is a prescription I am going to do, and then. But that is not the case. Even in medicine also, what to do, you do some MRI or something and test, and then immediately prescribe the medicine. But that is not the way to work for the any problem further. What is the root cause of the problem? Unless we understand very clearly, it is very difficult to find a right kind of solution for the system. This is the one of the important message which we should see from the why I defer to the medical field is same thing is happening in the medical field, same thing is happening in the coastal engineering field also, without analyzing the diagnosis or do that. Somebody asks some department to do measurement for that, means they will go and do the measurement and then suggest this is what my structure is required. But it's not, that is not the way. You do the measurement and understand the problem and then suggest the structure that makes a sense for them. So natural challenges, I think, which Professor Viju has already talked about, storms, extreme waves, sea level rise, all those things comes into the system. But on the man-made, one is damming of the ports, I think, which was talked by Professor Viju also. We have many river inlets which is coming and then joining there for that entire configuration in terms of sediment, in terms of water which is coming into the sea, everything has changed. That has a direct consequences on the coastline, what we are going to do. But how do we address this? The best way to do is to understand the process both from the river side as well as coastal area. That is why we are doing one project for Goa, integrated river and coastal management, to see at least to develop a framework. Suppose if you have to address the coastal problem, you see on the river side and the land side, and then also on the coastal areas, so that you are in a position to give a right kind of solution to the people. Sea level rise, this is the actual data from Pondicherry, which Filio will understand very clearly. We had for one cyclone which was there during there was a surge of almost 0.7 meters. That means it rise in the sea level. But if you see the wave height, maximum wave height was going around 7 meters. This is become very common in many of the places. Now I have shown the picture on the right hand side. When you have a normal condition, when you have a surge, then there is a sea level rise, how the building is going to collapse. That's what exactly has happened in the Pondicherry. So what I'm showing in the theoretical book, it has happened in the site. Combined effect of sea level surge, and then high wave height, and then configuration of the beach, whatever it is happening for. It happens everything in one day, but building back, it takes sometimes one season, sometimes even more than 2 to 3 seasons or 2 to 2 years to build back that. Suppose if you have a frequent cyclones like that, where is the question of bringing sand back to the system? That will never happen, and then we are facing these consequences for that. Another area is the flooding. We are doing a lot of work on the tsunami. In fact, with NSS, I have done a lot of work on the tsunami for the Kerala coast also. Whenever we have a rise in the sea level, this is the extent of flooding what we can see. This is the picture which was shown in Kadalur before the tsunami and after the tsunami. So that means this gives a classical example. If there is a sea level rise, many areas will be inundated in normal sense itself. Then wave will be added, and then other systems will be adding on the top of that. This shows a deltas, why they are prone for the sea level rise. If you have 1 meter height, these are all the areas which are flooded. If you do have a 2 meter height, these are all the areas which are flooded for them. So wherever people are staying near to the deltas, one has to be very careful, because any sea level rise or these kind of things will have a direct consequence on the system. Ports, I need not have to tell about that. Cochin port has its own impact on the Chalanam. That is one of the main reason why we have a lot of erosion on the system. But of course, each port will have, depending upon the magnitude of the dredging and magnitude of the extent of breakwater, that impact will be felt on that. Pondicherry small harbor, it will be restricted to only the small area. But if it is a bigger harbor, you will have a bigger impact on that. That need to be carefully analyzed for that. So what we try to do for analysis is, we are divided into 3 or 4 zones, and then try to assess the impact. It is not only the configuration of the impact. Suppose if the management practices, whatever we adapt on the port management, if that is not taken care, then this impact will go to the further north. That's what exactly has happened in Pondicherry. Whatever sand we dredge in the port, that should be placed on the north in the within littoral system. Suppose if you place the sand in the offshore, then the sand will not be available for the system, and then you see the problem as a permanent, and then it's keep on transferring to the other areas for that. So not only the extent of the breakwater, but also the management practice of the port is very important for seeing the coastal erosion on the other areas. Same is case with the Cochin. Even though they say that some of the sand which is not useful for nourishment, but recently a discussion with Thomas was also there on that. So some sand can be always been utilized for the beach nourishment, which is required for that. I think Dr. Joseph Matthews will tell more on that. Now, when we see the spatial and temporal scales of the coastal erosion, there are lot of variability. It can be on the spatial scale of 1 to 5 kilometers, 5 to 10 kilometers, 100 to 10 to 100 kilometers, or even 100 more than 100 kilometers. Depending upon the spatial scale, the process which are to be analyzed, what I have told was is a diagnosis of the problem. Unless we do this kind of systematic analysis, whether it is short-term problem or medium-term problem or long-term problem or very long-term problem, that can be done both due to natural as well as man-made. So I've listed here. I will share this presentation with all of you, because of paucity of time, I don't want to do. What I am trying to do is, whenever we do this analysis for natural or artificial man-made activities, you need to analyze spatial scale and temporal scale very clearly to understand and diagnose the problem for the particular area. I have listed here, but I will share that, but I don't want to take much time on that. Coming to the shoreline change, NCCR has done from last 20 years data. This shows state maps. In fact, we have already shared this maps with Government of Kerala disaster management on the one of the areas there to be done for that. In fact, to add to the Professor Biju's one more thing for that, he was talking about important aspect of rehabilitation. NDMA has now generated a fund of somewhere around 300 to 500 crores for rehabilitation. So I think Kerala government should also look at that option and then see whether you get some fund for the rehabilitation for the Kerala. Why this is very important is, some place which we cannot do any intervention, they are going to be flooded or going to be badly affected. Better we will convince the social society and then go and then move. Not all the installation. Fishermen, we cannot move completely out of the area, but at least they can be there at the place, but reduce the density of the population in that particular area, which cannot be protected by the any of the structures there. It is always the question of two things. One is the amount which we spend for the rehabilitation, the amount which we spend for the protection. Suppose if my protection cost is almost 10 times higher than what you call rehabilitation, we should really think about whether we need to do the coastal protection with some kind of structures or rehabilitation is better. It is unless we do the cost benefit analysis, we will not be in a position to really come out with a solution whether we have to go off option of rehabilitation or investing a lot of money on the coastal protection project. This shows some of the hotspots which was delineated for the entire coastline of India, but we update these maps every year, and then so that what I was talking you earlier, I don't want to do any analysis when the problem comes. We should have this information available to the readily available with us, so that it can be used for the whatever interventions we want to take it further. We were planning to put this entire system in the public domain because this is a government money, public money. We don't want to keep it anything on that. It can be used by researcher. It can be used by any group in the future. In fact, the data policy also says same thing for that. Shortly, we are working on that. This entire information will be put on the public domain for it. Coming to the Indian coast statistics, I think Professor Viju has already talked about that. This report is already available in the net. So I will skip this slide because you can go through this literature, whatever it is there for that. Coming to the one of the important process which is very important for that one is the tide. So we have documented this also an entire course, but we will be doing more updates on this tidal statistics all along the Indian coast to see that any intervention which we are doing for that, how combined effect of tide and wave is taken care of that. This shows the wave atlas which was prepared by the NIOT. It is being frequently updated, and then see if there are any corrections have to be made or improvement is required. We are always doing this improvement over a period. It was started some 5 years back, but it is being done. So I'm not doing this. It is done by the NIOT. Suppose if we wanted to give any input for NIOT, we can always give and then see for that. Though I handle some groups of NIOT, but they are independent in doing this kind of analysis for them. Similarly, coastal currents. Whatever the models which were generated by INCOIS, we should really validate and then see. Today, if I want to have a coastal currents information along the Kerala coast, I have to go and then check it many places, and then we may end up in giving a wrong kind of interpretation to that. This also should be available for the public when you want to do for the any kind of intervention for them. Now coming to the coastal protection, whether it is, first of all, I think Viju has already told about that, whether it is stable or eroding beaches, first we need to analyze for that. We had a case study. I don't want to do much on the Pondi because Filio is there, otherwise he will not have anything to speak. So I will leave it for that. So I will talk more about the Kerala and the sustained other part for hard structure, soft solution and mixed solutions. I think this is what we have done for Pondicherry with Joseph Matthew, with Kerry Black, a hybrid solution of beach nourishment for the submerged reef. This is of course a combined effort of Professor Dr. Joseph Matthews, Kerry Black, and then Pondican, and then NIOT together we did. What we have tried to address here is both functional and structural performance. It is easy to design the structure for the extreme waves or waves for that. But suppose you want to assess a good functional performance of structure. What is meant by functional performance is you need to have a whatever intended purpose. Suppose if you want to have a beach, you need to have for the particular area. If functional performance is not met, what is use of that? Whenever I do a building, I should utilize the space whatever I am doing the building for that. I have designed a building which is safe from wind, which is safe from the earthquake, but it cannot be used by the public, then functional performance is lost for that. That is why in coastal structures, functional performance is highly important, then that need to be taken care very clearly. There are several hard walls, hard structures which I'll skip, which can be utilized depending upon the problem, and then area, and then also on the cost, whatever it is. There are many aspects which we need to be considered for the whenever we choose a particular option for the coastal protection. Of course, like as rightly said by Professor Viju, there is no single solution which is we can say this particular solution can be used at particular place. It is all depends upon the requirement of the people, and then requirement of the available funds, and then also on the functional system which is available along the coast for that. Kadalur Perikuppam, we have done some work on that basically to protect the fisherman image. Here the function is we wanted to operate the fishing boats, traditional fishing boats from the beach to the offshore. That was our intention. That is first part. Technically, if you speak for that, it is not that completely damaged coast. It was damaged, but not, especially during the cyclones, we get a lot of erosion in this area. Now, we have designed a artificial reef only to counter the what you call the erosion from the extreme event. This concept is not new. Suppose if you see in Lakshadweep, we have a lagoon on the western side and the eastern side is the open sea. How this lagoon is being protected? Because there is a reef edge on the top. Whatever waves which are coming from the southwest monsoon, they break on the top of the reef. That's how this lagoon is always in a closed environment and it is not there. So if we adopt such kind of principles for the coastal protection, it will really help you, and then you are going almost along with the nature. Same thing has been tried for Pondicherry as well as for Kadalur Perikuppam, the reef. What that is mean is, so we have built a reef here, waves will come and break here. As a result, then you have a beach formed on the other side. But of course, there are different technology, whether you to use geotextiles or some other things, they're all depending on the so many other functions which has to be kept in the mind for that. This shows the after putting the beach, you have a wide beach on the other area, and then fishermen operate all fishing trawlers for the particular area. Same thing is maybe in the Kerala, some places where you wanted fishermen to operate the beach landing craft from that area, like what Dr. Joseph Matthew has done for the what you call for the Kovalam beach. Such kind of things can be planned at other area, but of course, material choice always depends upon the acceptability by the public and also by the durability of the material. This shows the beach landing facility, how the beach has formed after the construction of the geotextile. So this video shows how bad was in the earlier and then after implementing the solution, how beach was formed at the particular location in the Kadalur Perikuppam. This shows some of the shoreline changes in the area. And in fact, we have documented everything for this particular one. Now wave will come and then break on the top of the reef. This is the concept which was used, but the same thing is been now tried in Puntura in Kerala coast. It is almost at the implementation phase, which is implemented by Mr. Sheikh Pariji along to the KSDC. And there are techniques available. How do we lay that, all those things? But of course, there are some apprehensions about the geotextile tools by fisherman community in those areas for that. But that need to be addressed very carefully, or either you convince or you see alternative arrangement for that. So this shows the beach, how it has formed, and then how fishermen can use. And also it attracts a lot of marine growth on the top. In fact, Pondicherry, Mr. Filio will tell, he's always going and catching a lot of prawns and on the top of that. So I leave it to him, he can tell more on that. Pondicherry, he will tell, so I will skip more on that. So we have done a systematic analysis. One thing which I want to highlight here is, whenever we have a seawall, there will be a big gloss of material from it. In fact, this picture is from the Dr. Joseph Matthews when he was doing for the particular analysis. I have taken extract from there, but of course, I put some cartoons on the right hand side for that. So this much of material has been lost in the system. So we try to do the beach nourishment, at least to bring back to the old system. First, you need to do the beach nourishment, which fills the gap, and after that, you do whatever thing which you want to do for that. Now coming to the this I will skip because how it has been changed around the system. What we are going to analyze is longshore treatment transport along the Indian coast, and then see how do we design the solution for that. Here the concept is between the two headlands, two reefs were designed. This was designed by together with Dr. Joseph Matthews, one on the north reef and other on the south reef. We unfortunately we could not implement the south reef because of the fund constraint. North reef was implemented, and then this shows the configuration of the reef. I will share this presentation. You can look at more on the here because there are other speakers to be talked about that. This shows the actually here what is the novelty which we have done is entire construction technology. Whatever we have done, it was done by us, and then right from the design to even to launching it into the sea without much cost. It in fact environmentally economically way we have done for that, and then this has been launched. It has given a lot of confidence on us to build any structures along the coast. We can do more efficiently than anybody else in the international community because our conditions we know better for that. This shows various type of beach nourishment, and then also how we build the structure, and then finally, yeah, this is what I think is Kerry's Professor Kerry's idea. How do we rotate the wave in the particular area? I think Dr. Joseph Matthews you might not have seen, but now we had observations in that area which shows about that whatever you have planned in the model, it is matching well with the system in the site. This was done by Raju, who works with me for his PhD on the specific area. He has observed the measurements and they did for that. Then this shows how the marine growth has formed on the particular area, and then beach was formed on the, this is before the intervention, after the intervention. And then also we had a very good marine growth on the both areas. On the right hand side picture is the one where I think Professor Dr. Filia will tell more about this marine growth on the particular area. This shows beach in that area, but we are yet to build the south reef for that. So this is about, I will show this video how it has evolved over a period of time. Maybe with this, since I'm already exceeding the time, so I will 2-3 slides I will take and then conclude it. This was the beach prior to the intervention. This is the structure of the reef, which was fabricated and then kept it on the beach. You can see it is almost like a big jumbo jet. 900 tons is the weight of the this particular structure. So now we have moved it into the sea, just using a airbags which was placed below the water. Precisely in terms of location and position, we could able to precisely launch the system into the sea. Normally, shipbuilding yards takes somewhere around 6 to 8 crores only for building that, but we did it in 60 to 70 lakhs. This is after the reef, how the wave breaks and how the beach is formed in the Pondicherry. But now they are doing, this is the beach, how people will go and enjoy on the beach in the Pondicherry. But now, since it is, we have built only the North Reef, especially during Northeast monsoon, the beach will disappear. But maybe if they build the South Reef, we will have a better beach in the future for them. Coming to the Kerala, I will come to the quickly the Kerala. This is the map which I was speaking about the Kerala coast. What was the statistics along the entire Kerala coast? This is being again updated with the local input from the irrigation department. We asked them to check to see whatever we have done using remote sensing as limited field data, whether it valid or not. Erosion of high erosion, moderate erosion, and low erosion, stable, all those things have been identified for the Kerala coast. Now, when we see the morphology of the Kerala, you can see here this pinch. This is the particular one we have a coastal origin, especially the yellow one. The main things we have a steep topography, but on the right hand side, you can see the number of whether rivers, whether it is small or big, they are there on the system. This needs to be considered very clearly because the sediment which is input from this particular rivers into the coast, again, it is the right time to assess and then see whether this particular one causes a significant amount of erosion along the Kerala coast. And we also try to compare with the bathymetry on the coastal areas and some sediments along the entire coast and then see what kind of interventions to be done for that. Especially during the wave climate, I think this is a buoy data from the 2 areas, Kozhikode and other places. Monsoon, as anticipated, it is very high. Similarly, we try to see the wave direction of it changes. It is very complex. It is not like East Coast, West Coast is always a complex pattern. And same thing is for other location. Now, when we see the depressions, which I was telling, this is the one analysis we did for that. Depressions have increased. Cyclone storms of 0.02%. Severe cyclone is 0.35. Overall, is there is a 1.44% increase in the cyclone activity around the west coast. That is why you are seeing a lot of things on the system. There is increase in the power and then increase in the level of this extent what we are seeing for the Kochi coast. This is from the data which was compiled from the IMD. Because we interact with IMD, we get all the data from them about the cyclone information. This has been compiled and then kept it there. Coming to the Shankumukham, we all know, but there is a lot of work to be done for the Shankumukham beach, which was badly eroded. But Puntura, we are doing some work. I think it is along with the funding from KIBI and then KSDC is doing, and then this work has already started. Tender was awarded, and then it is supposed to be taken up after the monsoon. This is the design of reef for that. Coming to the Kerala, now this is the part I think which Professor Biju has also talked about. If you see here, longshore sediment transport along the Kerala coast is also very important, but that it is significantly less compared to the onshore offshore transport, which Dr. Matthews will speak more about that. January, this is the beach. March, we have a little bit of more, especially during the May, we have a lot of longshore sediment transport coming and then hitting at this place. So unless we analyze this kind of longshore sediment transport trades along the Kerala coast, whatever solutions we do for that, it may not be of much use. So we were doing what are the causes? One is monsoon and then climate change, then fishing harbor at Chalanam. That is one reason why there are erosion on the other side, and dredging of the coastal port. All these aspects have been taken into consideration when we're designing the structure, and we did a detailed analysis of longshore sediment transport in that area. Then finally,
I hope, Dr. Ramana, there won't be much more left.
Yes, over. It's over. So finally, this is the one what it has been done for that, and then we are working on the climate change, how the structure has to be designed for that. And then this is my last message, which shows about why do we need a beach, because we wanted to pass it on to the next generation. Thank you.
Yeah, that last slide gives the message. Really, it is the message to all of us. Yeah. In fact, thank you, Dr. Ramana. In fact, he was telling that, I mean, many a times we discuss things without knowing what is happening around us, especially in the scientific world and technological world. And that Dr. Ramana has clearly presented before us what is happening around and what are the solutions now being looked at, and what are our capabilities. And one thing Dr. Ramana told, that scientists should interact more, and they should break their shells and come out to interact and share with the fellow scientists and also the public. That is also important with the public. Yeah, that is one of very important things. And again, Dr. Ramana told that look at the root causes before we go for any solution. That should be there. Look at the root causes and the dynamics of the system. That is very important. And one doubt, Dr. Ramana, it's not for discussion, but you talked about NDMA and the 300 to 600, 500 crores of rupees mentioned, kept for rehabilitation. Unfortunately, coastal erosion is not declared as a disaster. So the fund that we will get for coastal erosion, that I'm doubtful in it, because it is basically for the other things.
No, Dr. Thomas, I think to update you, I am the member of that. They already declared it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the information. In fact, Ramana, could you be here for the entire session, or you want to leave earlier?
No, I can be there. No problem. I think you can continue with other one. There is no issue.
Yeah. And one more thing is that whatever questions and whatever you want to interact, if you put it in the chat box, it will be very easy. Now, Dr. Joseph Matthew is here. Yeah. Again, we have a lot of interaction with both with Dr. Joseph Matthew and Dr. Ramana Murthy. And Dr. Joseph Matthew has been in this field for the last many years, especially international collaborations and international organizations, and how this new technology has to be brought into the different countries. He has worked in different countries, different projects, and a wealth of information. So Dr. Ramana also referred to the way the group has interacted. That's a group, a good group, and some the association of Dr. Joseph Matthew with the international organization is it is for the last many years. It is there that with all the experiences, I request Dr. Joseph Matthew to make his presentation, especially on the soft measures with examples. He has a lot of examples in India itself. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, and thanks to the committee, and Dr. Bijakumar has presented a very good summary, and it was an excellent summary about the present scenario and the problems here, and followed by a wonderful presentation by Dr. Ramana Murthy. I don't have much to say because he has covered everything. It was a very good presentation, Dr. Ramana, and thank you so much. And let me share my screen. Okay. So I'll be talking a little bit about soft solutions and some examples of that one, and nature-based. Basically, it is more or less the same thing. Rana has already mentioned about dune care beach nourishment, but I'll talk a little bit about beach recycling or reprofiling, and sand bypassing and backpassing already covered. Then wetlands, of course, you all know about that, and coral reefs, seagrass. Should skip that one. So before I go into the details of the soft solutions, I just want to ensure that we all agree on the erosion happening here. One is response to storm conditions. That is not really erosion, that is actually lowering of the profile only. So what happens in a natural situation, of course, we all know that one. Sand is taken from the beach, put it offshore, form a bar, and comes back. So it is a seasonal or a short-term thing, and the response of the beach towards that event. So it is in the cross-shore direction, and more importantly, in normal situation, it doesn't move sand from the profile. So it's an onshore, offshore exchange. So we all need to be really clear about the erosion, how the erosion, storm erosion, because all on average, many studies have shown that when storms actually not creating any severe damages to coast because this is an onshore, offshore exchange. So during the storm events, it is taking the sand, putting it back. So the beach recovery is all about the time between the energetic storms. In this situation, it is a monsoon in our case. However, as Dr. Ramana mentioned, there is uncertainties with the cyclone now. So the time between the storm events is really important, whether it can, the beach can recover to its natural position, even without the sand deficit or anything. This is exactly what happened during Cyclone Oki. It happened during the end of the, beginning of the summertime, end of November, early December, and the waves were not capable of pushing the sand back to the beach. So the next monsoon, it was very easy, the beach level lowered. So it need not be. And one more thing, what happened during Oki, the sand, normally the sand would go up to 5 meters, 6 meter water depth or 7 meter. And this time it has gone more than 10 meter or 12 meters, which we have actually some measurements. So it was very difficult for the waves of particularly December, January, very low wave height. We have already seen from Dr. Ramana's presentation, and not much energy there puts the sand back to the beach. So the unseasonal cyclone or the climate change definitely is going to affect our onshore, offshore exchange. So what happened in the past, we have removed the natural buffering capacity of the beach, and the beach recovery was made it impossible even during the dry season or whenever it was possible. So can we fix the cost now? I noticed from Professor Bijakumar's presentation, almost all the erosion, what is happening, where there is a sea wall there or some structure there, except one or two sites, which means whether we didn't understand the erosion problem, or solution was not right, or the design was not right, or naturally it is happening. So in the future thinking, we need to consider all these aspects. Okay, of course, several mentions about the site-specific measurement. The second one is the longshore or the retreat of the shoreline. That can happen, and it is happening many places here, littoral barrier or interruption to sediment supply, breakwater. So that is not induced by a storm. The cross-shore erosion was a short-term thing, but this is a long-term thing. So insufficient sediment available from the upstream direction, or more output than input. That's what is happening in Trivandrum now, or in Mudalarpudi area, interruption. So many things. So we need to deal with this one in a separate level than the cross-shore thing. Of course, Ramana mentioned about many things. So the thing is that what we are going to protect the shoreline, or the land behind it, or preserving the beach and restore the beach. And if it is protecting the shoreline, maybe hard structures, which we have already done. Are we going to preserve and restore the beach? Then we need to go for soft and hybrid solution. And now we have the problem of low-lying areas, inundation, and slow erosion also. So the soft solutions are mainly applicable for this low erosion area or flooding thing. And it is definitely applicable as a hybrid solution where we apply soft and hard measures. So here, many of the slides shown here, see this structure, overtopping is happening. So whether the erosion is happening, erosion means whether the shoreline retreat or the removal of sand from that area is happening, or only overtopping. If it is overtopping, whether it is best to redo the structure, or is it a structural elevation problem or the design thing, or getting a beach in front of that one. So we need to have a clear idea about what is overtopping, flooding, inundation, and what is actually erosion, because most of our studies have shown about 2/3 of the coast is eroding, and more or less same area already protected. So there's a mismatch. So some area it is actually overtopping, and where the solution may be different. And even the recent cyclone Taute, and only 10-15 centimeters of sea level rise from this data. I don't know the actual data. And in Dr. Manamurthy's presentation in Pondicherry, it was 0.71 meter. And here it was not that big, it was only 15 centimeters. Unfortunately, it happened during this spring tide, and a small increase in the water level caused coastal flooding. So we do need to identify where actually the erosion happened, where the overtopping happened, where the structural damage is happening. So all these processes to be differentiated and deal with it accordingly. Okay. So if it is the design thing, there are so many factors that is affecting the water level, and the offshore and nearshore factors, which is available in the literature also. And Kerala coast, let us come to Kerala coast and the applicability of a soft solution in our situation. Our beach is more exposed, of course, most of the Indian coast, both east and west coast, exposed to storms and cyclones, and different exposure to waves and currents. Southern coast may not be the similar type of the northern, and the shoreline orientation also. And we are getting waves from multiple directions, but primarily from the northwest during the monsoon time, so it is pushing sand to the south along most of our coast, and during the non-monsoon from the southwest, which is pushing sand to the north. That is why we observe sediment accumulation in the southern region. Of course, you already saw these things from Dr. Ramana's presentation. So Dr. Kurian, in his PhD thesis, 1987, classified the Kerala coast according to the wave energy conditions, and the maximum energy in the southern part of Trivandrum coast and low in the northern part. So this has also a really important control in determining coastal erosion and the nature of erosion or inundation. Because you have seen this one, different studies about the erosion protection or accretion areas along the coastal zone. Even irrigation department has identified or updated NCCR sites after the recent cyclone for various districts, but more or less the same locations. And all India levels, INCO has recently done a study, and they're using one rule called Bruin's rule for what would happen with the climate change. So there also, it says about 65% of the Kerala coast is under high risk. So these are all consistent observations and studies, whether the shoreline change or future predictions. So definitely we do need to do something. So a lot of options. I'm going to talk only about the bottom three, or the soft solutions: nourishment, dune care, and dune restoration, which we call sand-based solutions. So dune care is nothing but just nurturing the existing dune. If there's a dune there, then with artificial sand or planting, we can manage that. And of course, beach nourishment, introduction of new sand, and beach recycling and reprofiling, which is movement of sand from the lower part of the beach to upper part. And when beach nourishment brings sand from outside the project area, beach recycling is only within that area, only because our tide is very low and wind is not enough. Normally dunes are created by wind, cross-shore wind. And you saw from Dr. Ramana's pictures, the wind is not really cross-shore, it is along shore. So it is not helping to create that beach or a dune. So artificially, we need to do that, and because the tides are also not so high to create that dune. Then sand bypassing and sand backpassing. Dune is just a simple mound of sand. So for a dune to form, we do need a really good wide beach, dry beach. So whether Kerala coast has that one, maybe in one or two places, and predominantly onshore wind. And the function is, of course, this is a sacrificial beach, and when the sand is really available there for storms to come and get it and support it. So this is one of the examples of the dune projects that we did in Karnataka, only planting there. So this planting was to keep the sand in place, And it works very well now, even after several monsoons. So no other involvement other than planting. What we did to prevent public from going over the dune, that fencing was done, and some plants with the medicinal values and involve community also into that one. So dune planting is definitely essential, and there is quite a lot of selection method for selection of that one. And in front of the sea walls, in many places, there are dunes. Example, the left side, it is Vengurla in Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra, and sea wall there, and fishermen community very close to this one, low-lying areas, but they have access to the beach for the boats, and a beach in front, then a dune there. And Kalpakam in Tamil Nadu, Professor Mani, he did that one, a seawall and a dune and planting. So this is really tested here, both for the West Coast and East Coast. It is working very well, provided we do have a really good beach in front and sediment available. Beach nourishment, of course, I mentioned bringing sand from outside. And nowadays, the tendency is that not nourishment alone, but go for hybrid solution, which means that nourishment plus a structure like what you saw from Pondicherry or what is other place in Tamil Nadu, they just designed, and for Trivandrum proposal offshore reefs and nourishment. So this is commonly internationally as well as in India tested very well and successful solutions. So the problem with nourishment for us is the source of sand, which is a very serious problem for Kerala and India, of course, primarily for the west coast of India. Sand is then where it should be placed or durability of that one. The sand quality is really, really important. One of the key things I say about nourishment is the sand grain size. We may get a sand of a lower size and it will disappear immediately or slump. So the grain size is the most important thing for consideration of for any beach nourishment project. It should be sustainable. Then with the sand retention structures, if the longevity can be determined and based on numerical model studies like NCC are doing quite a lot of studies on that one. Then if required, sand retention structures can be placed and keep that nourishment longer or for a longer period also. The placement primarily determined by the source of sand. If the sand source is on the land-based thing, like the dredge sand heap on land, then trucking would be a better method and placing it on the dune so that the waves and currents will take it offshore and make an equilibrium profile. Dry beach nourishment, same weather, depending on that one, either by pumping. Profile nourishment, entire profile up to the depth of closure and or a bar formation, so that that's why I showed earlier crosshore bar formation. So the waves will take it back to the beach and create that equilibrium profile. So different methods which you have already seen. And the beach recycling. So as I mentioned earlier, this is designed for that one. It's a wide beach. Here the beach is about 140 meters. It's again from Karnataka. So taking from the lower part of the beach here, we were very sure that it should be taken only between plus 0.5 and minus 5 water depth, where the tide level is about 2 meters. So very large intertidal area, but very gently sloping beach. So the wind is not there to push the sand back to the beach. So the mechanical way we do need to take the sand, either for dune creation or even for elevating the beach profiles, like what is happening in Kerala, people call Kallakadal. So long period swells from the Southern Ocean comes here, especially during spring tides, then inundating the nearshore area. What we do need to do is simply take the sand from here, pushing it back to the upper part of the beach. So without any structure intervention, we can easily manage those sort of situations. So this is a project we did in Karnataka. Beach is very wide, narrow, fine sand, and sand taken from the lower part of the beach, and particularly during low tide time only, and created a dune here and properly designed and planted. Even natural growth was also there. This is a photo taken during cyclone Tauktae recently. Even still, it is very intact. No problem. So this is during the cyclone time. Even small waves coming. So you saw from the previous thing, very dry beach, but a small increase in the water level, 10-20 centimeters, water level increase, and reach up to the dune area. Without the dune, the nearest hinterland would have been flooded, that is happening very well earlier, and uprooting of many trees. But this simple solution like dune nourishment help preventing that inundation. Sorry. And it's another example for Bhatia, which is in Ratnagiri district of Maharashtra, as a pilot project we did in 2017. There also there's a very wide beach, but what happens during cyclone time, the waves come here, uproot all the trees and inundate this area. Coconut trees here and the research institute here. So flooding of the hinterland, that was the main concern. So a small design here, a beach will taking sand from the lower part and created a sand fencing. And this is the latest one, June 2021, after the cyclone. Still the dune is there, planted very well, and fence there. And fence using locally available material. We don't need to go for any high-tech thing, and beach is there now. So simple solutions are possible. However, remember, we do need a wide beach, sand available to do that. And our primary thing is inundation. Even in Tamil Nadu, they've been doing it in a different way against this inundation. Dr. Manamurthy knows very well this place, Vanagiri. And what happened there, the southern area, they created this bund, earthen bund. The function is same, even though a little bit erosion there, but that bund was protecting from inundation there. And here the photograph on the bottom right is a wide beach still there, and boats parked there, people using that area. But other place, without that one, even the building collapsed, I think during tsunami time, or sorry, after tsunami. This was constructed in 2005 after the tsunami, and within a year, completely gone. So in those sort of, maybe the structure was too close to the beach and the surf zone during the monsoon time. However, simple solutions work very well in many places. Next is the sand bypassing, which is only when we block the sediment, beach is trying to be an equivalent to the new alignment of that wave, depending on the wave climate. So the upstream side, fully with the sand, and downstream deficient of sand, that also should go into an equilibrium position. So the only way to do that is go backward, because sand is not there. One is moving forward, the other one is moving the landward direction. So this can be helped structurally by proper design using numerical models. So this is possible now, or manually also possible now. Bypass the sediment. It's really important in the case of ports, whether the port channel works as a sediment trap. So there it is a really helpful sand bypassing. I saw from Dr. Mana's presentation some similar sort of suggestion for Chelanam area. And this is actually Cherthala, north of Alappi area, and breakwater constructed, infilled everything, and at the same time.
It is Cheti.
Cheti. Is it offshore of Cherthala? Yeah, okay. Anyway, the sand bypassing, it's a simple thing. A small dredger is enough. Many are doing mechanically, either by pump or even in Chennai, they are doing it during an excavator, taking the sand. And simple methods, not high-tech equipment required for this sort of small bypassing thing. So many of the Kerala beaches, of course, we know that on Cheti or Mudalapudi or Cochin Port, wherever, they're acting as sand traps or blocking the sediment movement. So where we can easily manage by bypassing. So the sand is available there. With nourishment, we saw one of the problems was bringing sand up from outside. So the availability of the sand, suitability of the sand, environmental concerns. But with the sand bypassing, we are using sand from the same system. The sand is available, and we can use the natural hydrodynamics to move the sand. But only thing is that wherever the sand is locked or trapped, just release that one to the downstream areas. Backpassing, another thing, if the sand is blocked somewhere, it's like Mudalapudi, it was only 40, 60 meter beach earlier, and the breakwater extended to 500 meters, and the entire 500 meters widened there. And not only that one, about 5-6 kilometers of that one. So the impact of that one the upstream deprived of sand like Trivandrum. So what is happening in Trivandrum? No sand there, not in the upstream direction or not in the downstream direction. So why can't we bring sand from there? The beach is 100 meters there. So leave some, 500 meters and still it is growing, not stopping there. If you extend the breakwater another 200 meters, definitely this will grow further if sand is there from available from the south, of course, which will affect Bailey and other areas. So either change the design of this breakwater or try back passing. So 500 meters, if someone is taking 100, leave 100 meters there, because originally it was only 60 meters beach there. And for a safety thing, leave 100 meters there, take the remaining sand back pass, put in Trivandrum, and if required, retention structures, or leave it like that, see how it performs. This can be done without much costly equipment or time. It's not much used in India, something Kerala can try. But ownership of the sand will be a problem there. And if there is a new development in the newly accumulated sand area and the beach uses in that area, especially Mudalapuri, they are using some new port or something there. And literal drift patterns, of course, we can study that and using numerical models, and environmental effects, of course, would be studied. So this is one of the methods Kerala can try. Then coming to the nature-based solutions, I don't have much to say. Coastal wetlands, mangroves, we have already seen that on most of the experts are available. Sand dunes, I already explained more about that one. Coral reefs, not really applicable here. Oyster reefs and seagrass, not for our nearshore environment. And mangroves, it's not really suitable for open coast. In a sheltered environment, of course, estuarine environment, brackish water, really good, and which is not suitable for open coast. And coral reefs, of course, like Lakshadweep, you saw in the earlier slides, it's effective wave energy dissipator, and that also can be, however, not really for our coast. So this is the mangrove vegetation along the Kerala coast, a recent map published by Sri Lakshmi 2021. Some in the northern area, about 11.91 square kilometers, and the central part Cochin area, and south and Kollam, only very limited. All are in the sheltered area, nothing on the open coast. So I don't think this solution is suitable for open coast. And you have seen already the corals, and we have only few coral areas, Gulf of Kutch. Malvan, again, it's an offshore one, not in the nearshore area. Lakshadweep, Gulf of Mannar, of course, you all know, then Andaman Sea. So this is not really a suitable solution for our coast. So how we are going to select a method for Kerala? Imposition of structures, we know, already seen that one, and downstream effects, sediment deficiencies. And new sand must be added to the beach. Then it's the only way we can create beaches, because sand is not there. And we do need to get that sand back. However, these programs like dune care not suitable for highly eroding areas. In areas of low beach elevation, of course, sand with sand nourishment. If the beach is too narrow, with nourishment, dunes can be created, but the quantity of sand required will be much higher. Per lot of studies are required. And of course, the degraded or low-lying dunes can be strengthened by if sand is available. Our main problem is that sand availability. And dry beaches are requirement. There are quite a lot of prerequisites for the dune nourishment and where it reaches high tide, and we need to consider the sea level rise and storm surges. So the design is easy, but it is not a simple one. Nourishment, we do have sand stocked at many places. This is one example, Mudalapuri. I noticed, I went to this place, I had from this morning someone saying that we've been to Mudalapuri recently. They're dredging every year from there and stocking sand on the northern side, creating a dune. Of course, that dune is good. However, do we need all the sand there? Can we take that sand for nourishment somewhere, either for Trivandrum or downstream? And the second photograph the other day, Asianet published one, something around 25 excavators working in this area. This is Antakarnari. Whatever sand is coming there, some 200 trucks per day. So we are repleting the sand. And of course, the sand mining of Alapad area. let them take the commercially valuable sand, but whatever the residue, why can't they put it back to the system, either from dredging or from commercial sand mining operations? So these are some possibilities for sand availabilities. So the next steps for Kerala, definitely we all agree, and your recommendation also, we do need sustainable protection, but think about a hybrid solutions or soft solution wherever possible, and Kerala is in the right direction, and Trivandrum already in NCC are already designed something, and they're going to design similar things. And beneficial use of the dredged material or residual sediments from this sand mining or commercial sand based thing. In sand bypassing, definitely we should consider or backpassing. Like Chennai or Tamil Nadu has done inundation mapping, and your recommendation also, you are talking about this mapping requirements, which is really important. And we do need to have an inventory of the dunes, its present status, whether we can generate and conserve it, we should consider. So that's all from me for the 30 minutes. I hope that's enough for now.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph Matthew, sharing your experiences with us. In fact, he has clearly mentioned in which circumstances or under which circumstances soft measures are possible. This is something which we have to, I mean, this message has to be there in all of us minds, because many times we hear people, telling that we can go for soft measures everywhere, things like that. Dr. Joseph Matthew has given the right message. Thank you, Dr. Joseph Matthew, for a wonderful presentation. So we will go for Arofilio for his presentation. I think that we can go for it, and then we'll come for the discussions. Mr. Arofilio, he's probably a rare person with, we don't have much persons in India with a qualification on coastal zone management. In fact, he is a person with a qualification, PG, in coastal zone management. I understand it is from University of Newcastle. And he has been with the community there in the East Coast. And one of the wonderful videos on coastal process and erosion that has penetrated into all the people, that made a big difference in the thinking of the people. And in fact, Pondicherry, they have shown how a government can be pressurized to look for better options. Only because of Pondicherry, this option there in Pondicherry, that exercise was that has happened, and that's a good example how. They are not talking just like that. With the information, data, and with the proper documents, they are always coming up with the proper documents. So it's an experience for us also to get his views, and probably he may tell something which Dr. Ramana did not tell. What happened to the South Reef in Pondicherry? Please, Dr. Arofrio.
Well, Dr.
Please.
Thomas, thank you very much for all those nice, kind words. Yeah, I don't know where to begin. Well, first of all, let me say that, it's really a pleasure to be among all of you, and then to be able to share, our experiences, our journey. It all started quite spontaneously. Essentially it started because I enjoyed the sea. I would go to the ocean as a child, and I would snorkel, scuba dive, surf, sail, windsurf on our Pondicherry coastline. And then in that way I kind of fell in love with the sea, and then I decided to in fact study the subject. And then, as you mentioned, I did go overseas. I went to the University of Newcastle upon Tyne, and then I was very pleased to discover, ironically, in the north of cold England, a university teaching tropical coastal zone management. So that intrigued me. I said, okay, let's go to the north of England to learn about how tropical coastal zones have to be managed. I did that course, and then I lived overseas for a few years, and then when I came back, about what was it, about 8 years later, I saw Pondicherry had lost all its beaches, and then I was faced with the dilemma, and I asked myself the question, what's happened? Where have the beaches gone? Of course, it coincided with the fact that when I left Pondi, the Pondi harbor had just been built, and there was quite a bit of excitement about the harbor, and none of us really saw it as a problem. Neither did we understand the threats, the issues that could have come with the harbor. And so when I came back, that was the year 1999, 2000, I was found with a Pondi, that had no beaches anymore. And that's when we started looking around, and trying to understand what's happening, And you'll be surprised, and you may even be amused, that our first source of inspiration, actually, and the first answers we were finding were in fact coming from the Kerala coast. So we had, in the early years when we started making inquiries, we had got in touch with a scientist, a senior scientist, Dr. Tarapur, from the Central Water Power Research Station, CWPRS Pune. And so he had come to Pondi, and he was in fact responsible for designing the harbor. And he had come to Pondi, and he explained to us how in the 80s, they had designed this futuristic harbor, which had a sand bypassing system. And in fact, the whole design of the harbor focused and revolved around how the sand the sand that will be blocked by the harbor has to be dredged and then has to be shifted to the other side of the harbor, because on the other side of the harbor we have a high density, we have a population, we have an area with high density population, in fact the Pondicherry town, and how the harbor would in fact erode the beaches of the town if the sand bypassing is not done. So all this was in the study, all this was in the in the design, and a lot of emphasis, a lot of alternatives were looked at how to do the sand bypassing, and then this harbor was built with a sand bypassing system. And strangely, and this is a strange coincidence, because as a kid and as a diver, in fact, while building the harbor, they had a problem while building the submarine, this submarine sand bypassing tunnel, and they asked us if we could help. So for some reason, I find my fate being connected to this harbor and to the sand bypassing and to the underwater, this undersea tunnel. Right from the early days, when as a diver we participated and helped build that tunnel for free. It was just for fun, because for us it was experience, and I was just 18 years old, and these were things that were happening in Pondi. And then 20 years or let's say 30 years later, here we are still talking about the harbor, still trying to fix the problem of sand bypassing and the erosion caused by the harbor. But what was what was interesting was Dr. Tarapur. He told us, there's a very interesting study that was conducted in Kerala, because Kerala is facing a lot of erosion, and this is, I'm talking of the year 2000. And so he digs out this study and this report from 1964, and it was a study. Sorry, I'm not used to Zoom meetings, so I'm not getting any feedback, neither visual nor audio. Are you all listening, or am I talking to a blank screen?
Yeah, we are all listening.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
keenly listening.
Okay, thank you, because I'm not getting any visual or audio feedback, so no problem. As long as you can hear me, it's fine. A little later, I will share my screen also, and maybe just run through the presentation. So no problem. You can switch off your cameras if you want, as long as I'm getting and I know that in case there's an interruption, you let me know. So I was saying that, so he pulls out this document, which was a coastal erosion study conducted by the US Army Corps of Engineers. You know, the US Army Corps of Engineers had been invited on behalf of the government of India, and they were asked to study the problem of erosion in Kerala. And so he showed me this document and says, you know, this is the way actually we should go about it in Pondi. And so, you know, I'm just reading, I'll read a few excerpts from that report, because this is from 1964. So it's, you know, it's no new technology, it's nothing out of this world, it's no rocket science, you know. So so here it goes. Experience, so here I'm just reading out. Experience has shown that a sand beach with adequate berm width and sand dune backing the beach um, is the most desirable type of structure for dissipating wave energy and preventing flooding. Okay, so these people are not looking at beaches as ecosystems or as very nice spaces. You know, they're looking at these natural structures, you know, natural features like beaches. They're looking them as structures, you know, for coastal protection. And in fact, you know, already at that time it was known that beaches have this value, you know. Then another section that I read out. It is believed in most shore segments along the coast, the initial detrimental effect on downdrift shores while groins were filling under effect of natural processes could not be tolerated in light of extensive development close to the shoreline in this area. In other words, that, you know, the segments where groins were built, they had detrimental effects, you know, and those detrimental effects caused by the groins, especially in the form of erosion, could not be tolerated, because we have, you know, extensive development in Kerala right next to the shoreline. So it was already known at that time that, you know, these structures will cause problems. Sorry, I need some water. Then, then they say, treatment of specific shore erosion problems along the coast should be viewed in terms of an overall plan for stabilizing the shoreline. More quantitative data are needed for the entire shoreline to finalize details of such a plan. For this reason, it is recommended that a long-range data collection program be initiated as soon as possible. Several years, 3 years as a minimum, will be required to compile data before these data can be reliably utilized in the planning, designing, and construction of protective works to serve long increments of shore. And this is exactly to go back to what Ramana Murthy was saying earlier. You know, this data has to be actually collected much in advance to be able to anticipate and to be able to not act in a knee-jerk manner, as is mostly done. Now, this is actually the one important point that has to be mentioned, that coastal erosion very often here is viewed as the approach to coastal erosion is one of disaster management, you know, and disaster managements are usually knee-jerk and not well thought of. Whereas coastal erosion, you know, is something that is actually can be anticipated. It is known, it is studied, and in fact, you know, it's not disaster management, but it is actually shoreline management. So that shift in approach has to change when we deal with the coastline. What else can I? There was an interesting part here. Yes, so then they say the construction of additional rubble groins or repair of existing groins is not recommended unless an analysis clearly shows the groin system will function to retain sufficient littoral drift to protect the backshore and not cause intolerable adverse effects to down-dip shores. You know, now this is important.
One second. Are you presenting some slides?
Yes, I will also present some slides.
Now
yes.
you are not presenting. Okay.
No, I'm not presenting some slides. No,
okay.
This I'm just reading out. I'm reading out from that report from on the Kerala coast.
That
you know,
US Army report. Okay.
Yeah. And then the last thing, you know, the last recommendation is it is recommended when economical borrow areas of sand are located, particularly near critical erosion areas, a program be undertaken to provide beach fill and nourishment. You know, so this is actually the background. This is the background which you know, and this is the background which set us on the trajectory for you know, our beach restoration efforts in Pondicherry. So in fact, we have drawn a lot of inspiration from the Kerala study, and we have actually used it. We've used that knowledge in Pondi. So this is just a little brief background. I will now share my screen to just run through the Pondicherry example, because it so happens that it still is one of the few examples of an effort of beach restoration effort in the country. So where do I do that? I share screen here, and yes, here it is. So yes, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You can very well see it.
Okay. So, I'll essentially try to just run through this very quickly. I'll not be too technical, because Ramana and Joseph have already dealt on the technical aspects. So I will just try and recount it, from our experience, and, what we went through to try and get a beach back. We lost the beaches.
You can put it in full screen so that it becomes easy.
I can put it in full screen. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Thank you. 1 second. The tab is below the Zoom thing. Okay, that's better.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you. So, well, let's say, yeah, the first recognition is that the Indian coastline is soft. I mean, about 43% is sandy. There's a lot of muddy and silty areas, but it is soft, and because it is soft, it is vulnerable to change. And I think that's one thing that we need to recognize, and therefore the approach of dealing with our coastal environment has to recognize this fragility of this coastal system that we have. And of course, it has multiple uses. It has multiple uses, and this is where also I think the whole approach, our approach to a beach, has to actually integrate and take into account all of this. A beach is not just a heap of sand, but a beach provides all these functions and services which actually have a value. So when we sacrifice a beach, for example, for the construction of a harbor, be it a commercial port or a fishing harbor, and the fishing harbor is going to result in the erosion of beaches, we have to actually factor in all these things that we are actually going to lose. And similarly, if we want a beach back, then we have to have a solid argument, and also an economical argument, I feel, that says that this is what I am going to gain. This is what I'm going to gain by getting a beach back, and this is the monetary benefit I will actually have when a beach comes back. Just imagine the utility of beaches as freshwater reservoirs for for water supply. It's huge. Now I always cite this example of the Miami beach restoration efforts, which had begun in the 80s. So probably everyone knows that Miami is a very popular beach destination, and then it boomed in the 50s and the 60s. And then they started building small marinas and small harbors, and those harbors in fact interfered and caused erosion of the beaches, and the beaches disappeared. And then of course all the hotels started suffering, the tourism started suffering, because Miami lost its beaches. And then they realized that actually they need to restore the beaches, because the beaches is what brought them money. And since then they are now nourishing the beaches and maintaining the beaches, so that they have a beautiful beach space. Now, the cost of beach nourishment, and this is a study I'm quoting, the cost of beach nourishment is just 1%, of the money that is made in Florida from the business around the beach. So beaches actually do make economic sense, but of course we have to give value to the beach, and I think this is where probably we as a scientific community, and as also, let's say, people who want to protect and bring back beaches, I think we have to make people believe that, we have to make people believe that beaches can be brought back, and we have to make people, also want beaches. Because if there's a demand for beaches, that's when actually, whole society will start moving and trying to get the beaches back to our coastlines. If nobody values beaches, then they will disappear. There's no reason to protect or save them. So I think this is probably one thing we need to emphasize more and more. Beaches are important, and beaches can be brought back. Of course, this is well known, multiple, all the activities and pressures on the shoreline, on the beach. But what I want to emphasize here is one thing that we noticed while we were dealing with this problem of erosion is the reluctance to recognize that coastal erosion is in most cases a man-made phenomenon. One of the things we had difficulty with early on was to convince government authorities and government officials that coastal erosion was not a natural disaster. It was not a natural disaster. It was the result of man-made actions and poorly planned man-made actions. For example, the Pondi in the case of the Pondi port, I can't say it was a poorly planned action because the port was designed with a sand bypassing system, but then the execution failed. They never really actually undertook the sand bypassing, and that's why the erosion happened. But in one way or another, we can always link it back nowadays to a man-made problem, rather it's a large dam or it's encroachment of the beach space. So we need to factor that into our understanding of the coastal erosion. We will have one cyclone, one storm, and then we will all blame the cyclone and the storm for the erosion. But actually, the reason why the cyclone and storm was able to cause that much damage is because the foundation of the beach was already weakened by other, anthropological factors, man-made factors. And I think this is something that we should also emphasize. And now the beach, the coastal environment, in fact, one of the challenges of the coastal environment is that it's highly dynamic. And I think this slide really represents it very well. It shows, the shoreline in motion. And you can see also, one can see how sand is actually moving all the time. It's not, beaches are just not a static heap of sand, but they are, almost living grains of sand, moving all the time, churning and moving from one space to another, now we come to our Pondicherry story, and so we have the Pondicherry harbor here. Okay, we can see the two breakwaters, and what's very clearly visible is that the sand coming from the south, this arrow here indicating the sand coming from the south, is blocked by the harbor, and because it's unable to go around the harbor, it's accumulating here, and then on the other side we have a massive a process of erosion. You can see the red dotted line showing more or less the shoreline change that has occurred due to this harbor. And the submarine tunnel, which I spoke of, is in fact in this area. You can see one entrance of the tunnel on this side. It goes under the harbor and it comes out on the other side. And of course, in this slide, interestingly, that's one of the rare times they were using the submarine tunnel to bypass the sand. So you can see the dredger, and you can see a pipe going into the submarine tunnel and then not very visibly coming on the other side. This is one of the few times when the submarine and the sand bypassing was actually used. And I think this is, in fact, I'm surprised. I don't know why. Since this experiment was undertaken in the 80s, and this is not modern day technology. This is, done in the 80s, done in India, designed, by our scientists, our engineers. And why since then we haven't seen this being replicated, in other ports? In fact, I would even say that it should be made compulsory. Any port, any structure that is interfering with the longshore movement of sand, it should have a sand bypassing system. The thing is that, the reason why it failed in Pondi is it's because it is an expensive operation. It costs to bypass sand. You have to use dredgers. It is costly. It is a complicated operation. But the fact that the designers and the engineers recognize that it is a complicated and costly affair, it should make them think twice before they build structures like that, because erosion also has a cost. When we are eroding a coastline, that also has a cost on the government. It has a cost to the society, to people. So it's the country is losing resources. The country is losing money, by losing its coastline. So when we build a structure like this, it should be done, thinking of its impacts and the costs, and then therefore deciding, whether it's necessary or not. In the case of the Pondicherry port, honestly, I mean, we don't see the utility of it, but the damage it's causing and the environmental cost and the social cost it's causing is disproportionate to the benefits, the port has brought. This is, the Pondy Beach on top before the harbor was built, and then the eroded shoreline after the harbor came up and all the beaches disappeared. So this is on top is, the beach that I used to swim in. And then when I came back from my studies in the UK, this is what I found, a beach without sand anymore. Yes, this I mentioned. Sorry, I mentioned this one about the. So now came the. I'm skipping here a little bit because Ramana has already spoken about the beach restoration project to quite an extent, and so finally the sand bypassing, was decided to get done, and so the beach restoration project happened, and all the sand that was stuck at the harbor was finally, okay, let me correct myself. Not all the sand, but some of the sand that was stuck at the harbor was now brought and used to nourish the beaches in front of the town. Now, this journey from problem to solution was a long journey. It took us about 15 years or more to get there. And the breakthrough we made was when we met Ramana, and at that time his secretary. I mean, of course, his boss, Dr. Atmanand, and then his boss, Dr. Sailesh Nayak, all of whom were just, almost eager to try something new. For all these years, coastal erosion meant that you just had to build a seawall or you had to build groins. There's no point trying anything else. And we were opposed to that, because we were saying, we were seeing how in Pondi, the groins that were built were actually causing more erosion than formation of beaches. We had done a little study, and we had seen that the amount of sand accumulating on one side of the groin is just 1/3 of the sand that is being lost, 1/3 or 1/4 of the sand that is being lost on the other side of the groin. So it's almost a 1:3, 1:4 ratio. You build a groin, yes, you get a small beach, but then on the other side, you're losing 3 to 4 times the amount of sand. So is it really worth it? Is it even making any sense? In our case, it wasn't. And we were looking for people who would help us to solve this problem. And that's when we got in touch with the NIOT, Dr. Ramana, Dr. Atmanand, and I don't know if it's providence or what, but then they were all keen to try something new, something different. And of course, the proximity of the NIOT to Pondi also was very favorable. And they decided to choose Pondi as a pilot project for beach restoration. So then we started this project jointly. Of course, they did with the help of Joseph and Kerry Black, the design. And our role in Pondican was more to facilitate this process. We never want to be part of we never wanted to be, or claimed, or let's say thought that we could contribute in terms of the engineering. They had all the capabilities. We just were representing the citizen, the public, and the environment, and we wanted a correction of the errors that were made in the past. And this is something I want to emphasize, because whenever we discuss with local communities, and also a lot of government officials, once the error is made, it's as though once the problem has been created, it's almost as though the problem cannot be fixed. It's accepted as a new normal, sort of, and we refuse to accept that. We said, no, it cannot be this new normal. The new normal is when the environment is restored. And so we kept pushing for the restoration of the beaches. And again, it's not something that we are coming up for the first time. that we are the inventors of this idea. This is being done the world over, you know. more and more countries are restoring beaches, are restoring their environments. And we just felt that, you know, it's time that it should be done in Pondi. And I think the NIOT and the Ministry of Earth Sciences was also on the same wavelength. And so this journey began. And here, this slide, you can see the restoration, sorry, the beach nourishment. Here, I must say also, I would like to add, because this is a dredger that usually, you know, is used in harbors to, you know, dredge the harbor mouth. But these dredgers will go offshore and they will dump the sand offshore. You know, they will reject the sand and they will, it's, you know, just dispose it offshore, out of the littoral zone, out of the, you know, littoral, let's say the shoreline where in fact sand moves. So that sand is actually lost from the system. And I think it's also time to change that policy, that, you know, not a single grain of sand should be allowed to be wasted from our coastal system. You know, all sand that is dredged within harbors should be used for beach restoration. Yes, I agree that there may be situations where the grain size may not be right, or there might be other you know, other conditions. So it cannot be a very generalized statement. But in principle, you know, all useful sand should be used for, you know, beach nourishment. Now, I think this policy of disposing the sand, you know, came up in the 70s and the 80s when, you know, when shipping was highly polluting and there was plenty of sand, you know. But so, you know, at that time, the harbors would have a lot of contaminated sediment, and therefore that contaminated sediment was not suitable for disposal on the shore, so it had to be disposed of offshore. But shipping has changed a lot today. Harbors are much cleaner than they used to before. They may have some contamination, but still, I think the impacts of that contamination would be much less than the impacts of erosion we are facing. So every grain of sand, I think, should be brought back on the shore. And today also we have a shortage of sediment on the shoreline, and it should not be wasted, you know. Ramana spoke about the twin reef, the two reef concept. I will not dwell too much, you know, upon that. What I would like to say and emphasize is the point that we made. We emphasize that whatever structure is used along the shoreline, it should be, you know, something that can be dismantleable, something that is temporary, and not something that is permanent, you know. And this was, let's say, a Pondican's kind of strong demand, because the coastline is a dynamic environment. It is ever changing, you know, and it constantly needs to be monitored, and, you know, they'll will have to adjust according to what's happening along the shoreline. So these massive, you know, permanent structures actually are almost, you know, antithetical to the whole. They go against the very nature of the coastal environment. Especially our, you know, dynamic, sandy, soft coastal environments, which we have in this country. And therefore, you know, we narrowed down on this concept, which was this reef caisson, you know, this triangular samosa shaped or spaceship shaped reef, which could be sunk today and even tomorrow, if necessary, lifted off and floated away, you know, or even cut to pieces and sold if need be, you know. So this is something that I really want to emphasize, because yes, you know, we do agree that hybrid solutions will be necessary. You know, hybrid solutions will be necessary, even though we were opposed in principle to structures being built along the shore, because, you know, the only fix to a beach is sand and more sand. You know, the only way you can get a beach back is by giving it sand and more sand. But in this case, yes, it made sense to have a structure to hasten the process of stabilizing the coastline. And, you know, let's say the example I often give is that, you know, the difference between a reef structure like this and a groin is that a groin behaves a little bit like a barricade on a road. You know, the traffic cannot go through. but a structure, submerged structure such as the reef, acts a little bit like a speed breaker. So then, the sand slows down, but it, the structure doesn't prevent the sand from going over it, and then flowing to the next shoreline and the next beaches. So a few more shots here of the reef. And then, of course, the benefits we gained from that structure. You can see here before the reef was built and after the reef was built, the beach that came back, and little by little, the beach, in fact, for the first time in 30 years, we had a beach of about 400 meters length in front of the town. So, this is the shoreline before the reef was built. Then you can see here the reef now has been fully submerged. The reef is fully submerged. This is part of the structure that connects to the reef, but the reef is underwater here. And you can see after the nourishment and the placement of the reef, we had about 400 meters beach returning to Pondi. This is how it was in the 1950s. And I think we can come back to something like that soon. We're looking forward to it. Of course, there's still a lot of work to do. And, again, I would want to, I cannot overemphasize, the need for sand nourishment and sediment management. I think the key here is how we manage our sediment and how we, keep ensuring that beaches keep getting the supply of sand. Structures will just help fine tune the system, but, we cannot do without the sediment. We need the sediment from one place or another. And here I would like to add that an area which I feel has not been explored yet in India, and this is something that I've been discussing also with Ramana, is to look at offshore sources of sand. I mean, it's true, there is a lot of speculation that the rivers are carrying less sand to the ocean. Although I'm not entirely convinced of it. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense because there have been a lot of dams that have been built. There have been, let's say, there's a lot of sand mining. There's also a lot of water that is extracted before it reaches the ocean. So it could very well be that there is less sediment reaching the ocean. But at the same time, we have had a lot of deforestation. We have had a lot of urbanization. We have had a lot of, poor soil management taking place. And we have had also, episodes of, increased intense rainfalls, which also could then carry more sediment to the sea, So I'm not sure if one compensates the other. But anyway, this is something I think that would need to be studied, I mean, I think we need to quantify this and we need to be able to evaluate this in terms of our shoreline management plan, because that's one source of sediment. But I don't think we should rule out, and I think it would be interesting to explore the possibility of, borrowing sand, as they say. We're not mining sand, but we want to borrow sand from an offshore sink to be used for beach replenishment. This is being done. In places, in other places in the world. I don't see why it cannot be done here. Of course, I can imagine that the fishers and the fishing community would be apprehensive about that. But I can also at the same time foresee that if they are made part of the decision-making process, and let's say that sand is used for the coastline of their village, or let's say 5 villages together say that, yes, we agree to, designate this area offshore where the sand is, the sediment is suitable to be used for our shoreline protection, I'm sure they would agree to a scheme like this. But I think this is something that I think is worth exploring. And I would definitely put it as one of the to-do things to, at least do a pilot project, evaluate the costs and benefits, the environmental impacts, and look into that. I think with this, I'm almost done. Anything else I've
It is
missed
almost
out?
your time also. Your time is also getting almost
my time is getting over. Okay, good. So I think I'm kind of done.
There are a few more minutes are there left if you want.
Yeah, no, I think I've covered all the points, and I think I'm done. We can, if there are questions later, I'm available, and then we can have.
Thank you, Mr. Arodio. In fact, he has surprised me. He has surprised me some time back when I met him. Then when he told me that he is a PG in coastal zone management, tropical coastal zone management from University of Newcastle. Really, I was surprised. And now with his presentation again. He's, I mean, it's a wonderful presentation, very good presentation. And his suggestion that look for sand source in the offshore probably needs a lot of social engineering to get an acceptance for that. But that is a worth looking recommendation, and he has emphasized the need for sediment management. The key is sediment management. And now we are talking about the new normal, and he clearly told that new normal is, I mean, we can think about only when the environment is restored. Yeah, this is a message. This is a message. Now we are looking, we now always talk about this new normal, and another thing is that not a grain should be wasted. Not a grain of sand should be wasted, because in our Kerala scenario, we know that a lot of sand is being wasted. It is being taken away from the sand by the system, by the, I mean, I should say the government system itself. It is being taken away. That is a, and the point that any intervention should be dismantled. That is wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Arofel. In fact, I don't know that there are any questions in the chat box. I don't find any questions in the chat box.
Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
Dr. Thomas, there was a question which came to me because I sent that, that initial note. It came to me.
Okay.
The question is actually to Dr. Ramana, and obviously others can also add. The question is, I'll read the question. This is from Usha. They're asking, what do they think is a solution to Chellanam and Shankamugam? And the other pertinent question is, can people continue to live safely there? I mean, that is about Chellanam. So the question is, what is the solution do they think about Chellanam, and can people continue to live safely there? What do you think the intervention should be at Shankamugam? I think this is more to Dr. Ramana than others. Yeah.
I will answer. I think I think this question is a very pertinent question, but answer is not that simple. You also know very well, and Dr. Thomas also know that. Actually, when we see, first of all, the solution which we are planning for Chellanam, because due to the paucity of time, I could not present it. We were looking at a coastal stretch of 10 kilometers, right from Chellanam Harbor to Cochin Port, to see what would be the immediate solution and what would be the long-term solution. This is what we were thinking at initial stage. In fact, we have a meeting in the afternoon. We are discussing with all these experts again to finalize this particular concept, whatever we have proposed is good or not. Basically, we are looking at two angles in this particular 10-kilometer stretch, where which is highly vulnerable to the coastal stretch. We wanted to strengthen using the hard structure, but very limited one. But whereas where the fisherman community wanted some kind of landing places, that also we are thinking of and providing it to the system. That is about the solution, but I can tell you only after 2 weeks what could be the finalized solution. Second one is about, is it safe or not? In fact, I was discussing with Thomas also. See, what happened to Chellanam was we were seeing what is really happened on the seaside and what has happened on the land side. If you see each and every flooding in Chellanam, which was, in fact, I have seen pictures from Dr. Thomas only, it takes away sand from the sea and overtops on the seawall and then dumps on the other side. Now there is a reverse slope which is created from the seawall towards the what you called as a backwater or creek. So whenever we have a flooding, so normally what is happening is this water overtops and then goes into the system. So we have asked the irrigation department to really go and measure the land topography of that area. Suppose if we need to do something, we need to strengthen on the land side also to elevate a little bit. Otherwise, it is not going to be a formal solution. Second one is, how do we reduce the force from the seaside also? That also parallelly we are looking at. Unless you see the problem from land side as well as seaside, we will not be in a position to conclude that. But the last question I see, I think you should answer based on my input, whether the people should be placed there or rehabilitated. I leave it to you because I think you're the better person for that.
That's a wonderful answer, Dr. Ramana. Yeah. I think any other questions?
There was a question addressed to Dr. Thomas. That is regarding the project of beach restoration. Sorry, the Kovalam, where they have initiated the reefs installed in submerged reefs installed in Kovalam, and what is the status and what is the success of that project?
Dr. Joseph.
Dr. Joseph.
The purpose of that Kovalam Reef was not coastal protection alone. It was for recreation and ecology enhancement. So that was why it was created as a submerged reef, and surfing potential, one of the possibilities envisaged in that one. Second thing is that the material selected was geotextile with the rocks or any hard structure. Recreational activities would be dangerous. That is why one of the reasons this soft or geotextile was selected to minimize any risk because of the structural thing. What I haven't got any measurement with me now, but I've been monitoring the beach through Google Images, and I noticed that one, the beach is still intact while the remaining part of Trivandrum coast is severely eroding. There's not much erosion here at this place. The sand is intact. Unfortunately, some other development also happened there, like a coastal walkway they constructed. So that also affected. The design was before the construction of those structures. So a natural dune was there and a wave could move up and down easily. However, because of that vertical structure, it eliminated the wave's capacity to build that dune, or that is, leaving some of the dry beach part. So I would say it's a mixed response, and knowing that it was not for 100% coastal protection, it was for recreational and ecology enhancement. And we noticed that immediately after the reef construction, huge colonization of the mussels and other things. So that definitely achieved quite a lot of tourists attracted to this place, international and domestic tourists because of this. And so that also achieved, and it also helped to maintain the sand there. Having said that, on the other structure, the cost on the dune itself, and quite a lot of new buildings in that area, that also affected the performance of the structure.
Okay, another thing is that have we any mapping available for Kerala where sand dune protection can be initiated, or we have any available study where we can prioritize this kind of a thing? That is again to Dr. Joseph Matthew.
I'm not aware. I checked on the web if there is any mapping available. I think NSS has done some survey, but not really dune mapping. They have done shoreline change and beach profile monitoring. But I'm not anyway. Someone, Dr. Thomas and or Dr. Ajay Kumar can answer to that one, because it was they have been doing some work all along the Kerala coast. Dr. Thomas, you want to comment on that one about the mapping of the dune along the Kerala coast? It was your domain.
As such, we don't find any dunes right now along the Kerala coast. Only some reminiscents are there in the North Kerala, I mean Kasaragod district, and a few dunes were there in the BSSC area earlier. That is all. I mean, now it is not doesn't have any shape or things that we cannot call it dunes as such, or dunes in the real formation. And in the sea sediment which was prepared recently by NSS, no dunes have been marked.
Okay, there is another general question, that is about what is the difference between nourishment and reclamation in beach?
Okay. I think Dr. Ramanamurthy, do you want to explain that one?
Anything, I think maybe since you have started, I think you can start that. I think I can supplement it.
Nourishment is to create a beach, sand loss from that system, either lost beach or create a new beach. So purely creating, nourishing that one, not actually create, even artificial beaches are also there using beach nourishment. But reclamation is a filling of the land, like what the port did something in, I think, Cochin. Reclamation of the land, and this happening in Vinyam is reclamation actually, not nourishment. So the sea part they fill, so it is filling thing. The other one is wherever there's a beach there, strengthening that beach with putting additional sand, and reclamation is filling some area.
Okay, so that another, yeah, thank you. That explains the thing. And then there is a question that there to Dr. Ramana. You have said that you have the coastal erosion is declared as a natural disaster. Whether that's applicable now, or shall every government consider like that, or what?
Actually, I will tell you. I think Dr. Thomas has also asked about that. What happened is recently when we have this river and coastal erosion, there is a committee formed by the additional secretary in NDMA. So far, they were being addressing only flooding as the what you call as a disaster. So that's what Dr. Thomas was also telling. But in recent time, I think this NDMA has submitted a proposal to NITI Aayog, and finally it has approved by the government. So now they are drafting a policy document for the what you called coastal and river erosion. So that committee was already formulated. I am a member of the committee. First meeting was already held. And then now they have allocated a fund of somewhere around 350 to 400 crores. Once the policy document is ready, then it will go to the all state governments. But unfortunately, in the last meeting, I have not seen any representative from the Kerala. So they invited all the representative from Kerala. Maybe the communication was a problem from their side to Kerala or Kerala to the other side. I don't know. But basically, Assam and many states have represented, but I didn't see the representative from the Kerala. So maybe after the next meeting, I will ask specifically whether you people have called Kerala or whether they have come or they have not. You have not called. So I will explain that part.
Okay, so thank you. Another, there are few. Yeah, please.
You have more questions, please ask, because there are some questions coming to me also. That's why.
Yeah, and
but you complete it, and then
few questions on the mineral sand mining. Whether in a critically vulnerable area, the mineral sand mining can be done in a sustainable manner.
If I answer that one, removal of any sand from the beach system is not good. However, you need to balance the need for industry and cater that one. There is always mitigation measures are there. Putting the residue, it's not 100% minerals only. It's only a small percentage sometimes. Monsoon time, of course, it is 100%, but non-monsoon time, it may be 80 or 50% or less than that one. So why can't you put the sand back? So mitigation measures should be there. Then if required, sand can be bring back to the system, or some other structures is possible. However, the company's operational cost will be much higher. They want 100% black sand or minerals only when they mine that, and so the operational cost can be minimized. If it is 20% minerals and 80% other quartz or other sand, then the efficiency will be much less. So normally the companies won't prefer to put the sand back to the system, because it will increase their workload and decrease the efficiency. The answer to the question whether sustainably mined, no. Removal of any grain from the system is a disaster.
Okay.
Mitigation measures.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I add on to it? In fact, Dr. Ramanamurthy also knows that the recent CRZ notification says that the remnant sand or the balance sand should be deposited
back
in the beach, and also during monsoon time, no mining should be there. And one more thing is that no mechanized mining from the beach, active beach. these things are, if you are implementing, there will be some sort of a management there. As Dr. Joseph Matthew told, any removal is disaster to the coast. Arofuri also told that. So that is there. Still, if the industry is strict or as per this directions, if they are doing it, then partly the management will be possible.
Yeah, one more question to Dr. Ramana Murthy, and that is regarding the spatial management, marine spatial management. What is the status? Whether that kind of a management practice has been prepared for any states so far?
I will tell a little bit. I think after that, Dr. Thomas will add to that. In fact, this is the concept recently emerged. I think your own presentation starts with blue economy and ecosystem-based management. In fact, this marine spatial planning has come from the umbrella of ecosystem-based management. If you see on the past, whenever we do development plan for any city, what normally we do is only industry, basically economy into the consideration and society. But most of the time ecology was neglected. But when it comes to the seaside, especially from the two regions, now we also have, one is the region from the land up to 12 nautical miles and beyond 12 nautical miles to EJ. These are all the two regions, because the government also operates in different way. Up to 0 to 12 nautical miles, it is handled by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Beyond 12 nautical miles to EZ is handled by Ministry of Earth Sciences. Now that is why both these ministries are working together for the marine spatial planning. But the mandate up to 12 nautical miles lies with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Dr. Thomas is also one of the working group member, but I am also there in the system. Now these concepts have just emerged, and then if you see the MSP on the land up to 12 nautical miles, it is altogether a different framework. But if you see beyond 12 nautical miles, the resources are different, and then economic activities are different, and then stakeholders are different. But if you see less than 12 nautical meters, the wide spectrum of stakeholders are there, and then the density of the what you call population and activities are very high. So the framework, now we are at the formulation stage. Maybe I don't know when it will be ready. We expect that I think another 6 months time this framework will be ready, and then we have taken up a pilot project for Pondicherry and Lakshadweep, one ecologically sensitive area and one is with industry development. So basically to develop the framework for MSP. I think that should solve the purpose. At the same time, because one question was asked in the chat box, I will answer. One of the master students, he was asking something to be worked for the Malvan. We have some information on the Malvan, but if he is interested, he can approach us, and then we can support him. Suppose if you want to do on the architecture planning. So last time Dr. Thomas was asking, I am basically I have a dual degree. One is urban planning, and after that ocean engineering. So I do some planning also. Thank you.
Okay, there is a general question, probably Thomas sir can also answer, and that is the move to declare the entire coast of Kerala in the ZRS at 2 zone. What is the comment on that?
I think that that is not possible. It is impossible. It's only a wish. Maybe some people has advised our honorable chief minister, and he made a declaration. It is a wishful thinking only. As such, there is no proposal that it is not feasible also. And in fact, about that marine spatial planning, in fact, Ramana knows that it is a coastal and marine spatial planning. That is how the it is being taken up. And integration of, as Dr. Ramana told, it is integration of the coast area with the ocean space beyond that. That process is now going on. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there are 2 more questions. One addressed to Orofilio. Orofilio, Sujitra is the the person who asked the question. Orofilio said coastal erosion is man-made. So if it is declared as a natural disaster, won't it make us not responsible for the damage?
Well, yeah, this is, I mean, nowadays everything is attributed to climate change. So if climate change is man-made, there is no more natural disaster. So now, let's say, in fact, no, but how much to actually attribute to a natural disaster, how much to a man-made one is that line is getting thinner and thinner. But in my experience, I have seen whenever somebody has shared an event or a story of coastal erosion, I have just gone on Google Earth and just looked, 10 kilometers to one side of the shore, 10 kilometers on the other. And invariably 80% or 90% of the times you'll find a structure, So, and then so this is just a very direct, visible cause, that's number one. And then now you add sand mining, you add damming of rivers, all the the things that affect sand supply. And actually, I think at the end of the day, you will see that natural disasters, of course, they do occur. But if the reason why they occur more frequently, according to my assessment, of course, I don't have data to support it, but I'm sure it's kind of intuitive also, is because the beach space, our beach system has weakened. The foundation of our natural beach system has weakened. Our coastal ecosystem has become more vulnerable because it has suffered various kinds of impacts. I mean, especially physical in terms of coastal erosion. And therefore, when the storm or a cyclone hits, we get hit harder. This is my my observation.
Yeah, two more questions, then Sridhar can take up the questions, and then otherwise.
Professor Biju, I just want to add to what Dr. Arofilo has told. One thing is that in the, again, CR's new notification, there is a provision that if due to a structure, some beach is closed, it is the responsibility of the project proponent to address it and mitigate it and do bypassing. That's there already there, but I mean, these are all questions of one major question is that whether the client, I mean, the project proponent will accept it is because of that the sea level has, I mean, erosion has happened. There are many other reasons, as we suggest always. That is a very challenging situation.
But Thomas, I think I will add because I think this is very relevant, because what happens to this is, I will tell you technically, and then other one is from the management of CRZ. If you see technically, there is an analysis which can clearly separate between action of man-made and then natural. This is called as a, it is now, I think Filio has reported, US Corps of Engineers report. They have done a classical analysis. There is analysis called even odd analysis, which if you have a shoreline change data for a long time, you can rarely, using eigenvalue functions, method available to separate the natural component and then man-made activities. I do agree with the Filio, man-made activities are immediately seen, but problem with the natural activities is you don't see the reaction quickly. That is why you will be always be in impression that man-made one is creating a lot of problem. See, anything you put, see, like suppose if you see cyclone-based erosion, that will happen immediately. So you can tell that because of cyclone it has happened. But there is a persistent change in the system, in the natural system. Over a period of time, it has aggravated erosion. That also to be taken into consideration. That is why I could not able to explain much. Spatial scale and temporal scale of each and every process is very important to separate out between the what has caused really erosion. In fact, maybe if you give, I think we will be doing it in a 1 year time. We are coming out with a good study on then see which process affects what kind of quantity of the erosion, that we are working on that, and mostly I think will come on the second one. The other one, I think Dr. Thomas, what he has told is, in fact, sitting in the central committee also, whenever we do clearances, for that you can go and refer an MOF clearances. All the clearances invariably, as long as I am there, beach nourishment is recommended. See, minimum quantity of the sediment transport which is there on that, it has been recommended in that, and but they do or not, that is different issue. Again, you can raise the alarm because it is there in the compliance report which is submitted every 6 months by the project proponent. That mechanism already in place in the all the central project which was cleared in the system, especially port projects, whether it is Ennur or everywhere, beach nourishment was made as a mandatory component of the system. I think that's all to add from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, just one more question, Professor Sona, and that is how do we expect blue economy to happen when the coastal erosion is happening at this kind of a rampant pace?
No, for blue economy, we are talking about various sectors. Suppose if you see on the blue economy, there are totally 7 sectors have been identified on that. Suppose if it comes to the coastline, there are 2 activities maybe Dr. Thomas can add. One is tourism, and other one is whatever you have livelihood for the fishing activity. These 2 things will come directly under the coast. But there are some activities which are beyond the coastline also. Of course, port also comes onto the system for that. That is why when we want to have a blue economy, marine, coastal and marine spatial planning, again to underquote which Dr. Thomas has stuff, that forms an important area when you allocate the spaces for that. See, there are places where your carrying capacity or there is no capacity for the particular area to expand. We should not recommend it. In fact, Dr. Thomas can correct me. The moment we started this ICZM plan, we are supposed to prepare a management plan for entire area. But now ultimately it has become simply mapping of HTL and LTN rather than doing any planning for it. Where namesake they say ICZM plan, in the book it is there, but if you see all ICZMP, they call it as a only HTL LTN. Other than that, they don't do anything. So now maybe it is the right time. Each state should have their own man. I think if you see whatever Filio has read, some of the statements which was told by US Corps of Engineers, it is applicable to the all the activities along the coast. You should see the coast in total. Each state should have a overall management plan for them. So that will really help us in extracting good economical benefit, also the balance about society and ecology. Thank you.
Biju Kumar, shall I go ahead with the questions? Okay, there are a few more questions that have come to me. I will take this lighter ones very quickly because they aren't. I mean, this is issues that we have already covered in many cases. One question is planting of mangroves or casuarina, as they are planning to do in some stretches in Kerala. Is casuarina a native tree in Kerala? Is it possible? I think this question was addressed in a couple of other workshops that we did. But there is also Dr. Sajeev, who is a biologist, who is going to speak about this question. But if anybody of you want to take this question, it will be good. Yeah, Joseph, sir.
Your ecologist can answer that one in a better way. But what my suggestion is that open course not a good solution, because we have seen, because it's unconsolidated sand there and a small wave activities enough to erode that thing. We have seen even houses falling, concrete houses falling. So big plants not at all recommended on open coast, but creepers and small bushes are okay for viewing. Not big.
Yeah. Yes. I think when Sajiv's presentation comes, or his intervention comes, we'll handle that again. There is one question to Orofilio. This is about the Pondican process as well. Very briefly, can you describe some of the processes of creating a citizens action group of this nature? It's a slightly broad question, but I think it's a critical question. Yeah. So Orofilio, if you're around.
Yes, sure. Yeah. Let's say I must say that, you know, when we began, actually we were quite combative. You know, we were, you know, you want to blame the government. You want to, you know, you're impatient. You know, but then over time we learned that actually you know, and especially after, you know, we met the NIOT and we met the right partners, you know, then we realized actually that, you know, collaborative effort, you know, nothing works better than a collaborative effort, you know. And so we really ensured that, you know, this collaborative spirit, you know, endures, you know. Of course, you know, there will be differences of opinion. You know, we've had differences of opinion sometimes with you know, with NIOT, with Ramana, because whatever said and done, you know, everybody's operating under certain constraints. You know, I'm sure if Ramana's hands were free, you know, he would probably be on our side, but in fact, you know, we understood his constraints. You know, I mean, there are certain constraints. Something you know, very simple as you know, sand bypassing, you know, beach nourishment. You know, at one point of time, you know, we were refusing all structures, and we were saying, no, we just want pure 100% beach nourishment. And then it all came down to, you know, will the finance department accept, you know, such a thing? You know, for them it'll be a scam. You know, you're just shifting sand from one side and dumping it on the other. And the number of questions you'll have to answer, someone sitting in the finance department who has no clue of coastal engineering, who has no clue of coastal processes, you know, it means that this project will never come through, you know. So So that's when, and then, okay, we did see value. We did see value in a hybrid system. Okay. And then, so there are pros and cons. And then you have to, so that's one is collaborative, and then the second thing I would say is persistency. You have to be persistent, and you have to be kind of convinced of what you're doing. For me, I mean, personally, this is my personal thing. It's, for me, it's not acceptable that, we had a beach and we lost it for a mistake, for an error, for whichever error. I'm not saying, I'm not blaming anyone. It's a societal error, we can definitely reverse it, so then why should we live with a bad world? This is my personal take on it. I don't know if that answers the question.
Sort of, yes.
Sort of,
See, at least about the collaborative, I think it answers a lot about the collaborative effort. I mean, right now the effort that you're seeing here is not four different players standing at 4 different regions and trying to answer the same question.
Yes.
It is sort of a starting of a collaborative effort.
Yes.
And it's all obviously been an effort from the civil groups as well as the scientific groups. And interestingly, there are a couple of other people who will be talking about how this effort is slowly finding meaning. And we'll hear some things from Dr. Verma and Dr. Sajeev also, about how this is finding meaning now. So, but before that, let me just take, one question, which is, I think, to Dr. Thomas. The question is there any sand bypassing process that was planned in Vizhinjam? And can that be, or planning something like that, would it solve the current problems?
Right now, there is no sand bypassing as such in Vizhinjam. In fact, Dr. Ramanamurthy was one of the members of the committee which gave permission to the board there, and I know the effort he has taken to make it a balancing one, but as there are always some constraints here. So right now there is no proposal. The other one, whether it is sand bypassing, I mean, there is a reclamation is taking place. It is not bypassing. So once the reclamation is taking place, it is being, as Joseph Matthew told, it is being trapped there. Once you trap there, that is going to affect the entire coast. So that is, if the reclamation is not there, then we could have thought of sand bypassing and other things. They are trapping sediment there, which should have been gone to the other side. So I don't think that right now, with the system existing now, the plan and design of the port, this is feasible.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. This is one, I think right now, last question before we open up for people also to respond. But one question to Dr. Ramanamurthy. This is very important question. I think, Thomas, sir, you're also involved in this process. See, the question is, I'm reading it as such, okay. So you were part of the study team that brought out the National Assessment Report 2018, which covers 26 years. This definitely makes you an expert to comment on the monitoring reports that are produced as per NGT ruling on erosion along Trivandrum coast, which states that the spots of erosion such as Valyathura, Shangamugam and Pondura remains same before and after the commencement of the Adani port. Do you want to comment on it? I mean, Dr. Ramanamurthy and Thomas, sir, both of you can comment on it, but starting with Ramanamurthy, yeah.
I think this is a bit difficult question, but I think I will try to answer as much which is convincing to all of you. So not that convincing all of you, let us see further. In fact, if you see the Vizhinjam Harbour, I will tell you a little bit of brief background about Vizhinjam Harbour when it has come. Originally, when the proposal came to the center, that time Adani was not there. It was by the Kerala government who has proposed, and then it came to the clearance on the forest state. When the clearance was given, it was given on the name of what you called special purpose vehicle, which was constituted and then given to them. In that, there are, especially on the coastal erosion, still that committee exists, but I think there are some members from the Kerala and from other side also. You are supposed to monitor the shoreline changes continuously and submit the report to the government of Kerala as well as to the NGT. This still exists. So they conduct the meeting and then they submit it into the system. But when we come to the performance, I think after construction of complete Vizhinjam Harbour, what is happening to adjacent coast, it is too early to say at this stage, because I understand from the Vinigam Port extension of the breakwaters, of course, reclamation has already started, and then breakwater construction is also progressing well into the system for that. If based on the scientific study or even for the scientific information, I feel we will get some signal in the coming years about the quantum of impact of the Vinigam Port on the adjacent areas. But we should also not forget that Vinigam Port may be having some effect. I am not denying for that. But there are other causes which are responsible for the Sankapishan beach also to be lost for that, not alone the Adani Port. So as said by I think Mr. Filio in the past, we need to clearly discriminate between the what is caused by natural thing and what is caused by the Adani Port. Then it will be we are in a better position to address it to the system. So these all my views at that stage for that. But our National Coastal Zone Management National Assessment Report, it talks about the overall. But suppose if you want to do any specific study on the particular area, which we need to do a high resolution mapping in that area with more field data, then only we'll be in a position to get the right kind of information on the particular area. But I think that one Dr. Thomas can answer already. The monitoring committee which was kept by the for Vinigam Port should essentially address that. But I don't know the status on that. I leave it to Dr. Thomas.
The committee is,
I
mean, the monitoring is happening. The committee is vetting it, and as the question is raised here, it is there is no significant change. That is the finding of the committee, which is the report says. Basically, the issues, you know, that if you take the coast from Kovalam to Shankamugam, we know that we are keeping that shoreline intact with our intervention. Every time if something, the entire coast is having seawalls, and we are always trying to keep it intact, that line. If it is sunken, we will rebuild it. And so that is the limitation of this when we with these studies using remote sensing. Always it shows the shoreline safe, but the impacts we have to document in a different way. That is the problem with this monitoring now happening there. And also they are doing the beach profiling also. If you strictly look at the beach profiling, again, till the point where this structure is there, we don't find much change, and they are not going into the near shore. If you go to the near shore, we will see the deepening of the near shore. That is not being done. And that is the reason why it is always reported the shoreline is stable, but the impact-wise, it is not addressed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Bijukumar,
I think
two people have asked for that they want to, ask the question and suggest they want to speak. This is Dr. Tito and another person called Sanuj. But I have suggested to them that there are two more people who have to talk. At least Ajay Kumar Verma.
Yeah, that I think, I think we can, നമുക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവസാനം എടുക്കാം. തോമസ് സാർ അതൊന്ന് സമ്മപ്പ് ചെയ്തോട്ടെ, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് you can take over.
I think that there is not much things to sum up because I was in fact all of them Dr. Ramana gave what is happening in the country right now and our capability, the country's capability to develop strategies or solutions for the for coastal erosion. And Dr. Joseph Matthew, he told, where is it is possible, soft measures, where it is possible. It is not possible all along the coast. There are limitations are there that we should understand. That limitations when we look at a coast like ours, which is a high energy coast, which is a high energy sandy coast. So that should be, that message he has given. Arofilio, yeah, in fact, he finally in that discussion he told, citizen movement should always be collaborative, not combative. So that is the message he has given. Very good presentations, and I think that our knowledge has increased manifold with these presentations. Thank you, Dr. Ramanamurthy. Thank you, Dr. Joseph Matthew. Thank you, Mr. Arofilio, for these wonderful presentations and also the interactions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
These were excellent presentations and we all enjoyed. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Martin.
We will now move with the rest of the presentations, especially these are meant mainly for giving out the strategies and how we'll approach and how the government department can actually plan for coastal protection. And the session will be chaired by Sridhar. Sridhar, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Biju. ഇത് എനിക്കൊന്ന് മലയാളത്തിലും കൂടെ ചെയ്യാം. കാരണം നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ അത് ഈ പ്രസന്റേഷനിൽ ഒരു ഏറ്റവും ക്രിട്ടിക്കലായിട്ട് ഇന്ന് നടന്നൊരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ രണ്ടും കൂടെ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരു കൺസൾട്ടേറ്റീവ് പ്രോസസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞെങ്കിലും 3 ഇന്ത്യയിൽ തന്നെ ഈ കോസ്റ്റൽ മാനേജ്മെന്റിൽ ഏറ്റവും നന്നായിട്ട് ഇന്റർവെൻഷൻസ് നടത്തിയ 3 ശാസ്ത്രജ്ഞന്മാർ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് അതിൽ എല്ലാവരും കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയുമായിട്ട് വളരെ ക്ലോസ് ആയിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുകയും റിയൽ ഇഷ്യൂസ് സോൾവ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളവരും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അപ്രോച്ചുകൾ കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ആയിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നവരും ആണ്. പീപ്പിൾ ഹു ഹാവ് all the 3 scientists, as we heard, are people, including Dr. Thomas, in fact, are people who have really done and can probably help Kerala look at the micro issues of each of these regions. So that is, or probably are looking at it right now. So we need to continue to engage with them എന്നുള്ളത് ആണ് ഈ സെഷൻ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത്. ഇനി അങ്ങോട്ടുള്ളത് not much time, we'll spend, let's say, extended time of, let's say, about half an hour on this or slightly more, but it can start with 3 people have to talk. One of them is a little detailed. I am inviting Dr. Ajay Kumar Verma. Verma sir ഇന്ന് ഒരു പ്രസന്റേഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് വളരെ ക്രിട്ടിക്കലാണ്. അത് കേൾക്കണമെന്ന് ഞാൻ എല്ലാവരോടും അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കും. അദ്ദേഹം നമ്മൾ മുമ്പോട്ട് വച്ച പേപ്പർ, ഡോക്ടർ ബിജുകുമാർ എറ്റ് ആൾ 5 പേര് ചെയ്ത പേപ്പർ, അതിലെ ഒരു അംഗമാണ് അജയ് കുമാർ വർമ്മ സാർ. വച്ച പേപ്പർ, ഹൗ can all these suggestions that we have heard and we have written down, ഇതെങ്ങനെയാണ് മുമ്പോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ കഴിയുക? In terms of process, in terms of government interventions, in terms of community interventions, എങ്ങനെ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളതിനെ കുറിച്ച് അദ്ദേഹം സയന്റിസ്റ്റ് എന്ന നിലയ്ക്കും സർക്കാരിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത ഒരു ബ്യൂറോക്രാറ്റ് എന്ന നിലയ്ക്കും വാട്ട് ഇസ് ദി ഇന്റർവെൻഷൻ പോസിബിൾ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് വർമ്മ സാർ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്. സോ ഓവർ ടു യു, ഡോക്ടർ വർമ്മ.
താങ്ക് യു ശ്രീധർ. സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, മലയാളത്തിലാണല്ലോ അല്ലേ? എന്നെ കേൾക്കാമോ?
യെസ്, യു ക്യാൻ ഡു ഇറ്റ് ഇൻ മലയാളം. ഇല്ല, കുഴപ്പമില്ലല്ലോ ബിജുകുമാർ?
ഇല്ല.
ഓക്കെ.
ബിജുകുമാർ, ആ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ ഒന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാമോ? നമ്മൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ തവണ നമ്മളിപ്പോ 4 വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രസന്റേഷൻസ് ആണ്, വണ്ടർഫുൾ പ്രസന്റേഷൻസ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഇതില് വളരെ വലിയൊരു കോൺഫിഡൻസ് ആണ് നമുക്ക് തന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് ഈ പ്രസന്റേഷന്റെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്ന് മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകാൻ സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ളത്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ഒരു നല്ല മൂഡിലെ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ കൺക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ളൊരു ഇതാണ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്ലൈഡിലേക്ക് പോകാമോ? ഡോക്ടർ ബിജു അവതരിപ്പിച്ച പേപ്പറിൽ കഴിഞ്ഞ തവണയും അതുപോലെ ഇത്തവണയും ഏതാണ്ട് 8 ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സൊല്യൂഷൻസും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് ഷോർട്ട് ടേം സൊല്യൂഷൻസും അതുപോലെ ഒരു 19-20 ലോങ് ടേം ഇന്റർവെൻഷൻസും ആണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതെങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് സാധ്യമാക്കാം? കാരണം ഈ നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും ഗവൺമെന്റിന് അത്തരത്തിൽ മനസ്സിലാകണമെന്നില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഗവൺമെന്റിലേക്ക് അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഒരു പ്രോസസ്സിൽ കൂടെ ആണ് സാധാരണ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തെടുക്കുക. അപ്പോൾ ആ പ്രോസസ്സ് എന്താണ് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. എനിക്കധികം സമയം ഉണ്ടായില്ല, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് കമ്പൈൽ ചെയ്ത ചില പോയിന്റ്സ് മാത്രമാണ് നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പ് പറയുന്നത്. ഇതിനകത്ത് നന്നായിട്ട് ക്രിട്ടിസൈസ് ചെയ്യണം, കൂടുതൽ ആഡ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ളത് ചേർക്കണം. ഞാൻ ഒരു ചർച്ചയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പോയിന്റ്സ് മാത്രം മുമ്പിൽ വെക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇതിൽ ഒന്നാമത്തെ ഒരു പോയിന്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇമീഡിയറ്റ് അറ്റൻഷൻ ടു ദി എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് എക്സ്ട്രീം ഹോട്ട്സ്പോട്ട്സ് എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ പൊതുബോധം ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ കോസ്റ്റും ഹാർഡ് സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് വഴി പ്രൊട്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യപ്പെടണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു വലിയ പൊതുബോധം ജനങ്ങളുടെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് പ്രചരിപ്പിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് ജനങ്ങൾ ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുകയും ചെയ്തു. അത് തെറ്റോ ശരിയോ എന്നുള്ളത് ഇപ്പൊ പരിശോധിക്കാനുള്ള സമയമല്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇപ്പോ വളരെ ഇമീഡിയറ്റ് ആയി എല്ലാ സ്ഥലങ്ങളും ഹോട്ട്സ്പോട്ടാണ്, ഇമീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്യണം എന്നൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ഇതുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ചില സ്ഥലങ്ങളുടെ സങ്കടം നമുക്ക് കാണാതിരുന്നു പറ്റില്ല. വലിയ സങ്കടമുള്ള പ്രദേശങ്ങളുണ്ട്, നമുക്ക് അന്യമജനങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള സിറ്റുവേഷനുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ആ ഹോട്ട്സ്പോട്ടിൽ ഇടപെട്ടെങ്കിലേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ എങ്ങനെ ഇടപെടാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യം. അതിലൊന്ന്, ഇത്തരത്തിൽ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു 3-4 വർഷമായിട്ട് നേരത്തെ ഡോക്ടർ രമണമൂർത്തി പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ 2007 ശേഷമുള്ള ഇൻക്രീസിങ് ഇതുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഒരു 2000 ഓഖിക്ക് ശേഷം പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള ചില പ്രദേശങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് ആ പ്രദേശങ്ങൾ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനം ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ഒരു പ്ലാൻ ഓഫ് ആക്ഷൻ നമ്മൾ ഉണ്ടാകണം. ഒരുപാട് ഡേറ്റ ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവരുടെ തന്നെ വർക്കിലുള്ള ഡേറ്റ ഉണ്ട്. സെൻസസ്, അതുപോലെ ഈ പിന്നെ ഡോക്ടർ രമണമൂർത്തിയുടെ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്, ജോസഫ് മാത്യുവിനെ പോലുള്ളവരുടെ വർക്കെല്ലാം വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഒരുപാട് ഡേറ്റ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഡേറ്റ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു പ്ലാൻ ഓഫ് ആക്ഷൻ നമ്മൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ ആ പ്ലാൻ ഓഫ് ആക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് ആൾക്കാർ വേണം. പിന്നെ ഒരു നാഷണൽ ലെവൽ എക്സ്പേർട്സിനെ തന്നെ ഉപയോഗിക്കണം. ഇതുപോലുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ നമുക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അവരുടെ ഒരു ബ്രെയിൻ സ്റ്റോമിങ്ങും ഒരു മോസ്റ്റ് പ്ലോസിബിൾ പ്രപ്പോസലിലേക്ക് അവര് കൊണ്ടുവരിക. അപ്പോൾ അത് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവർ പറഞ്ഞതെന്നൊക്കെ ഒരു പ്രൈമറി ആൻഡ് സെക്കൻഡറി ഡിഫൻസ് ഉൾപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷനിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരിക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പലപ്പോഴും ഹാർഡ് സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് എത്രമാത്രം നമുക്ക് ഒഴിവാക്കാൻ പറ്റും ഈ പ്രദേശങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നുള്ളതൊക്കെ ഇവരുടെ ഈ എക്സ്പേർട്ടിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രൊസീഡിങ്സ് നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരത്തിൽ ഒരു പ്ലാൻ ഓഫ് ആക്ഷൻ ഇവർ കൊണ്ടുവരണം. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ ഇവരെ ഒന്ന് യോജിപ്പിക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റിംഗ് ഏജൻസിയെ അസൈൻ ചെയ്യണം. ഇപ്പോൾ കോസ്റ്റ് ഏരിയ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഏജൻസിയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സയൻസ് ആൻഡ് ടെക്നോളജി ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇറിഗേഷൻ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റോ ഏതാണ് നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്ത് തീരുമാനിക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ട് വരും. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഏജൻസിയെ ഒരു ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റിംഗ് ഏജൻസിയായിട്ട് അസൈൻ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു പ്രോസസ്സ് നമുക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ പ്രോസസ്സിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇവരുണ്ടാക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഡോക്യുമെന്റ് LSC ലെവലിൽ കൺസൾട്ടേഷൻ നടത്തേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. NGOസിനെ ഇൻവോൾവ് ചെയ്യിക്കണം നിർബന്ധമായിട്ടും. അപ്പൊ LSC ലെവലിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും NGOസിനെ ഇൻവോൾവ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് അത് നടത്താനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടൊരു ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷൻ പ്ലാൻ ഈ അസൈൻ ചെയ്ത ഏജൻസിക്ക് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അത് ചിലപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് ക്വിക്കായിട്ടുള്ള പ്ലാൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പ്രയാസമൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാവും തോന്നുന്നില്ല. അത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അത് ഈ എക്സ്പെർട്ടിന്റെ ഒരു വെറ്റിങ്ങിന് വിധേയമാക്കണം. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ LSG റെപ്രസെന്റേറ്റീവ്സിനെയും അതുപോലെ സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സിനെയും ഫിഷർമെന്റിന്റെയും റെപ്രസെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു മോണിറ്ററിംഗ് കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് എത്രമാത്രം നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഒരു കമ്മിറ്റി കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാമെന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ ആലോചിച്ച് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. അപ്പൊ അവരുടെ ഒരു മോണിറ്ററിങ്ങിന് വിധേയമായിട്ട് വേണം ഇവിടെ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഓവർസീ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയുടെ അധ്യക്ഷതയിലുള്ള ഒരു ക്യാബിനറ്റ് കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാകണം. എന്നാൽ മാത്രമേ ഇത് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് നടക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. സാധാരണ ഇതിൽ ക്യാബിനറ്റ് കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാകുകയാണെങ്കിൽ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറിയുടെ ഒരു സെക്രട്ടറീസ് കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാകും. കാരണം പല ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് ഇൻവോൾവ് ആണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറിയുടെ കീഴിലുള്ള സെക്രട്ടറീസ് കമ്മിറ്റി എന്തായാലും ഉണ്ടാകും. ചീഫ് മിനിസ്റ്ററുടെ കീഴിലുള്ള ഒരു ക്യാബിനറ്റ് കമ്മിറ്റിയാണ് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നതെങ്കിൽ. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് ആദ്യത്തെ ഈ ഒരു പ്രോസസ്സ് നമ്മൾ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. രണ്ടാമത്തെ നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്ലൈഡിലേക്ക് ഒന്ന് പോകാം. അടുത്തത് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഹോട്ട്സ്പോട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ശരിക്കും ഈ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ മൈനിങ് ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് പോലെയുള്ള കോസ്റ്റൽ ഏരിയയിൽ ഇടപെട്ടത് കൊണ്ടുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇറോഡഡ് കോസ്റ്റുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങളാണ്. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ഇതും വിശദമായിട്ടുള്ള പഠനങ്ങൾക്ക് വിധേയമാക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. ഇത് ശരിക്കും KCSTക്കോ കോസ്റ്റൽ ഏരിയ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഏജൻസിക്കോ കോർഡിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. കൃത്യമായിട്ട് ഏജൻസി നല്ലതെന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള ഒരു അഭിപ്രായത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് തീരുമാനമെടുക്കാം. അപ്പൊ ഇവിടെ പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും ഒരു ടീം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പേർട്സ്, അത് ഈ ലോക്കലായിട്ടുള്ള എക്സ്പേർട്സുകൾ ആയിരിക്കും കൂടുതൽ നന്നായിട്ട് വരിക. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഫിസിക്കൽ ഓഷ്യനോഗ്രഫി, കോസ്റ്റൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ്, ഇക്കോളജി, ഫിഷറി, മറൈൻ ജിയോളജി ആൻഡ് സോഷ്യോളജി. സോഷ്യോളജി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ കോസ്റ്റൽ കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയുമായിട്ട് ഇടപെട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ തന്നെ വേണം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കാരണം ആ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ അവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാകില്ല. ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു സോഷ്യോളജിസ്റ്റ് പോയാൽ നടക്കില്ല. കാരണം ഇവരുടെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വളരെ സങ്കീർണവും പ്രത്യേകതയുള്ളതുമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ടീം ഓഫ് എക്സ്പേർട്സിനെ ഉണ്ടാകണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു താല്പര്യം. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ അവര് ഈ പ്രദേശങ്ങളുടെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കുന്ന ഒരു നില വരണം. അതിൽ ബീച്ച് എറോഷന്റെയും അക്രീഷന്റെ ഡേറ്റ ഈ പ്രദേശങ്ങളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഒന്ന് പരിശോധിക്കപ്പെടണം. അതിന് ഫീൽഡ് ഇൻവെന്ററി വേണ്ടിവരാം, ബ്രെയിൻ സ്റ്റോമിംഗ് വേണ്ടിവരാം. അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു റെക്കമെൻഡേഷൻ ഉരുത്തിരിഞ്ഞു വരേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇമീഡിയറ്റ് മിറ്റിഗേഷൻ വേണ്ടതും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഫർദർ സ്റ്റഡീസ് വേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങൾ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട് മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകേണ്ടതായിട്ട് വരും. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് തന്നെ ചിലതൊക്കെ എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ ക്ലിയറൻസ് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളതായിരിക്കും, ചിലതൊക്കെ എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ ക്ലിയറൻസ് കൊടുക്കാതെ തന്നെ വന്നിട്ടുള്ളതായിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ ക്ലിയറൻസ് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളതാണെങ്കിൽ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് ഇവർക്കൊരു മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാനും അപ്രൂവ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും, ഒരു മോണിറ്ററിംഗ് നടത്തുന്നുണ്ടാവും. ആ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാൻ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് നടപ്പിലാക്കി അതിന്റെ മോണിറ്ററിംഗിന് വിധേയമായി ആ മോണിറ്ററിംഗ് എത്രമാത്രം സാറ്റിസ്ഫാക്ടറി ആയിട്ട് നടക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതിനെ കുറിച്ച് ധാരണ ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. കാരണം ഇതൊക്കെ ടെക്നിക്കലായിട്ട് ഫയൽ ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതല്ലാതെ പിന്നീട് ഒരു പുനഃപരിശോധന സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ ഉണ്ടാവാറില്ല. അപ്പൊ അതൊന്ന് പരിശോധിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇത് പിന്നെ ശരിയായിട്ട് നടക്കാത്ത ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് മെമ്മോ ഇഷ്യൂ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള നടപടികൾ എടുക്കാനായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് നിർബന്ധിക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരെ അത്തരത്തിൽ ഭീഷണിപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടെങ്കിലും അവരുടെ ഈ നടപടിയിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിൽ ഈ പിന്നെ ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റുകൾ കൊണ്ട് എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് ക്ലിയറൻസ് വാങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ നമ്മൾ പരിശോധിച്ച് നടപടിയിലേക്ക് പോകാനുള്ള സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സ്ലൈഡിലേക്ക് പോകാമോ? അടുത്തത് ഈ ഇങ്ങനെ അല്ലാത്ത ചില സ്ഥലങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഈ ഇങ്ങനെ എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് ക്ലിയറൻസ് ഒന്നും ഇല്ലാതെ തന്നെ വന്നിട്ടുള്ള ചില സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അങ്ങനത്തെ സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ് ഉള്ള സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ശരിക്ക് ഈ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷൻ പ്ലാനിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് ഡയറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് പോകാനായിട്ട് ഈ കമ്മിറ്റിക്ക് സജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. അവിടെ പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും നമ്മളൊരു പ്രയോറിറ്റി കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത് ഇപ്പോൾ നേരത്തെ നമ്മളെ കൺവിൻസ് ചെയ്ത ബീച്ച് നറിഷ്മെന്റ്, ബീച്ച് റെസ്റ്റോറേഷൻ, ബയോഷീൽഡ് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള നോൺ ഇൻട്രൂസീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള മെഷേഴ്സ് പ്രയോറിറ്റി കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇടപെടൽ സാധ്യമാണോ, അതെങ്ങനെ സാധ്യമാക്കാം എന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാനിലേക്ക് പോകുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ചില സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലെങ്കിലും ചില ക്വിക്ക് സ്റ്റഡി വേണ്ടി വരും, ഒരു മോർഫോളജിക്കൽ ഇമ്പാക്ട് അസസ്മെന്റ് ഒക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് വേണ്ടി വരുന്ന ഒരു എക്സ്പേർട്ട് ടീമിനെ റെക്കമെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് വേണ്ടി വരുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് തയ്യാറാക്കുക, അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ടൈം ബൗണ്ട്, കോംപ്രിഹെൻസീവ് ടൈം ബൗണ്ട് ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാൻ തയ്യാറാക്കുക തുടങ്ങിയ ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള മെഷേഴ്സ് അതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് വേണ്ടി വരും. അപ്പൊ ഇത്രയും കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഈ ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഏജൻസിക്ക് ഇത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. ആ ഏജൻസിയുടെ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഈ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയുടെ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ മോണിറ്റർ ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്ഥിതിയിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് എത്താൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പൊ ഈ രണ്ട് കാര്യങ്ങളും ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് വലിയ തോതിലുള്ള ഒരു അഡ്രസ്സിങ് ഈ മേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഉടനടി നമുക്ക് നടത്താനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അടുത്ത സ്ലൈഡിലേക്ക് പോകാം. അടുത്തത് ഈ ഫിഷർമെന്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളാണ്. അത് വലിയ സാമൂഹ്യ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പൊ നിലനിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അവിടെ പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും ഒരുപാട് അസോർട്ടഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആക്ഷൻസ് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. റീഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ പാക്കേജ് പലതും പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ചിലതൊക്കെ നടന്നു, ചിലതൊക്കെ നടക്കാൻ പകുതി വഴിയിലെത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നു. അതിനെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള ധാരണ സമൂഹത്തിന്റെ ഇടയ്ക്കില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ റീഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ പാക്കേജ് നടക്കാൻ വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നതുമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെ ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടുള്ളൊരു പ്ലാൻ ഓഫ് ആക്ഷനിലേക്ക് പോകേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതിന് ഈ അവരുടെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് ലെവൽ ടീം, ഫിഷറീസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് ലെവൽ ടീമിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻവെന്ററിയും സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് ഓഫ് എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് റിഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ പ്ലാൻ തയ്യാറാക്കാനായിട്ട് അവർ നിർബന്ധിതമാകണം. മിനിസ്റ്റർ ലെവൽ ഒരു കമ്മിറ്റി ഇൻക്ലൂഡിംഗ് ഫിഷ്മെൻ അസോസിയേഷൻ എല്ലാം അതിന്റെ ഓവർസീ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത് നന്നായിരിക്കും. ഫോക്കസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ആക്ഷനാണ് നമ്മൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. അതിനൊരു അഡ്വൈസറി കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ടായിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് സ്പെസിഫിക് ടേംസ് ഓഫ് റെഫറൻസ് വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടൊരു കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ടായിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഫില്ലിങ് എവിടെയുണ്ട് അത് ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യാനും ആ ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഫില്ലിങ്ങിലേക്ക് പോകാനായിട്ട് അതിനുള്ള പ്രപ്പോസൽ തയ്യാറാക്കാനൊക്കെ ഫിഷറീസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിനെ സഹായിക്കാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. അപ്പൊ ഇത്തരത്തിൽ ഈ ഫിഷറീസ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് ചെയ്ത കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഒന്ന് പൂർത്തീകരിക്കാനും ഇനി ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് അത് അവരെ ഓർമ്മപ്പെടുത്താനും അത് ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് വരും കാലത്തിൽ 2-3 വർഷത്തേക്ക് അവരുടെ പ്രോജക്റ്റിലേക്ക് പോകത്തക്ക വിധത്തിൽ അവർക്ക് അലോക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള മണി അതിനുള്ള അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യത്തിലേക്ക് പോകാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സ്ഥിതിയിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. അതോടൊപ്പം ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ ഓഡിറ്റ് ഇവിടെ തുടങ്ങി വയ്ക്കുന്ന വളരെ നന്നായിരിക്കും. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഈ റീഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ പ്രോജക്റ്റുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഒരുപാട് ചർച്ചകൾ സമൂഹത്തിൽ നടക്കുന്നത് ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ ഓഡിറ്റിന്റെ ബേസിലായി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഉപകാരപ്രദമാകും. അതുകൊണ്ട് റീഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ പ്രോജക്റ്റിന്റെ ഒരു സെലക്ടഡ് റീഹാബിലിറ്റേഷൻ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ഉടനടി നടത്തുകയും തുടർന്ന് അതൊരു ഒരു ഡൂവബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രൊസീജിയറിൽ കൂടി എല്ലായിടത്തേക്കും വ്യാപിക്കുന്ന സ്ഥലം. കാരണം സോഷ്യൽ ഓഡിറ്റിന്റെ പലതരത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. ഇപ്പം വളരെ സാധാരണക്കാരായ ആൾക്കാരെ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് വളരെ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രൊസീജിയർ കൂടി ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കും ഏറ്റവും നന്നായിട്ട് ഫലപ്രദമാകുക എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആളുകൾക്ക് ഗുണപ്രദമാകുക. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ അത്തരത്തിൽ ഒരു പ്രാദേശികമായിട്ട് 2-3 സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ചെയ്തൊരു പ്രൊസീജിയർ ഉണ്ടാക്കി ചെയ്യുന്നത് മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകുന്നതായിരിക്കും നല്ലത്. അപ്പൊ അതാണ് മൂന്നാമതായിട്ട് വെക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു നിർദ്ദേശം. നാലാമതായിട്ട് ഒരു പോളിസി സ്ട്രാറ്റജി ആൻഡ് ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാനിലേക്ക് കേരളം പോയെങ്കിലേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ കോസ്റ്റുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട്. കാരണം കേരളത്തിന്റെ വരുമാനത്തിലും കേരളത്തിന്റെ നിലനിൽപ്പിലും കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഈ വരും കാലങ്ങളിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രൊജക്ഷനിലും എല്ലാം ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട റോള് വഹിക്കാൻ പോകുന്ന ഒരു മേഖലയാണ് തീരപ്രദേശം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അത് ക്ലൈമറ്റ് ചേഞ്ചുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള ഉണ്ടാകാൻ പോകുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ, പക്ഷെ നിലവിൽ വികസിക്കാൻ പോകുന്ന വികസന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇതെല്ലാം വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വലിയൊരു മേഖലയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ വളരെ പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പോളിസി സ്ട്രാറ്റജി ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാൻ ഈ മേഖലയ്ക്ക് ഉണ്ടായെങ്കിലേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ ഈ തീരപ്രദേശം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമുക്കെല്ലാം അറിയാവുന്ന പോലെ പുഴ ആരുടെയും, പുഴയ്ക്ക് റവന്യൂ, ലോക്കൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ്സ്, റവന്യൂ, അതുപോലെ ഇറിഗേഷൻ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് എല്ലാം അവകാശം ഉന്നയിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ആരും പുഴ സംരക്ഷിക്കാനായിട്ട് ആരും തയ്യാറല്ല. നമ്മളൊരു പോളിസി വഴി അതിനൊക്കെ ശ്രമം നടത്തിയെങ്കിലും അത് ആ രീതിയിൽ ഈ കൊയലീഷൻ ഗവൺമെന്റ് വരുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ആ രീതിയിൽ അതിനെ ഉൾക്കൊള്ളാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കുന്നില്ല. ശരിക്ക് വാട്ടർ റിസോഴ്സ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് പുഴയുടെ സംരക്ഷകരാണെന്ന് നിർബന്ധമായിട്ട് ആ പോളിസിയിൽ പറഞ്ഞെങ്കിലും വാട്ടർ റിസോഴ്സ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിനെ അത്തരത്തിൽ അവർക്ക് മാത്രമായിട്ട് ആ പുഴയെ വിട്ടുകൊടുക്കാനായിട്ട് ഇനിയും ഗവൺമെന്റ് തയ്യാറായിട്ടില്ല. കാരണം വിട്ടുകൊടുത്താൽ എന്താകും എന്നുള്ള ആകാംക്ഷ മറ്റുള്ളവർക്കും ഉണ്ടാകാം. എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ തീരപ്രദേശം നോബഡീസ് റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി സ്ഥിതിയിലാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ളത്. ആരെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ വരുന്നു, ആക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു, പല പല സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ്, പല പല ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റുകൾ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ ക്ലൈമറ്റ് ചേഞ്ചിന്റെ ഒരു കാറ്റലൈസിങ് എഫക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട് അവിടുത്തെ കോസ്റ്റിലെ ഇമ്പാക്റ്റുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട്, അത് കാണാതിരുന്നൂടെ. പക്ഷെ ആരും കാണുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളത് വേറെ വസ്തുത. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഒരു 10-25 തരത്തിലുള്ള ഡിസാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് വൾണറബിൾ ആണ് നമ്മുടെ കോസ്റ്റ്. അത് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള ചെറുതും വലുതുമായിട്ടുള്ള ഡിസാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ നമ്മുടെ ഇറോഷൻ ഇമ്പാക്ട് നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇറോഷണൽ സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാലും ഒരു 5 തരത്തിലെ അതിനെ ക്ലാസിഫൈ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റും. വളരെ എക്സ്ട്രീം ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇറോഷൻ, സിഗ്നിഫിക്കന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്, അപ്രീഷ്യബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്, മോഡറേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട്, മിനിമൽ. അത് ക്വാണ്ടിറ്റേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക്, ക്വാണ്ടിറ്റേറ്റീവോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സെമി ക്വാണ്ടിറ്റേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസിഫൈ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സ്ഥിതിയുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അത് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ തീരപ്രദേശത്തെ ലോക്കൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ്സിനോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ജില്ലാ ഗവൺമെന്റിനോ ഒന്നും തന്നെ ഒരു എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ സോഷ്യൽ സേഫ് ഗാർഡ് ഫ്രെയിംവർക്ക് ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഇപ്പോ തീരപ്രദേശത്തെ ഒരു ആക്ടിവിറ്റി നടത്തില്ല, കേരളത്തിലെ ഏത് പ്രദേശത്തും ഒരു ആക്ടിവിറ്റി നടത്തുന്നതിൽ ചില എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ റൂൾസ് നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നു എന്നുപരിയായിട്ട് ഇത് അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഒരു ലോക്കൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ്സിന്റെ അവിടെ ഒരു എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ സോഷ്യൽ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കിലൂടെ കടന്നുപോയിട്ട് ഇതാകും എന്ന് ഫൈനലായിട്ട് തീരുമാനം എടുക്കുന്ന സ്ഥിതി കേരളത്തിലില്ല, ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഒരിടത്തും ഇല്ല. നമ്മളുടെ എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ റൂൾസ്, എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് പ്രൊട്ടക്ഷൻ എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ പ്രൊട്ടക്ഷൻ ആക്ട് ഒക്കെ വളരെ സ്ട്രോങ് ആണെങ്കിൽ പോലും ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കിൽ കൂടെ ഈ ഫൈനൽ തീരുമാനം എടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥിതി ഇന്ത്യയിൽ എവിടെ നിലവിലില്ല. അപ്പൊ നമ്മുടെ ലോക്കൽ ഗവൺമെന്റുകൾക്കെങ്കിലും അത്തരത്തിൽ ഒരു സ്ഥിതിയിലേക്ക് മാറേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിൽ ഈ പോളിസിയിൽ ഇതൊക്കെ കൊണ്ടുവരിക എന്നുള്ളതുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ ഡോക്ടർ ബിജു പറഞ്ഞ റൂം ഫോർ സീഷോർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു അൺഅവോയ്ഡബിൾ നെസസിറ്റിയാണ്. അത് എത്ര ലിമിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണോ, 50 മീറ്റർ ആണോ, അതിൽ കൂടുതലാണോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലീഗലായിട്ട് CRS-ഉമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തി അതിനെ കാണണോ എന്നുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് പോവാം. അതുപോലെ ഈ മൈനിങ്, ഹെവി സാൻഡ്സിന്റെ മൈനിങ്ങുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നല്ല ചർച്ച ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായി. അതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ അടുത്ത ഒരു. അതുപോലെ മൾട്ടിറ്റ്യൂഡ്സ് ഓഫ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് പ്ലേയേഴ്സ് ഈ കാര്യത്തിലുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇവരുടെ ഒരു കോർഡിനേഷൻ മെക്കാനിസം കൊണ്ടുവരേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിൽ ഉള്ള ഇതല്ലല്ലോ. അടുത്ത സ്ലൈഡിലേക്ക് പോകാം. അടുത്ത സ്ലൈഡ്. അടുത്ത സ്ലൈഡ്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പോളിസി ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ പോകേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്ട്രാറ്റജി ഉണ്ടാകണം. അപ്പോൾ ആ സ്ട്രാറ്റജി, ലീഗൽ ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കിനെ എത്രമാത്രം നമുക്ക് ഈ എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ സോഷ്യൽ ആൻഡ് എക്കണോമിക് സിനാറിയോ ഈ ICZMP പോലുള്ള ലീഗൽ ഫ്രെയിമിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. ഇത് ഒരു പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് ചർച്ച ചെയ്ത് തീരുമാനം എടുക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. ഒരു എക്കണോമിക് സിനാരിയോ ഇവിടെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. നോർമലി ഈ എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ ആൻഡ് സോഷ്യൽ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കാണ് സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ ഈ എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് കാണുന്ന രാജ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ പരിഗണിക്കുന്നെങ്കിലും നമ്മുടെ കോസ്റ്റിനെ നമ്മുടെ കോസ്റ്റിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചുള്ള എക്കണോമിക് സിനാരിയോ വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. കാരണം ലൈവ്ലിഹുഡായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തി അതിനെ കാണേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അതുപോലെ അങ്ങനെ വരണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു പോളിസി ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റിംഗ് കമ്മിറ്റി വേണം വിത്ത് റെപ്രസെന്റേഷൻ ഓഫ് ഓൾ സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ്. കാരണം നിരവധിയായിട്ടുള്ള ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റൽ സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ് ഇതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുണ്ട്. നാഷണൽ ഏജൻസീസ് ഉണ്ട്, ഫിഷറീസ് സർവേ ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ പോലെയുള്ളത്, പിന്നെ നാഷണൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്, എക്സ്പേർട്സ് നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിൽ പിന്നെ ഈ പോളിസി ടു അഡ്രസ് ദി വേസ് ആൻഡ് മീൻസ് ഓഫ് ഇന്റഗ്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ആൻഡ് കൺസർവേഷൻ എഫേർട്സ് അത് പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് വേണം. പിന്നെ പ്രീ ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റിംഗ് ആൻഡ് പോസ്റ്റ് ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റിംഗ് കൺസൾട്ടേഷൻ സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ്. കാരണം പ്രീ ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ഏത് എക്സ്പേർട്ടുകളെ വെച്ചാലും ഏത് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനെ വെച്ചാലും ആക്ച്വൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ലോക്കൽ സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സിന്റെ ഒരു സ്ഥിതി മനസ്സിലാക്കാതെ പോളിസിയിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നത് തെറ്റായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ പ്രീ ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റിംഗ് കൺസൾട്ടേഷൻ വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. ആ പ്രീ ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റിംഗ് കൺസൾട്ടേഷനിലേക്ക് പോവുക എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അത് നിർബന്ധമായിട്ടും ആ TOR-ൽ കൊണ്ടുവരേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ അത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള പോളിസിയുടെ അഡോപ്ഷനും ഡിക്ലറേഷനുമാണ്. അത് നോർമൽ പ്രോസസ്സ് നടക്കുന്നതാണ്. ഇതും ഒരു ക്യാബിനറ്റ് കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ കീഴിൽ തന്നെ ചെയ്തെങ്കിലേ ഇത് കാരണം കട്ടിങ് അക്രോസ് ഡിഫറെന്റ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ്സ് ആണ് ഇത് വരുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഈ ക്യാബിനറ്റ് കമ്മിറ്റി അണ്ടർ ചീഫ് മിനിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കണം. കാരണം ഇത്രമാത്രം ജനങ്ങൾ താമസിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പ്രദേശം എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക് സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ചീഫ് മിനിസ്റ്ററെ പോലെയുള്ള ഒരു അറ്റൻഷൻ ഇതിനകത്ത് നിർബന്ധമായിട്ട് കൊണ്ടുവരിക എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. അടുത്ത സ്ലൈഡിലേക്ക് പോകും. പിന്നീടുള്ളത് ഈ ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാൻ, ലോക്കൽ സെൽഫ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിന്റെ തലത്തിൽ ഒരു ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാൻ തയ്യാറാക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ശരിക്കും കേരളത്തിൽ 2020 ഇത്തരത്തിൽ എല്ലാ ലോക്കൽ ഗവൺമെന്റുകളും ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാൻ തയ്യാറാക്കണമെന്നും അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കില ഒരു ഗൈഡ് ലൈനും ഒരു ടെംപ്ലേറ്റ്, ഡേറ്റ ജനറേഷനുള്ള ടെംപ്ലേറ്റ് ഒക്കെ തയ്യാറാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ അതൊന്ന് പരിശോധിച്ച് നോക്കി. വളരെ കുമ്പർസമാണ്, ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ചെയ്യാൻ മടി കാണിക്കുന്നതാണ്. കാരണം അത്രമാത്രം ഡേറ്റ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുക. ഈ ഒക്കെ ഡേറ്റ പലപ്പോഴും പല തലത്തിൽ പഞ്ചായത്തിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആയിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പോൾ പക്ഷെ ഇത് കാണുമ്പോൾ പേടിയാകുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ടെംപ്ലേറ്റ് ആണ്. അതിനെ ഒന്ന് സിംപ്ലിഫൈ ചെയ്ത് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഒരു യൂസർ ഫ്രണ്ട്ലി ആക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്നുള്ളത് പരിശോധിക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് NLSC തന്നെ താല്പര്യം എടുക്കണം. കില ആസ് ദി നോഡൽ ഏജൻസി ദേ ക്യാൻ ഡു ദാറ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരത്തിൽ ഒരു പ്രൊസീജിയർ ആൻഡ് പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ ഈ ലോക്കൽ ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാൻ അതുണ്ട്. അത് ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ കോവിഡിന്റെ ഒക്കെ സിറ്റുവേഷനിൽ കൊണ്ട് മാറ്റി വെച്ചാണ് 2020 തുടങ്ങിയാണ്. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ട് അത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഗവൺമെന്റ് തീരുമാനമുണ്ട്, അത് ചെയ്യും. പക്ഷെ തീരപ്രദേശത്ത് അത് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഒരു പ്രയോറിറ്റിയിൽ ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു തീരുമാനത്തിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നത് നന്നായിരിക്കും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവിടെ ഈ ലോക്കൽ വിസ്റ്റം എങ്ങനെ ഈ ഇതിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ളതിനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ളൊരു ചർച്ച കാര്യമായിട്ട് വേണം. അത് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കാറുള്ള ലോക്കൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് തന്നെയാണ് ഇതിന് ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ് എടുക്കുന്നുള്ളത്. പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ ലോക്കൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ് എടുക്കണമെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് പിന്നെ ഇത് കൺസൾട്ടേഷന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഈ ആൾക്കാരെ ലഭ്യമാകണം. ഒന്ന് പ്രൊസീജിയർ ഫൈനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനും അതുപോലെ ഈ ലോക്കൽ ഏരിയ കൺസൾട്ടേഷൻ തയ്യാറായിട്ടും ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ ചില ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിനെ ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്ത് അപ്രോച്ചബിൾ ആക്കി വെക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ KSDMA, NSS, KFRA, CWRD, യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റീസ്, VD അവരുടെ ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് അവരെ ഇതിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരത്തിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരണം. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ ഓരോ ലോക്കൽ ഗവൺമെന്റും ഒരു ഏജൻസിയെ അസൈൻ ചെയ്ത് കൊടുക്കുന്നത് നന്നായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് അവരുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തി ഒരു കോമൺ പ്രോട്ടോകോൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഏജൻസികളുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തി ഈ ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് തയ്യാറെടുക്കുന്നതിലേക്ക് പോവാം. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു റിസോഴ്സ് സപ്പോർട്ട് ഏജൻസി ആയിട്ട് അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ അസൈൻ ചെയ്ത് കൊടുക്കുന്നതായിരിക്കും. നെക്സ്റ്റ്, അടുത്ത സ്ലൈഡ് ഒന്ന് പോകാം. അപ്പൊ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വളരെ വലിയൊരു തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ ക്യാമ്പയിൻ വേണം ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണെങ്കിൽ അത് നടക്കും. അത് തീരപ്രദേശത്തെ പ്രോസസ്സും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും ഒക്കെ ആളുകളുടെ തലത്തിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ട് സഹായിക്കുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ലോക്കൽ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സപ്പോർട്ട് ഗ്രൂപ്പിനെ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവരണം. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ടെക്നിക്കൽ സപ്പോർട്ട് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് വഴി ഈ ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാൻ തയ്യാറാക്കുന്നതായിരിക്കും നന്നായി വരിക. അപ്പൊ അത് IEC ഒക്കെ ഇത്തരത്തിലൊരു TSTA രൂപീകരിക്കുന്നത് സഹായിക്കുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ലോക്കൽ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സപ്പോർട്ട് ഗ്രൂപ്പിനെ രൂപീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ലോക്കൽ ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാൻ അറ്റ് ദി LST ലെവൽ അത് സ്പെഷ്യൽ ഗ്രാമസഭ വിളിച്ച് അതിനകത്ത് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുക. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വർക്കിംഗ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ്, ഇപ്പം പ്രത്യേകമായിട്ടൊരു വർക്കിംഗ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ക്ലൈമറ്റ് ചേഞ്ചിനും എൻവയോൺമെന്റിനും ഒക്കെ വേണ്ടി രൂപീകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്ത് ഫൈനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുക. അത് പഞ്ചായത്ത് പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുക. പഞ്ചായത്ത് പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചാൽ മാത്രം പോരാ, അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരു ബൈലോ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതിലേക്ക് പോകണം. അപ്പോൾ ബൈലോ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതിലേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ മാത്രമേ അത് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്ന ഒരു ലീഗൽ കംപ്ലയൻസിലേക്ക് പോകാനായിട്ട് സാധ്യത അതിനകത്ത് വരുള്ളൂ. അപ്പം ബൈലോ ആകുന്നത് വരെയുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം ഇതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നടത്തേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അത് LSCD തന്നെ അതിന് താല്പര്യമെടുത്ത് ചെയ്യണം. LSCD മിനിസ്റ്റർ ലെവലിൽ സമയം
2 to 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
2 സ്ലൈഡ് കൂടെ ഉള്ളൂ, പെട്ടെന്ന് തീർക്കാം. പിന്നീട് പറഞ്ഞത് ഒരു കമ്മീഷനിങ് ഓഫ് സ്റ്റഡി സെന്റർ ഫോർ ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റഡ് കോസ്റ്റൽ ഏരിയ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ആണ്. അത് ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് ലിറ്ററൽ സോൺ വരെയുള്ള സ്റ്റഡി നമ്മൾ വേണ്ടി വരും. അതിന് ഒരു 8 TOR ആണ് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിൽ കണ്ടത്. ഒന്ന് ഇന്റഗ്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് ദി ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ സിസ്റ്റം ആൻഡ് കപ്പാസിറ്റീസ്, monitoring the ongoing coastal processes and environmental impact indices, then participatory and integrated research activities including climate change adaptation, specific initiatives for evaluating coastal and marine ecosystem services, identification of hotspots and their integrated management conservation plans. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്തരത്തിൽ ഈ LSGIസിനെ അസിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഇപ്പൊ പ്രഡിക്ഷൻസും അഡ്വൈസറീസും ഒക്കെ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അവർക്കൊരു നോളജ് ഷെയറിങ്ങിനൊക്കെ സപ്പോർട്ട് കൊടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു സ്റ്റഡി സെന്റർ, അത് സയൻസ് ആൻഡ് ടെക്നോളജി കീഴിൽ വരാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ വരാം. അതെങ്ങനെയാണ് എന്നുള്ളത് ആലോചിച്ച് തീരുമാനിക്കാവുന്നതാണ്. അതിന്റെ ഫൈനലായിട്ട് ഒരു കേരള കോസ്റ്റൽ സോൺ മോണിറ്ററിംഗ് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക്, ഇത് റെക്കമെൻഡേഷനിൽ വന്ന കാര്യമാണ് നേരത്തെ. അപ്പൊ അത് ശരിക്കും ഔട്ട്സൈഡ് ദി കോസ്റ്റൽ സോൺ കേരള കോസ്റ്റൽ സോൺ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് അതോറിറ്റിയുടെ ഫ്രെയിമിന് ഔട്ട്സൈഡ് ആയിരിക്കണം അത് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത്. അത് ശരിക്കും ഒരു എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് കീഴിൽ അത് കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. അത് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും സിവിൽ സൊസൈറ്റി ഗ്രൂപ്പ്സും എൻവയോൺമെന്റൽ ആൻഡ് സോഷ്യൽ ആക്ടിവിസ്റ്റിനെ കൊണ്ട് ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്ത് ഒരു ലാർജ് നമ്പർ ഓഫ് സ്മോൾ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസ് who could be networked into a support system like this under the environmental department auspice. Like പല എക്സാമ്പിൾസ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഉള്ളതുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ നിന്നെടുത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഇത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ പല സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്യൂസ് റേസ് ചെയ്യാനും അതിന് സൊല്യൂഷൻ കണ്ടെത്താനും അതിലേക്ക് പോകാനും ഒക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ ബേസിക്കലി അവർ റിപ്പോസിറ്ററി ഓഫ് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആൻഡ് റെസൊല്യൂഷൻ മെക്കാനിസം ആയിരിക്കും. ഇവോൾവിംഗ് സയന്റിഫിക് ആൻഡ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഒപ്പീനിയൻ ആൻഡ് ഡിസമിനേഷൻ ഓഫ് ഇഷ്യൂസ് പെർട്ടൈനിങ് ടു CRS, ഇതൊക്കെ അതിനകത്ത് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ളൊരു ഒരു 7 നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങളാണ് ഞാൻ മുമ്പോട്ട് വയ്ക്കാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചത്. താങ്ക് യു. ഐ ക്ലോസ്.
Okay, thank you, sir. See, ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്താന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ, വൈൽ നമ്മളിത് പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യുമെങ്കിലും ഒരു സജസ്റ്റീവായിട്ട് നമ്മളും കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷണൽ മെക്കാനിസത്തിൽ പറയേണ്ടതുണ്ട് എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ആ സയൻസ് ബോഡിക്ക്, സയൻസ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ്സിന് തോന്നിയത് കൊണ്ട് അവർ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തൊരു പ്രോസസ്സാണ്. അത് വർമ്മ സാറാണ് അതിനകത്തുള്ള എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉള്ള ആളെന്ന നിലയ്ക്കാണ് അത് പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്തത്. ഇതും ചർച്ചയ്ക്ക്, സാറ് പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇതും ചർച്ചയ്ക്ക് വയ്ക്കുന്ന കാര്യം തന്നെയാണ്. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് നമുക്കൊരു 10 മിനിറ്റ് മാക്സിമം ഈ ഡിസ്കഷൻ തീർത്തിട്ട് പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസിലേക്ക്, ഇനി അഡീഷണൽ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസും ഇതുമൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എടുക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ സജീവും ഡോക്ടർ സജീവും ഡോക്ടർ ഷാജിയും ഉണ്ട്. എത്രയും ചുരുക്കി പറയാൻ പറ്റൂ? ഡോക്ടർ സജീവ് അടുത്തത്. Dr. Sajeev?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
See,
well, I am. Wait. I am sure that you have so much to tell, but
no. But I'll be very.
Try and sharpen it. Okay.
See, before going into Ajay Kumar sir, പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും വേണ്ട ഒരു ബ്രോഡ് സ്ട്രക്ചർ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു. So my job is much more simpler. അതിലേക്ക് കടക്കുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ ഒന്ന് നേരത്തെ ഫ്ലാഗ് ചെയ്ത ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ക്യാഷ് റെയിനായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ട് നേരത്തെ നമുക്ക് അതിനോട് റെസ്പോൺസ് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് സ്യൂട്ടബിൾ. അത് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ അഭിപ്രായം. പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും ഇത് സുനാമി വന്നതിന് ശേഷം ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് റെസ്പോൺസ് എന്ന നിലയ്ക്കാണ് പല സ്റ്റോറിലും ക്യാഷ് റെയിനെ വളരെ ഇന്റൻസ് ആയിട്ട് വളർത്താനായിട്ട് ശ്രമിച്ചത്. കേരളത്തിൽ അങ്ങനെ വന്ന സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ തന്നെ സോഷ്യൽ ബാക്ക്ലാഷ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവിടെയുള്ള ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് അത് അക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാത്ത ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവരുടേതായ അല്ലാതായിട്ട് ആ സ്പേസ് മാറിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആളുകൾ പുറത്തുനിന്ന് വരികയും അതിനകത്ത് പോവുകയും എന്താ സംഭവിക്കുന്ന അറിയാത്ത സോഷ്യൽ ഇഷ്യൂസ് ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടായി. മാത്രമല്ല, മോർ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ്ലി ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ സീനിൽ നിന്ന് ദർ ആർ മെനി റിപ്പോർട്ട്സ്, സയന്റിഫിക് പേപ്പേഴ്സ് വിച്ച് സേസ് ദാറ്റ് കാസ്ട്രീന ഈസ് മച്ച് മോർ ക്രിയേറ്റിംഗ് എ പ്രോബ്ലം റദർ ദാൻ എ സൊല്യൂഷൻ. അത് സലൈൻ വാട്ടർ ഇൻട്രൂഷൻ സഹായിക്കുന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല, സുനാമി, റിപ്പീറ്റ് സുനാമി വന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് wherever Katrina was there, the damage was more. Our information വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. So we don't go for Katrina or in that matter no single species solutions. അതാണ് നമ്മൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വെക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം. മറ്റൊരു കാര്യം സൂചിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ളത്, ഇതിന്റെ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷൻ പ്രോസസ് എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക് നേരത്തെ അജയ് കുമാർ വർമ്മ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞതിനോട് ആഡ് ഓൺ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് പറയാനുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം, there's an interesting process which has been initiated by the Kerala budget. ബഡ്ജറ്റിൽ KERI പോലുള്ള സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ, കേരള എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് റിസർച്ച് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്, KFRI, കേരള ഫോറസ്റ്റ് റിസർച്ച് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്, ഈ 2 സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളെയും ലോങ് ടേം മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാൻസ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് നിയോഗിക്കുന്നു എന്നൊരു പരാമർശം ബഡ്ജറ്റിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. Based on that note, KERI has received a request from the government to start off the process. കേരള എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് റിസർച്ച് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് പീച്ചിലാണ്, തൃശ്ശൂർ ജില്ലയിൽ. The institute has got a long history. Irrigation, navigation, flood control, മാത്രമല്ല coastal engineering departmentum KERI-luണ്ട്. And they have the expertise to look at the whole issue from the engineering point of view. And KFRI, Kerala Forest Research Institute, is basically studying forest, and the strength is our ecology of different landscapes. ഇതൊരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് കോമ്പിനേഷൻ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് സൊല്യൂഷൻസും ഇക്കോളജിക്കൽ സൊല്യൂഷൻസും മെർജ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു കൺവേർജൻസ് പോയിന്റ് ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യുകയും the directors of both the institutions have met and discussed and followed up by a discussion between the scientists. നമ്മൾ ഇന്റേണൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രോജക്ട് പ്രൊപ്പോസൽ ഡിസ്കഷൻസ്, ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഡിസ്കഷൻസ് നടക്കുന്നു. By Monday we will be putting the 2 pieces together.
അപ്പൊ അതിനുശേഷം ആ ഒരു പ്രോജക്ട് പ്രപ്പോസൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഫേസിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് ഡോക്ടർ കെ വി തോമസ്, ഡോക്ടർ അജയ് കുമാർ വർമ്മ, ഡോക്ടർ ബിജുകുമാർ അടങ്ങുന്ന ഒരു ടീമിന് ആ പ്രപ്പോസൽസ് അയച്ചു തരണമെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. ടു ഇൻവൈറ്റ് യുവർ കമന്റ്സ് ആസ് എക്സ്പേർട്സ് ഇൻ ദ ഫീൽഡ്. പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് തൃശ്ശൂരിന്റെ കോസ്റ്റൽ സോണിനെ എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് അത് നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ തയ്യാറാക്കിയ റിപ്പോർട്ടിന്റെ രീതിയിൽ അതിന്റെ ഇറോഷനെ ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് കാറ്റഗറൈസ് ചെയ്യുകയും ഓരോ കാറ്റഗറിയിലുമുള്ള മാനേജ്മെന്റ് മെത്തേഡ്സ് ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യുകയും അതിന്റെ പൈലറ്റ് സ്കെയിൽ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷനും അതിന്റെ കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് മോണിറ്ററിംഗ് ആണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഒരു പ്രധാന അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് നേരത്തെ ഇവിടെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച പോലെ തന്നെ നമുക്കുള്ളൊരു വലിയ അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ്, വി ഹാവ് ഗോട്ട് എ ഹ്യൂമൻ ഡയമെൻഷൻ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ്. അവിടെയുള്ള ജനങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് വളരെ ക്ലോസ് ആയിട്ട് ഇന്ററാക്ട് ചെയ്യാനും അവരുടെ പെർസെപ്ഷൻസ് ഗ്യാദർ ചെയ്യാനും അത് ഒരു പോളിസി മേക്കിങ്ങിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകാനും പറ്റുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള സംവിധാനം ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റിനകത്ത് ബിൽറ്റ് ഇൻ ആയിട്ട് ഉണ്ടാവും എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രധാനം. അത് കാരണം എന്താ വെച്ചാൽ പല സ്ഥലത്തും കോസ്റ്റൽ സോൺ മാനേജ്മെന്റിലുള്ള ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം അവിടെ ഉള്ള ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റം പീപ്പിളിനെ, അവിടെ ആ പരിസ്ഥിതിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ജീവിക്കുന്ന ആളുകളെ അവിടെ നിന്ന് പുഷ് ബാക്ക് ചെയ്യുകയും അവിടെ മറ്റു ചില എലിമെന്റ്സ് ആ സ്പേസ് ഓക്കുപ്പൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന കഥകൾ ധാരാളമായിട്ടുണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. തൊട്ടടുത്ത രാജ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീലങ്കയിൽ മേജർ ഇഷ്യൂ അതായിരുന്നു. ഓൾ ദ കോസ്റ്റൽ സോണിൽ നിന്ന് മുഴുവൻ മത്സ്യത്തൊഴിലാളികളെ അവിടുന്ന് മാറ്റുകയും ദറ്റ് എൻറ്റയർ സോൺ വാസ് ഓക്കുപ്പൈഡ് ബൈ ദ ടൂറിസം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി. ഈ തരത്തിലുള്ള ഡാമേജസ് ഉണ്ടാവാതിരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അവിടെയുള്ള ജനങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള അവരുടെ ഒരു ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ഗ്യാദർ ചെയ്യുകയും അവരുടെ പെർസെപ്ഷൻസ് കൊണ്ടുവരികയും ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളത് ഈ പ്രോജക്റ്റിന്റെ വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ഭാഗമായിരിക്കും. What we are going to do is basically three things: monitoring the physical parameters, the natural parameters, and also the social parameters. ഇത് മൂന്നും കൺവേർജ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോജക്ട് പ്രപ്പോസൽ will be put forward to all the experts in the group, and all the team members of this project are participants of this particular meeting. So they have been, I'm sure that they have immensely benefited by the amount of knowledge shared in this particular platform. Thank you, Sridhar.
Oh, Dr. Sajeev, I think അതൊരു നല്ല ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ആണ്. Along with Dr. Varma സാറിന്റെ presentation ഒന്ന് ഒരുമിച്ച് കാണുമ്പോൾ I think this development is quite interesting. And also interesting to know that the KERI people are also here. Yeah, as you said, I'm sure they really benefited from all the three technical presentations. So thank you, Sajeev. அடுத்து Dr. Shaji.
Yeah, thank you.
You're also part of Dr. Shaji is department head in Geology department, Kerala University.
Yes,
he also was part of the team.
Yeah. Actually, I enjoyed the presentation. So I want to show you, because the Dr. Joseph Matthew, Dr. Ramana Murthy, and Dr. R.O. Filio is there. I just because my recommendations, in addition to what I have given, one is that we should give some area where sand bypassing can be done. Second one to be added is that the coastal structure, entire coastal structure of Kerala, we have a good groundwater resources. Actually, very good, maybe very close to the coast also we are getting groundwater resources. Therefore, we need to protect that resource also. That also should be there in the recommendations. So I just want to show this. Can you see this slide? Yeah. Okay. Now 2000. This is the Mudalappudi area. In 2014, you can see that there is a heavy erosion on the northern side. Okay. So after, and at that time this has started, this Mudalappudi construction and all these things started. That you can see the erosion. I mean, during that monsoon season, maybe immediately after the monsoon season or during the monsoon season. So maybe after there was no growing at that time. 2000. This is 2014. Maybe 15 or something they have constructed. So this is the picture of the 2007. This much beach has been built there. Okay. So why I'm showing this, Dr. Joseph Matthew has already pointed that we can look for sand bypassing areas. So some of the area we can, so this is the picture of 2020. So the beach has been accumulated a little further. There this is the 14 again. I'm just showing the lower side also. So now we can see this is the beach accumulated. Whether this area we can recommend for sand bypassing or removal of the sand from here and taking and to give I mean, loading somewhere down south. Is it possible? That we have to give recommendation if it is possible. So because another one, this is the picture now, because there's some other activities also going for that port. From the you can see now, now the picture I have taken from there. So what I'm trying to say, this is the accumulated beach. You can see this is the accumulated beach. On the northern side, it is heavy erosion taking place. Okay, just I want to see the deposition taking place over there. And you can see the composition of the sand accumulated there. The heavy sand also is being accumulated there. Okay, so maybe you can say this thickness may be around 5 to 6 meters, I believe. That we have to monitor that also. So this is the sand deposit which is accumulated on the northern side of the Mudalappuzhi Bund. Okay, so I'm also agreeing with the Filio's comment that whether we have to check our the discharge of the rivers in the Kerala, because sand definitely it is reduced because the weathering is a long geological process. But this is the type of the topsoil reclamation taking place in Kerala. Therefore, the the amount of material or the soil which is being transported by the rivers, definitely it increases. So the discharge of the rivers also to be documented. That's what I think that also to be included in the report, because this is the type of activities taking place rampantly in the midland region of Kerala. Ultimately, these things are being eroded into the river system and can reach to the sea. Definitely, as all pointed out, that there is a dearth of sand in the rivers, but the type of the other materials, topsoil, which is being transported and deposited to the sea, also to be. And also one more thing, this is the Shangumugam 2003 and 2014. This was the state. Then 2017, again the water level has changed. Okay, then beach again came. But during that flood season, you can see 2018 flood. Again, the water level came up to the road and eroded. So now that this is the system there. One more thing I want to show here. Here is the change in the river mouth. Okay, so this is the river mouth, maybe 2003. Okay, the Karamana. Then 2014, so there is a lot of change in the, whether this is with regard to the discharge of the sea level rise and the sand deposition, everything we have to look at. 2017, the scenario has changed. So this is the 2018 during that flood season, and this is the picture now. So the discharge also, just I am stopping here, because there is no time to show all these things. Just I want to say that we have to give some specific recommendation in some area whether the sand bypassing is needed, and here whether the groins are any more needed in Kerala coast. That's also is important thing. And the hydrogeology, that means the coastal groundwater resource need to be protected. That has to also should be added in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I just wanted to ask, because Dr. Shaji has just highlighted a few things. If Dr. Ramana or Dr. or Filio or Joseph Matthew want to respond to that or give an opinion or comment on that, you're welcome.
Yes, sir. Because my just suggestion before.
Yeah, I thought
we should include that into the report. Whether any sand bypassing should be recommended in a specific site.
Yeah, it's just opening up. Let's see. Yeah, let's hear them also.
A couple of things. One is Mudalappuzhi, a good suggestion, bypassing. I think we need to consider whether this bypassing is going to help the downstream beaches. Whether it has done enough damage, underwater damage, definitely with any coastal protection, especially with the sea walls there. Severe underwater erosion or scouring has already happened. If you bypass a certain quantity, whether it is going to help that beach. Anyway, the seawall is already there in place for several kilometers, and nearshore deepens significantly. The quantity of sand required may be much higher. So bypassing is certainly possible. But can we try backpassing? Because the Trivandrum coast is severely eroding and there's a shortage of sediment. And most of this sand gone from Trivandrum to Mudalapudi, not from north to south.
Yes.
Why can't we backpass this one? And you have shown that it's a Sangamogam area, that's a cross-shore transport, that seasonal fluctuation is happening. Why can't we put more sand from Validora to Sangamogam area and let that longshore transport also be there, but same time cross-shore transport? And Sangamogam is only city's the most important beach of Trivandrum city. We lost 100%, and there's not enough sand to build that up to that level. The consideration should be the beach should be up to that road level minimum, then take a profile of that one. Then modeling studies are capable of doing whether the sand will retain there or immediately disappear from that one. Definitely those studies can be done. However, I would strongly argue for a backpassing than bypassing, given the city's importance and the need for a city beach.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think
Ramana?
I will, he has, I think, raised a valid point. In fact, Kilia was also telling. So I will tell you basically my experience with this sediment budgeting impact. In fact, what Kilia has told, same doubt I also have. But there is a subtle difference between the Kerala riverline systems and then other riverline systems. Suppose if you see East Coast riverline systems, what happens is on the upstream we have a barrage. Even though there are floods and all those things, the sand which comes up to the barrage, it cannot cross because barrage is there. If at all, if it bypasses during the highest peak floods, you get only finer sediments, but not the sediments which is required for the coast. That is the first point which we need to account it very clearly on that. But on the Kerala, I think we may not have that kind of problem because what Dr. Saji was telling for that, basically when you have a high-end floods, the land-based whatever erosion is happening, that can come to the coast, and then we really need to estimate it further. Second one is there is a difference between sand eroded and transported downstream of the dams and then upstream of them. If you go back to the geology, from the hill, it get eroded and then it reworked out and then comes to the first stage of a river, then it goes to the second stage, and finally it goes to the third stage of a plain, what you call floodplains. So that particular system has NEO, which is agreed that it is completely disturbed because we are stopping the first upstream section by the dam, but two upstream sections are all still on. Suppose if you see the Godavari estuary of Koringa, which was formed over a time, it was not there before dam was there. After building of Dhauleshwar Dam, that Koringa mangrove was formed because of the Barmouth formation. This is first part. Second, I will come to Kerala, which I have been telling also for many times. If we see, we had extensive study of one estuary in Tamil Nadu. Suppose if you start seeing seasonally how the sand is getting deposited in the particular area. First 2 kilometers from the inlet, you will have a coarse sand. This is nothing to be there because I have all the publications for that. Suppose if any Kerala government has to open the harbor mouths for the navigation of fishing trawler, whatever sand which is dredged from the little bit into the sea, at least 500 meters, and again 2 kilometers into the estuary, this sand can be used for the nourishment because it will be more or less coarse. I think Dr. Joseph Matthew also will agree because it matches with the nourishment. That is one option. Second one, Dr. Joseph Matthews has told, backwashing is feasible for Kerala coast because cross-shore sediment transport is significant. It may not be possible for other part of the coast because the cross-shore sediment transport is slightly less. So maybe taking a lead from Dr. Saji, I think I might have answered a little bit of more insight on that, but you can draft suitably your document according to that. Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. See, now I am, because I mean, time is also a big question. I am, Thomas, sir, you wanted to say something?
Just to make one comment. In fact, Kerala Shastra Sahitya Parishad has done a study on along the Trivandrum coast way back in 2020, and the report was released in November 2020, which in fact looked at the impacts of, functional performance of the structures and the status of the coast because of these interventions and the hotspots along the Trivandrum coast. And unfortunately, we planned a few focus group discussions, 6 focus group discussions around the in these different sectors of the Kerala, Trivandrum coast. We could conduct only one, that is in Porur. Then this pandemic came, and so that report is there, and it was released, and I think that it created a lot of discussion in the media at that time. Probably that will be a document which will be useful.
Okay.
Sir,
So,
Orofilio can comment on my suggestion whether the groins are required for Kerala. Groins.
Orofilio, do you want to?
As you know, and as I have not hidden it, I have a slight dislike for groins. So, I mean, of course, let's say it's not that I'm against the groins or anything. Groins may serve a purpose in some cases, but the general observation is that, or let's say what I would say is that unless there is an absolute, clear benefit of that structure, and also not only a local benefit, but also, a structure that doesn't cause effects elsewhere, let's say usually on the drown drift side, I would say better avoid it, and of course, again, to come back to the principle that sediment is needed, I would, now of course, I would definitely recommend a sand bypassing, but that's a call, decision makers who know the local ground realities would know whether to do back bypassing or sand bypassing. That's of course, that's something that is determined based on the study, the local conditions and everything. So I don't think I can add more, but just re-emphasize the point that where sand is needed, put sand. See, at the end of the day, even the seawall is sitting on sand. So, I mean, the seawall is not floating in water, it's sitting on sand. That sand is getting eroded, those rocks are sinking, more rocks need to be put, so, I mean, sand is needed in any case, and there's no escaping. Then the sooner I think we realize and we find sand for our beaches, the better it is. That's all.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Let me now.
1 minute, sir. Actually, Dr. Ramamurthy's equation, I liked it because he said coastal structure is equal to functional plus structural. That is very important.
Yeah. Okay. So let me now, force myself to open up this forum. I mean, obviously, we took up a lot of questions from the chat, but now there are few people who have been critically intervening in Kerala's coastal questions. Let me also invite them. The first one who wanted to intervene, Tito De Cruz, if he's around here. Admin, if you can unmute him. Unmute here. Tito De Cruz, Coastal Watch. He runs the group called Coastal Watch in Kerala. He also right now has taken an initiative in coordinating something called the Blue Economy Working Committee. In fact, interestingly, they have also brought out a draft report, post this report, which, and he literally, that group is more of a community group, basically fishing community. They work very strongly with the fishing community. They continue to do that. A lot of other people who are in this session are also part of the group, including I'm one of those invited members in that group. So Tito, you wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me, Sridhar? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Tito, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation.
Tito, it'll be good if you can, very short. But
yeah, okay.
I mean, sharp intervention, okay. That's all. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation since the morning, since the last nearly some 4 hours. And we are very glad to enrich ourselves and update very resourceful input from various speakers. And it is very nice to, I'm really thankful to all of you. But, the normal orientation, normally I heard from other seminars or webinars is like that. How best we can install the best structures, its design specification and its beautification and all. No, the orientation is such like that. But I am very pleased to hear that today it was totally different. Like it started with the beach restoration, correction of the errors in the past, sediment management, hybrid mode of restoration, new normal, citizen group. I think the orientation is totally different and it is very clear. I am very pleased to hear from all of you. Very nice. But I have one or two things. See, since last three hours, you people are talking each other. Of course, we are happy to hear that experts' opinion are coming out like that. But you are not listening. Nearly some 120 of us. Okay, it is good that at least give some time at the last. And another thing is, see, so I'm in a hotspot. I'm living in Sanghamugam, and we have continuously asked some two vital questions about this hot spot issues. Can you please suggest some remedial measures? I am unfortunately here that there is no such satisfactory question came out from any one of these experts. I know they knows it very well, and we also knows it very well as a citizen group. We are working, I mean, fighting with this Virinjam port since last 15 years, and some of our colleagues is filed a case in NGT. And, you know, we are just doubtful about the scientific community, not all. You know, you're a very welcoming group. For example, Ingois, you know what position they took in the court. The Virinjam, that area is very safe, not at all an eroding coast. Whatever structure you want, you just built it. So we defeated in that case because of the one statement of the Ingois. Follow of that, the NGT told, you know, some fishy thing is there. So they suggested, okay, you make a study whether it has some impact on the coast, sea erosion or coastal, the coastline changes. Then Adani funded that study and NITO taken up the study. NITO since till time reported that there is no sea erosion or coastal change in the north of the Virinjam port. So how we trust the scientific organization or certain scientists? My own question to all of you, is there any provision to punish such kind of institution or scientists who are misleading our development effort and money of the common people, as well as damaging the life of the poor fisher people? That's number one question. Number two, Ramana sir, we have the answer to how to protect or what is the root cause, as you said, the root cause to prevent the damages in our fishing villages. None of you thought about what happening to the fishermen. Where are they living? What is the damage it is causing to them? You know what happening? The state government sanctioned rupees 5,300 crores for hard structure development, and the fisheries minister told we will spend most of this money for the seawall. That is the statement in the last week in their party paper called Deshabhimani. See, you are talking something different, and what they are planning to do is entirely different. I'm wondering whether it will meet somewhere. So what I would suggest is that we are here as a citizen group to strengthen you, to strengthen your suggestions and the dream to improve the very pathetic situation of the beach, because we are all living in the beach. I am belonging to the fisherman community. Nobody since the last 3 hours talked about how they are suffering. What is the immediate solution for them? You know what the government is giving? They are giving some 10 lakhs rupees to those fishermen who lost all the houses, property, everything. Take 10 lakhs rupees and go to hell. See, nobody is answering their issues, questions, or the basic things. You know, we are all human beings, no? So, what, again, as a citizen group, what we are suggesting since the last 10, 15 years, just a restoration of the beach, nothing else. We can do it. As a normal person, the people living in this community, they know it very well. Kindly, you people just allow us. Or you just avoid this, the hard structures, and because it involves too much cost and all. I know the Western West people behind it. I know it. And who are the engineers and the politician lobbies behind it. So kindly, how we can escape from this trap. So I think the question is clear. I'm not taking much time.
Yes,
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Tito de Cruz. let me, before I ask Vijayakumar to respond or somebody else to respond, let me make one point here very, very clearly. See, this is an effort that the scientists have taken. And this is an effort that some of us also backed up, supported. And you very clearly know where we all come from. The problem in Kerala is that the bureaucracy and some of the mafias that you're talking about, and I'll use the word mafia that you're talking about, which could include the quarry mafia or whatever kind of people, or people who want to take over your beach and throw you all out. They all are hand in glove in this whole process. One of the reasons why even sensible scientists will not be able to speak up. And they can be silenced. I mean, I completely agree that there's a lot of issues out there, but this is a one-off effort. Now, the other side of the effort is this. You asked one pertinent question. I want to just answer that. The rest of them will answer. I have no questions. I have no answers for, can you punish the scientists and all? I have no answers. We have also, we'll also love to, punish those scientists who do terrible reports or compromise on community and ecological, questions. But the point I want to, point out is only just one thing. If the community which you represent, or if in the forest, it could be the farmer community or the tribal community. In this case, your community, the community on the beach, the ecosystem services people, the people of the coastal ecosystems. If they are not sensitized, if they are not standing up and being powerful enough to be able to say, if they are also not being able to work closely with the right kind of people who are talking the right kind of science, we'll lose this issue. We'll drastically again lose this issue. We have lost it for not 15 years. We have lost it for years and years now. So we are attempting an effort. And that is why I said to the team also that you have come up with a coastal, that watch report on the same matter, which I was telling Dr. Vijayakumar is much more stronger and powerful than probably this report that is done. The only thing is now that what I will follow what Orofilio told us, which is how do we collaborate together to be the force that will push the right solution for the sake of the community and the ecology. At the same time, we'll keep the other lobby out. It's a big challenge. And that is where this whole collaboration needs to happen. Obviously, we have to make sure that the government cannot go hand in hand and tie up with those ones who are destroying the lives of the people or compromising on the lives, like the current thing you said, the compromises. How do we push it? It's a challenging thing. That's process, but I still feel that it is the community which should take things into their hands. I appeal to you that you should call up a meeting. You should call up a meeting of the same set of scientists and sit together to resolve this question. It will be a big, big move. And I am willing to put all my energies into, helping or supporting you, backing up whatever that you are trying to do. So thank you, Tito, for these inputs. If anybody else wants to respond to Tito's thing, please do so. Because not many people have asked for speaking, intervention. Tito has asked. There's one more, Sanuj, who wants to talk about policy. But Tito, yes. If anybody wants to answer, Tito, please. Vijayakumar, Vakyal.
I think Dr. Ramana, sir, is, please. And then Aurelio,
I think whatever Mr. Tito has asked, it is a valid question. In fact, since he is asking about the scientific community, I should respond it very clearly. His feelings are very well taken because that should be done. I will tell you my experience. Then you imagine what I am telling is correct or not. The same kind of agony was there with what you called Prabir Banerjee, Mr. Prabir Banerjee and Filio when originally we landed in Pondicherry. They were also telling the same thing to me. You don't listen. See, the problem what happens is, I will tell you the real fact for them. If you have to convince the government, you should have some kind of biomedical solution to put forward to them. Unless you enter into the system, you will not be in a position to get into that. In fact, that's what exactly Dr. Thomas and then me are doing for them. You will tell your problem. Since we work with the government from the scientific community, it has to be properly translated into them. At least if I achieve some 40% in the system, we can say that we have achieved into the system. Now coming to the your own Shankumukam beach, what has been done. See, I was also seeing Shankhamukam Beach initially when we started. We wanted to attack that first problem on Shankhamukam Beach, but unfortunately, it goes in different direction. Maybe Mr. Tito, I will talk to you separately. I will tell you also all the difficulties we cannot be told. Also for that, I will discuss with you. There is no problem, and then you will get more confidence when I talk to you in person. So that I will do that. But in general, there is a way. In fact, your concerns have to be addressed. What Mr. Sridhar sir has told. Unless we blend all those things together and then do further, we will not be in a position to achieve whatever. In fact, I learned Tamil only because I wanted to learn from fishermen. You ask Mr. Filio, he will tell how many times I interacted with the fisherman, both at Kadalur, Perikupam, and then there further. In fact, he has taken, I know up to fisherman community leaders, Kangayan used to tell in the Pondicherry, I used to go and talk to them and then take them onto the picture for that. In fact, my presentation doesn't cover all those things because it was in a different forum. But maybe if it exclusively, if it is required for that, I will have on discussion. I stop at this stage and I will hand over to Filio to add more on the system for
that. Filio?
Yeah, sure. No, just a quick short word in this. I mean, what I'm amazed at, and I think it's very encouraging that, you know, the local community actually wants beaches. You know, here in Pondi, it was very few people asking for the beaches. It was just a handful of us in Pondican, and the local communities were incredulous. They were, you know, not really convinced. And of course, there is usually a lot of mistrust between civil society and the government. So whatever the government does is viewed with a lot of mistrust. So there was also a lot of mistrust towards the NIOT and their proposal, which I know, you know, Ramana managed, you know, in the sense that he didn't hesitate to speak to, you know, fishing community leaders without us, you know, independent of, so I think I mean, with the kind of, you know, ground support I see that there is in Kerala, I'm very optimistic. That's all I wanted to add, because okay, just one more thing, maybe, you know, I think the thing is the fishing community has to, you know, demand the beach, and because it's not because I think the beach is nice, but because you all know it's, you all know it's the best protection you have. You all know it's what you need for your livelihoods. You all know it's for it's the best thing for the ecology. You like, it has so many benefits. So I think we just have to ask for the beach. Like in the past, we were happy to ask for roads, water, electricity. Now we had to add one more list, and that is the beach, you know, for those people living on the coast. So bijli, pani, sadak, and then beach.
Yeah. Thank you. And
I think Sridhar, Charles is also there to ask questions.
Yeah. No. I'll ask. I saw Charles. I saw Vijayan sir also. But let me just give one thing. See, Doctor
Rafi also. After that, Dr. Rafi.
Rafi is also there. Okay. Just one comment. I want to, you know, as a conclusion to the Dr. Tito's question, I want this statement, you know, entered into our heads very clearly. Right now, the community is also not asking for their beaches back. See, when we also move across that, wherever there's a sea erosion, they are saying, somehow do this for us. And this somehow always comes to putting a seawall, even in Shanghamukam. I mean, I am not a community person, Tito, but I'm completely with you, because in another sense, that beach, Shanghamukam beach, I mean, I don't have another beach. Perimadura beach, but for me, Shanghamukam beach is a vigaram. It's a deep feeling, because whenever I've gone there, I've also helped the Kambavelakar to, you know, we also do that. It's simply because it's not even being part of the community. It's a wonder out there. And that beach has been such a solace for me. I mean, I have not ended up in a psychiatrist's, a clinic because that beach is there. Whenever you have a problem, you're going and sitting there at the beach and then solving it. So a beach, I think, is a fundamental question that we all need to discuss and ask for the beach.
Suggestion.
Yes, Sajid.
There are many others on. അപ്പോൾ അവരെല്ലാവരും സംസാരിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം എക്സ്പെർട്സ് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്യാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ ചാൾസ്, അപ്പൊ അവരെല്ലാവരും
ഷുവർ, ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പോൾ അടുത്തത് Charles did not ask for a question. Charles, if you want to, ചാൾസിന് സംസാരിക്കണം എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പറഞ്ഞോളൂ, ഞാൻ കണ്ടിരുന്നു. ചാൾസ്.
Okay.
ഒന്ന് ചുരുക്കി കേട്ടാ സാറേ.
അല്ല, ചുരുക്കാനൊന്നുമില്ല, ഒറ്റ മിനിറ്റ് ചുരുക്കാം. ഇതില്
എന്റെ
ഉണ്ടായ
അമ്മേ,
ഒരു പ്രശ്നം,
പറഞ്ഞോ.
എന്നെ പേടിപ്പിച്ചൊരു കാര്യവും വളരെ ഗംഭീരമായ പരിപാടി എന്നുള്ള പറയാതെ വയ്യ. അതിൽ ഈ സംഘാടകർക്ക് നന്ദിയുണ്ട്. 8-ാം തീയതി നിങ്ങളുടെ പത്രസമ്മേളനം അതിലും ഗംഭീരമായിട്ടുണ്ട്. സയൻസ് ജനങ്ങളിലേക്ക് വരികയാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ പേടിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം, ഇടയ്ക്കിടയ്ക്ക് വരുന്ന വാക്കാണ് സിവിൽ സൊസൈറ്റി, NGO തുടങ്ങിയ മണ്ണാകട്ടകൾ. ഇതൊരു ക്ലാസ് ഓറിയന്റഡ് സമൂഹമാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്പേഷ്യൽ അപ്രോച്ചൊക്കെ അതിന്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ പ്രൊഡ്യൂസിങ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയെ കൂടി അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സമീപനം കൂടി പറയേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഒന്നാമത് അതിന്റെ ബേസിക് മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് അതാണ്, ബേസിക് ലിമിറ്റേഷൻ അതാണ്. സ്പേഷ്യൽ അപ്രോച്ചസ് ഒക്കെ അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഈ പറയുന്ന പ്രൊഡ്യൂസിങ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയെ കൂടി അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ മാറേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. രണ്ടാമത്തെ വിഷയം, നയപരമായ വിഷയങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഈ ബോഡി യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ അശക്തമാണ്. ഈ ബോഡി കാരണം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ ബ്ലൂ ഇക്കോണമിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ചൊന്നും പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ലല്ലോ. നമ്മുടെ കടപ്പുറം മുഴുവൻ സാഗരമാല പദ്ധതികൾ, പുതിയ 6 തുറമുഖങ്ങൾ, 609 വലിയ എടുപ്പുകൾ വരാൻ പോകുന്നു. പുതുവൈപ്പിലെ ജനങ്ങൾ സമരത്തിലാണ്, ആലപ്പാടിലെ ജനങ്ങൾ സമരത്തിലാണ്, ഇവിടെയും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ നമുക്ക് എളുപ്പമല്ല. എന്നെ അത്ഭുതപ്പെടുത്തിയതും സന്തോഷപ്പെടുത്തിയതും അജയ്കുമാർ വർമ്മയുടെ സൊല്യൂഷനാണ്. ടെക്നിക്കൽ സൊല്യൂഷൻ ഓക്കെ, അത് അംഗീകരിക്കുന്നു. അതിനുമപ്പുറം അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് ലെവലിൽ അടുത്ത പ്രായോഗികമായവർക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞതും അംഗീകരിക്കുകയാണ്. യഥാർത്ഥ പ്രശ്നം നയപരമായ വിഷയമാണ്. സാഗർമാലയുടെ നമ്മുടെ അപ്രോച്ച് എന്താ, ബ്ലൂ ഇക്കോണമിയുടെ നമ്മുടെ അപ്രോച്ച് എന്താ? കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റിലെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ് CRZ 2 ആക്കുമെന്ന് ഈ കടപ്പുറം മുഴുവൻ തന്നെ. അതിന് നമ്മുടെ അപ്രോച്ച് എന്താണ്? ഇത് നമുക്ക് നേടാൻ മാർഗമുണ്ടോ? പുനർഗ്രഹത്തിന്റെ വിഷയത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ പ്രശ്നം വേണ്ടത്ര അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് കൂടി നാം ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുകയും അഭിപ്രായ പ്രകടനം കൂടി നടത്തണമെന്ന് എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായം. ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കാം.
ചാൾസ് ജോർജ്, അത് സമ്പൂർണ്ണമായും നമ്മൾ എല്ലാവരും യോജിക്കുന്ന ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ്, അതിനകത്ത് സംശയമൊന്നുമില്ല കേട്ടോ ജോർജ്. ആകെ ഉള്ളത് ഇത് കുറച്ചുകൂടെ നാരോ ആയിട്ടുള്ള സീ എറോഷന്റെ വിഷയമായതുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രം അങ്ങനെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്തതാണ്. മറ്റൊന്നും ഒരു യോജിപ്പ് കുറവുമില്ല. സമഗ്രമായിട്ട് ഒരുമിച്ച് തന്നെ ഇത് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യേണ്ട ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ തന്നെയാണ്, അതിനകത്ത് തർക്കമൊന്നുമില്ല.
Just for the benefit of the experts, can you just summarize what Charles said to them?
Yeah. See, for the experts, Charles George is a committee member, and he is also somebody can you mute, because I'm okay. He is also has been a very strong leader of the fishing community, has been fighting issues not just at the local but right up to the WTO questions and the various FTAs and treaties, etc. Charles George raised certain fundamental questions, saying that while we did discuss the sea erosion question and he is very thrilled by the whole discussion that happened, he was saying that he has skepticism as far as bringing in NGOs, etc. is concerned, whereas while not clearly and specifically stating that the first people who should be brought into the collaborative process is the community members and the community groups, which I don't think we are in disagreement at all. But he raised that question specifically, pointed it out. The other thing that he pointed it out was that this must be seen in the larger context of the blue economy and the various projects and schemes that the central government and the state governments are pushing in, and also with the CZMP plans that are coming up, which are all threatening in some sense the community and their livelihoods. So these are issues that needs to be flagged off even in a meeting like this, is what he put forward. Yeah,
Dr. Rafi, you have some question?
Yeah, I am Dr. Rafi, representing aquatic biology of University of Kerala. Actually, meetings are places we will meet, we will greet, we will treat, and we will retreat. But at the end of the day, what is happening? There's a big question. My question is regarding the oceanic process. You have talked about nearly 3 to 4 hours about the coastline changes, sea erosion, accretion, and so on. Have you made a decadal study about the changes in the drifts, oceanic process like northern drift or southern drift, or even local eddies, more formation of local eddies? That is one question which I wanted to ask. And the second line is on regarding the Mandro Island. As Dr. Sridhar pointed out, as Shangubom is a solace for Dr. Sridhar. Similarly, Mandro Island is a solace for us. I belongs to Kollam district and I am from Kundara. I am seeing it is a singing island. So what prompted this island to sink? That's a big question, that too after the formation of Kallada Dam at Tanmala. Is it due to saltwater intrusion? If so, what prompted the saltwater intrusion? These are the big questions to be answered at length and at this forum. Over to the experts.
Yeah, Dr. Biju Kumar or any of the, but before, let me, no, 1 second. Rafi, can you mute? Yeah. See, just one more person wanted to ask a question. Sanuj, let's take the questions all finally. Sanuj. Sanuj, if you are here, can you come in and make that very quick intervention you wanted to? Sanuj, what happened? Sanuj, somebody, the admin, can you unmute Sanuj?
Yeah,
you cannot unmute.
Hello, am I audible?
Okay,
This
right.
is Sanuj.
Yeah, please. Quickly, okay, very quickly.
Okay, so thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity. So I don't have a question to pose before the experts, but instead a suggestion to share with all of you. So,
Sanuj, can you introduce yourself?
Sir, myself.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, actually, I'm a postgraduate in marine structures, and I'm presently working at Vizhinjam International Seaport Limited.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So my suggestion is regarding the requirement of a policy document for protection of Kerala's coast. So Mr. Orephilia was mentioning about a study which was carried out by the US Army Corps back in 1964, for Kerala's coast. Okay. So even I have read through that report. So it is clear that we are having issues, coastal erosion issues since 1916 onwards, and the irrigation department, which is the responsible department, was dumping stones or was constructing the seawall since then. Okay, so the thing is that what I want to point out is that we don't have a policy document till now, even after 6 decades of the issue started. We don't have a policy document for sustainable protection of our coast, and there is no technical and implementation guidelines also backing this, which is backed by this policy document. Whenever any issues of coastal erosion happens, due to the public outcry and political pressure, some solutions are done immediately without which will only resolve these issues temporarily. And the solution is basically the dumping of stones. Okay, and the solutions are implemented on a piecemeal basis. And one other thing is that whenever these issues arises, the engineers, the bureaucrats, the government, the politicians, everyone are in a panic. They don't have a solution, ready-made solution, which can be implemented without any delay. If we can see the example of Shangumum also, it eroded back in 2 years back. So till now, we were not in a position to implement any of the solutions. So, and I have clarified with upon my making RTA inquiries with the departments concerned, like irrigation, Kerala Coastal Area Development, HCD, Harbour Engineering Department, and all, that they don't have a policy document. Whenever issues comes, on piecemeal basis, solutions are implemented. So my request is that if the experts, if they can stress upon the requirement of making a policy document while putting for this your suggestions before the government, it would be great. That's all.
Okay, Sridhar, we can, I think, if there are no questions.
Thank you, Sanuj. Yeah, Biju, if you can, you want to answer Sanuj's question, and also then followed by other people who wants to add on, conclude. Because nobody else has now come up with questions.
Yeah, actually, we have made it very categorically very clear that what we need is actually a policy statement that is precisely explained by Dr. Ramana Murthy also. Because when we have a disaster, this is the time when we search for solutions. That should not actually happen. And Orephilia also made it very clear that right from 1960s there is an argument that we should have a long-term data compiled and made it available to the in the public domain, so that we will have a long-term management solutions, and these kind of things which we need to stress very clearly. And also another suggestion is wonderful from Dr. Ramana is that we should not work as a watertight compartments, which is happening now. That every research institution work for a particular project and then come up with the solution, not as a ad hoc project for the government. And that should actually happen. All these kind of research exercises should ultimately help the bureaucrats also to come up with effective solutions. And in addition to what Sridhar said, the scientific community also should be in a position to tell the government that this is true and this is what is happening, and not vice versa also. this is a social commitment from the part of the scientists also. They may have some limitations, definitely, and so there are some issues regarding the implementation program, especially in a larger project is concerned. But they should be in a position to speak out that this is the fact and this is the science behind it. And this is the time where the scientific community and the coastal community should actually work in tandem. It is not separate compartments. We should actually finally come to a platform where the scientific community and the coastal community should work together for a common cause. Unless and until we work together and remain as separate compartments, the ultimate social responsibility of the government should not actually happen. Many of the social responsibility will ultimately happen when there is a common pressure, and whenever we have a demand, there should be science behind that, and we should be in a position to convince them. And that is where we should actually come together and work together. Even if it has failed, in the earlier years, this should happen from here onwards. That's what I wanted to say. And probably Dr. Ramana can also comment on some of the questions raised on the monitoring of coastal eddies, drifts, etc., where if some information is available.
I think I have given a already detailed says on that one, especially on the monitoring of Kerala coast is concerned. Way back with first work which we have done with NSS, Munambon to Kayankulam. That was the first study which did with NSS, and where Dr. Thomas and then myself, Dr. Korean, we all were together, and then we could able to broadly draw a overall plan for the entire Kerala coast. But of course, there are some limitations. In fact, we were doing it in a particular time, but this need to be updated. One thing which we were telling to, I think Dr. Thomas knows very well, as a part of National Center for Coastal Research, we are going to have a MOA with the Kerala government. Basically, the technical expertise required for the Kerala government will be provided by Ministry of Earth Sciences. That's how this MOA is being drafted. But whenever they want to do implementation for the specific areas, that will be taken up by Kerala government, because ministry cannot do anything on it. So this is already in the pipeline, and hopefully your recommendations also should go in the same line, so that that whatever MOA, even finalization of MOA itself is taking almost more than 8 months time in this legal section, that legal section only from Kerala board. Of course, the same problem is here also, but not at that order for that. See, whenever you have old institute, bureaucracy and system will take a little bit of long time, but I have not given up. In fact, Pondi project also, you can ask Filio, we were putting our head down and then try to get it first. We will get it. And with all the support of coastal community and the people like you all and all, like I think Mr. Tito was also telling, if we all join together, we can make a change in the Kerala, definitely as a integrated plan for entire Kerala coast, not in the piecemeal further. So that's all from my side at this stage. Maybe I will show you more only in the action, not instead of talking further.
Okay. That is good. Okay,
Joseph.
right.
Yeah.
Can I add a couple of things? Just
Yeah.
because quite a lot of discussions of why the bureaucracy didn't work or government didn't work. Just a little bit of history. You might know about that. And until 1989, coastal protection was a central issue. The funding came from central government, small, maybe 1 crore, 50 lakhs or something. And Kerala was getting maximum money during that time. There was maximum erosion here. And 1989, government of India decided no, it should be a state issue, because previously they were considering that one as because a country's border, protecting country's border. So they established a coastal engineering directorate here under the CWC. They were directly getting help from Central Water and Power Research Station, always asking for engineering design. So they ignored coastal science and considered only the engineering design part. Of course, science was not much developed at that time. Measurement equipment, software, knowledge about the coastal system, everything was different. But now everything has changed. So 91 onwards, they transferred everything to the state. But unfortunately, the budget requirements for this one was not allocated earlier, and states struggled to find money for coastal protection. So they had priority under the health sector, irrigation sector, education, public works, so many other things. So, and the engineers were also not prepared to get money for this one, or never trained to do coastal protection studies. They were trained to do only implementation of the projects only, for which the design was provided by some agency. And government or the engineering department always asks CWPRS or some other agencies just to give a design for seaboard. And CWPRS, of course, they were asked only to, their mandate was giving the engineering design. They provided that one. So it was going on like that one, then extended. But the good thing is that now that Government of Kerala Irrigation Department has an MOU with the NCCR for 5 years to do detailed modeling studies and understand the cost process and find a solution. So definitely there's a change in the thinking, attitude, and implementation. And if you check the Irrigation Department's website now, they have these erosion sites maps updated every day. I wouldn't say everything perfect, but I would say it is the right direction. At least there's a change from the old method to a new approach, scientific approach. It's all related to funding and the training of the engineers. That's also required. And the ownership, now everyone can do anything. Fisheries Department is doing something, Harbor Engineering is doing something, tourism is doing something, other industries doing something. Then the poor Irrigation Department is blamed for all the coastal erosion. If you construct a port and downstream impact, the blame is to the Irrigation Department. So that is why an integrated approach is required. We all discussed and agreed. Of course, the community involvement definitely will be there, and they are the primary beneficiaries or primary stakeholders of the coastal area. Thank you.
If do I have time to add a minute, something for a minute?
Yeah. You have.
Okay.
I mean, we have already overrun our time by more than 1 hour and 14 minutes, so there is no limit anymore.
That's true.
Please go ahead.
I think one of the most thank you. One of the most I think at least important takeaways for me from the Pondicherry beach restoration project, leave aside the technology, leave aside everything, I think is as far as I know, it was for the first time coastal erosion was dealt with in a scientific manner, and the whole way to approach it and how to fix it also was followed in a scientific manner. I think until that time it was a copy paste job. You have erosion, you dig up your groin design from 3 years ago, you just adjust a few lines here and there, copy paste, and then that was the no bathymetric study, no sediment transport study, no nothing. It was just copy paste. So I think the template that the NIOT has developed, I think is, according to me, one of the most valuable things that actually has come out from the Pondicherry Beach Restoration Project for the national, because now it has established a precedent that you want to deal with beach erosion, you want to deal with the coast shoreline management, this is the kind of study and science you need, and I think this is what actually the country can benefit from this this effort. Having said that, I remember with Ramana we got a green signal in 2014, and the execution started in 2017. So it took nevertheless 3 years, from intention to execution of the study, of the project, 3 years. So in the meantime, I'm sure that there will be, some places which need urgent requirements of coastal protection. We cannot wait 3 years to protect the coastal communities from a phenomenon of erosion. But I think if the goal is to bring the beaches back, because the beaches are what actually are the most beneficial for everything, for everyone, then we should not lose that. We should not lose sight of that, and then say, okay, we need something temporary till the beaches are fixed. Rather than the attitude, the approach so far has been, we build a wall and the wall has to be forever. I think we have to shift the goalposts and say, that the beach is what we want. If we need a wall, it has to last 3 years till NIOT or whoever can do their study. Till such time, we accept a wall. Beyond that, we want the beach. Something like that is what I think. We have to kind of change the goalposts, and then this is the Pondi experience which I can share with you. That's all.
Oh, that is great. I mean, I think it's a terrific, point. Thomas sir, do you want to have one last word, one final word on this before I hand it back to Vijay Kumar for the vote of thanks and all that?
No, I think that our time is overshooting, so there is no more comments.
So yeah, okay. Let me just then conclude this.
Sajeev has a line.
Sajeev has something to say. Sajeev.
I from responding to this very interesting question. When are the scientists going to be punished?
You have this habit of catching on to those questions. Okay, go ahead.
Interesting question. Being a scientist, I really loved that question. In fact, this has happened. The last time it happened was in Italy, when scientists were sued for not warning the population about a forthcoming earthquake. It was a big damage, and the scientists face the court proceedings for that. I look forward to that happening in Kerala. I very much love that happening. And see, this is just 5 scientists who came together to build a report over here. We know that there are many more scientists in Kerala. There are many more academics. So this should be an invitation to many other people to put in their expertise to make it much more better. I heard the questions from Dr. Rafi. Rafi should definitely step in the team. And we take energy from the struggles which are taken forward by people like Tito. And that is the energy which we get to come together and to make things happen. And one of 2 important things which happened over here, which Orofilio had acknowledged, that the fishermen community of Kerala raising a slogan that we want the beach back. See, that's a brilliant take acknowledged from experience outside Kerala. And the second brilliant take of this particular program coordinated by Sridhar and Dr. Biju Kumar is that at Chellanam, the hottest hotspot in Kerala, the demand of the people over there to bring back the dredged sand back to the shore is now coming back from the scientific community. This is brilliant. This is a big convergence which is happening in this particular platform. So this should be a big opportunity for the people to work with scientists to expand the number of scientists coming over, the number of scientific disciplines which will converge to take the study forward. So I personally feel that we are one, and we should take that process ahead. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So conclusively, I'm just winding up this discussion session and handing it back to Biju Kumar. See, just one point that I wanted. I mean, Sajeev and others have also said this. Concluding points. This is not a consolidation, please, because there's lots of wonderful points that have come. Reward inputs in only conclusion thing is, pick the ask for the beach and the slogan important. How especially community 50 meters and seashore room for the sea. But the coastal community, then that's a different question. So as for the beach, collaboration and not consultation. Sunaina Mandin message, consultation must be replaced by collaboration. The collaboration must be between government, scientists, experts, local community, and civil society. I think that particular point is very well taken, even though it came from one of the persons listening to it, very positive intervention. Policy foundation is very critical. Because now the policy foundation is not ഏതോ ചില ആൾക്കാർ ചില ക്വാർട്ടറിക്കകത്ത് ഇരിക്കുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് എന്നാൽ അതിനെ സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് പറയുകയും കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയെ തന്നെ പറ്റിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ശാസ്ത്ര സമൂഹം ഇപ്പൊ ഇന്ന് എണീച്ച് നിന്ന് സംസാരിച്ച ഈ 5 പേർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ഡോക്യുമെന്റ് ഇറക്കിയ 5 പേർ വോളണ്ടറി ആയിട്ട് നോൺ കമ്മീഷൻഡ് ആയിട്ടാണ് ചരിത്രത്തിൽ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് വേറൊരു വാല്യൂ ആണ്. അതിനെ പൂർണ്ണമായും നമ്മൾ യോജിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ആ പ്രോസസ്സിനോടെങ്കിലും യോജിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി എന്തുമാത്രം ഇവരുമായിട്ട് സഹകരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നുള്ള എഫർട്ടാണ് നമ്മളെ പോലത്തെ ആൾക്കാർ നോക്കുന്നത്. അത് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ ഒരുമിച്ച് വരൽ ഒരു അപ്രോച്ചിലേക്ക് പോകും. അവസാനത്തെ പോയിന്റ് ആയിട്ട് എനിക്ക് one of the things I wanted to say is, see, in this whole process, Ajay Kumar Verma sir also I think need to look at it. There is already this KERI, KFRI collaboration. Interestingly, this whole issue on the coastal can be looked at from the engineering point of view, from the biological point of view, ecosystems biological point of view, and the community point of view. Community, livelihoods, etc., all of it coming together. This three collaboration is very critical. And obviously other elements are there. I'm not missing any of this government, etc. But KERI, KFRI is a great start, Dr. Sajeev. If that is a great start, then we better clearly engage with them, be a watchdog on their thing, on their approach. They are starting off certain experiments in, as Sajeev was also going to say, when Trishurle area work government has asked them. I think this is thing that we have to take forward, and I think the other national and state experts have to join in this process, along with the particular team of scientists also that have brought this non-commissioned report. One great thing that should happen from this collaboration, and the additional scientific community and technological community that is coming together, and the community that is coming together, Dr. Ramana point out, which is the capacity building that should happen along with it. I think Joseph Matthew sir is സൂചിപ്പിച്ചിരുന്നു. ഇത് കാരണം ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ഒരു ക്വാളിറ്റി ആൻഡ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഇംപ്രൂവ്മെന്റ് കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടാവണം. ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇന്നും പഴയ ജാമ്പവാന്റെ കാലത്തുള്ള ടെക്നോളജി എടുത്തിട്ട് കടലിൽ കൊണ്ട് തള്ളിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. നമ്മളുടെ നാട്ടുകാർ ആവശ്യപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ആ പ്രോസസ് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. ഇത്രയും ഉണ്ടായി കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഈ മീഡിയ അടക്കം നമ്മളുടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പൊ വലിയ റിപ്പോർട്ടിംഗ് ഒന്നും വരുന്നുണ്ടാവില്ല. പക്ഷേ ആസ് ഇറ്റ് മൂവ്സ് ഓൺ, ഇതിന്റെ ഇമ്പാക്ട് മീഡിയയിലും മറ്റുള്ള ഒരു പാരഡൈം ഷിഫ്റ്റിലേക്ക് വരുമെന്ന് വിശ്വസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് I thank all of you for the interactions. Now I think I'll give it back to Biju. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I am not actually furthering the discussion because it's already 1.5 hours. We have exceeded the time, but what I should say is a satisfying day, primarily because all the wonderful presentations by experts. I thank Dr. Ramana Murthy sir, Dr. Joseph Matthew, Sri Orofilio for the wonderful presentations. And also, the one common thing is that, the philosophy, the idea for coastal protection, we all agree on a particular point. And also, this is a great initiative that so far in the last few decades, what was happening is actually a single-faceted solution for the whole issue of coastal erosion. And now the public, the media, the government is now listening to the scientific community as well as to the media public that this should not be the case, and we have to deal with case by case and based on the local specific issues and the coastal morphology, coastal ocean dynamics. Everything should actually be taken into account before planning and implementing such a kind of coastal protection. And also, I feel that the need for coastal protection has now come to the forefront in the discussion, and the community involvement in the whole exercise is also now taken care of. And this is only a beginning. I am not saying that this is all the answers should come through this exercise, but this momentum we should actually maintain. And I am sure that this will further be discussed in different platforms, so that the whole coastal conservation and coastal protection measures will come in the forefront of discussion, and there will be some kind of coordination to implement this. And finally, we will be in a position to look forward for better coastal areas, better beaches, which will satisfy not only our requirement, but for the requirement of the society and next generation as well. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your patient 4.5 hours sitting through this whole process. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Welcome. Bye-bye. All
Yeah,
the best.